Hey, what's up, Lina? I'm actually here. I'm just about ready. I'm just getting stuff set up. So I just need probably like probably be about 8 minutes. So like 11:30. That's my time anyway. But yeah, I had to move the other one because I really want to be able to like in depth and like interesting take on the Kaczynski thing. So unfortunately, my child, who I love by the way, but he like told me he had this ride arranged and everything, and then of course last minute, it's like, Mom, can you come get me? He took an Uber and his mom can't take me. I'm like, okay. So anyway, sorry. These damn kids. But yeah, I'm just about ready though. So it may just be me and you, Lionel. I'm not sure. I don't even know if you're here, but my view thinks a zero. So I'm guessing not, but I am going to come back, and if it's too late or nobody wants to join, then I'll just keep it real short. Oh crap! Hold on. I set a timer for myself. I gotta go turn it off. I'm gonna come back in 5 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let's see. All right, let me just adjust this. It's been crazy. Is anybody here? I can't really tell. Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, what's up? I know. Okay, Joshua. Yeah, I don't know if you're still here, Josh. I've been like on white girl on CP time for real. Oh, these kids, they drive me nuts. They tell you what you want to hear just so they can, do what they want, and then they surprise you with their stranded thing. So, um, I'm gonna drink. So I was going to do the Unabomber. I'm really excited about that subject. So, oh, hey Josh, but it's like I have got like things prepared for it, but since it's so late, I was thinking maybe it'd be better to do it tomorrow. And I thought about canceling tonight altogether, but I mean, I'm glad I didn't. But as far as like the subject or the topic, I guess I'm not really too, um, like married to the idea of doing the creator universe thing. It's just pretty much the only thing I have kind of prepared. The Unabomber, why the Unabomber? Um, because I don't know how exactly we got on the subject of it, but we're talking about it on my last stream and got on on the topic of technology and the pros and cons. And I was just asking if anybody had seen the documentary that that in his own words that he was in Ted Kaczynski was interviewed in prison. I don't know if anybody watching has seen that, but and he basically, was trying to warn against technology and the downfall of our privacy be taken over by, the I don't know if he said corporate, but basically like democracy where we were just pretty much like being monitored and controlled. So that subject is interesting. But yeah, he was a genius. Um, and also, he was a hermit, which I'm not sure if that's pretty common with genius. I don't know. I do know they tend to have like low social skill, kind of interactions. So, but yeah, so that I found to be very interesting. And he's actually really funny too. Yeah, is that the one that's called In His Own Words? Because I saw it too. I haven't seen it in a while, so it's going to be kind of a refresher. But I know that he only had one full interview, and it was just kind of a junior journalist that he entrusted his to kind of give his full disclosure with because yeah, Sarah Connor. That sounds right. Oh wait, no, Sarah Connor. No, never mind. I'm like Sarah Connor sounds familiar though. Why is that? I don't remember the journalist's name, but it was a woman. But basically, he was afraid that anybody else might take his words and kind of cut and paste and crop how they wanted and kind of cast a shadow on him. And he really wanted somebody he could trust to just, leave it raw and uncut and just let him tell his story. So, but anyway, so yeah, um, it is an interesting topic considering it was so long ago. I believe they caught him in 70s or something. I actually don't remember. Like I said, it's kind of a refresher, but um, I know that it was way before the internet days that we now know and all that. So Joshua says, technology has been considered evil even going back 2,800 years. Really? That's pretty interesting. I mean, I would start it, but I just tell Dennison that because he was the one that I was like, if you're interested, I'll do it. And he did, but it was already kind of late for him, and that was like over an hour earlier than today. So he kind of want to refer to wait, but we can just kind of talk about whatever. I don't know if I know EA you don't call in, Josh. I know you do sometimes. I don't know if you're able to or want to, but um, I know Lionel is off work tonight. Lionel, are you here? Sorry, I'm a comment. Um, What I think I'll do maybe is just um, let's see. Unabomber was basically the real life Sarah Connor. When our robot overlords take over, we may view him in a different light. Exactly. That's why I kind of want to revisit his like prophecies, if I may say that. But basically, was he so evil, or was he like more of a humanitarian, like trying to warn us against like all the things that we were in store for? But also, I mean, yes, he did injure some quite a few people, but only 3 people died. I don't want to say only as if their lives don't, have value, but considering how many bombs and things that he, packages that were delivered and um, not deployed. What's that word? When the bombs go off, you know what I'm saying? But really, his intention wasn't to like hurt people per se. I mean, he was obviously, you know, okay with hurting people to get his message across, but that wasn't his primary goal. So, um, let's see. Okay, Josh, that's really fine. Like I said, I don't even know how long I'll stay on tonight. I was planning on coming on, and then my whole night kind of got derailed. So rather than just rush the, but it's going to be tomorrow, the Unabomber one, if you want to come back for that. And I'm doing it at 9. I forget. I put it as an upcoming. I think I put it around like maybe about 11 Eastern. So I have no idea what that would be in Vietnam, but um, he says there are isolated islands where people spear you to death if you try to give them a toothbrush. Um, I think you were here in the first when I did that chimpanzee stream, and there was that guy, that the journalist that went to some island somewhere in the where they have cannibals, and that they had that like human tooth like wreath, or like it was like a whole like jaw, and they made like a headdress band thing out of it, and they put it on the guy, and he was so scared. But that there's even some people that are really primitive still. Probably bad choice, I would guess at this point. I don't know. Oh, Lionel, you're back. Lionel, I know Lionel, but you know what? I today I honestly did think I had made like everything like arrangement set, and then the kids. But I couldn't just leave them stranded on the rec center late at night either, so I just kind of had to do it. But yeah, anyway, Lionel, do you want to call? I mean, I don't know if you want to. We don't have to do the same subject. I was hoping to kind of veer away from that subject. I just didn't have anything prepared, so I had to. Okay. Well, if you guys have any suggestions on, or we can just all like kind of, just like bullshit. I really don't care. I might just play something like short right now, just to kind of, just kind of get started since I don't know exactly what we're talking about. But um, I'll play something that's like 5 to 10 minutes, something out of my saved, and then I'll drop the link. And then when I come back, anybody that wants to join or is ready can just call, and then we'll just kind of go from there. Does that sound okay? Okay, I'm just calm down while I pull up my screen because my arm's gonna be in the way. I gotta get a mouse still. But I'll keep talking while I look. That's the other thing I want for that Unabomber one. I want to have all my tabs like in order and pulled up ready to go. So let me see here. What do I have in here? It's kind of like short. Um, Maybe try to play something like. Okay. It always wants to start playing by itself. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, I think like I was saying, maybe once a week or however often I would do like cover like a true crime. I guess this Unabomber one is more like a true crime slash psychology or like sociology, but I guess in a way they kind of all are. But let me just okay, like so many now. Okay, let me see what this one is. I'm gonna start. This one says our universe has 11 dimensions according to quantum physics. Let me play this. I haven't watched it all the way through. Some of these I just saved based on like the first intro and the title. So if it sucks, I'll change it back. But let me just get going. Wait, it's doing. Okay. Let's see if this one's good. Okay, here we go. Sorry. It's kind of windy. I hear outside, so you might hear like some noise. But I don't know if you guys can hear that. It's like that howling sound, kind of creepy, but kind of cool. Let's see. That's showing. Okay, I'm going to count down.
To it, and I got to the understanding that we're living in a multi-dimensional universe, and there's at least 11 dimensions. Otherwise, the universe would collapse. Each dimension is a 90-degree angle right above the next one, compactified. So they're sitting right on top of us. So within less than a Planck unit of space above you, there's another dimension that actually exists with a whole nother universe happening simultaneously while we're sitting right here. Wild.
That's hard to fathom. It's hard to fathom. So right here where we're sitting right now, there's a whole nother dimension of a whole nother universe happening, life taking place.
Yes.
Right in the same space that we are.
Right here. Right here where we are. Right here. Vast too. Vast. Just as vast as ours is vast. And from higher dimensions, they experience time differently. Time really doesn't exist. The past, present, and the future happen all at once. So somebody, for example, from the fifth dimension would look at us and they'd be able to see us. Imagine us in this building here, but imagine when I first walked in, and imagine us in here, and imagine me like in the bathroom or something. They'd be able to see us in all the different rooms. The different rooms represent different time frames of existence within this structure. So they can see the past, present, and future at the same time. So it's pretty cool. Weird stuff starts happening the higher the dimensions you go.
So is the idea that when you're in a higher dimension, you can see below lower dimensions, but you can't see dimensions above you?
Exactly, unless you have the capability of matching. First, you have to obtain the frequency of a higher dimension and then match that frequency to be able to walk in. So
match the frequency.
Yeah. So for example, okay, my hand is stopped now by this table, right? Why is it stopped? I'm not really touching the table. There's repulsion going on, electromagnetic repulsion between the electrons in my hands repelling the electrons in the table. You don't really touch anything. Now, if I can match the subatomic frequency of the atoms in this chunk of wood here on this table, I could, with my hand, I'd be able to pass my hand right through this table unscathed. Why? Because atoms are 99.999% empty space. Nothing is really here. Everything is only a light wave slowed down to a particular frequency. And so if you can match frequencies, you can merge with things. You can walk through walls and all that kind of stuff. The things that seem paranormal could be advanced beings have tapped into some type of understanding of how to match different frequencies in our dimension and appear apparitional or paranormal. But in true reality, they could just be taking a peek in.
And how did we come to the understanding that these higher dimensions exist? Like, what is the most basic evidence that we have of this?
Quantum physics proves it. See, when we look into the quantum world, everything changed. In standard physics is where we are right now, in the large side of physics. But the smaller you go, the more weird things get. We find that particles transphase in and out of existence, and they go to different dimensions. We even know now that some of our synapses of our thoughts in our brain phase out of this dimension and they go somewhere else and then they come back again. And this has all been tracked and traced through the understanding of quantum mechanics and quantum physics and understanding that dimensions exist. The biggest way that we made a model of this is we figured out how to create something called quasi-crystals. Now, these quasi-crystals are these multi-dimensional crystals. We actually created an 8th dimensional quasi-crystal.
We created this.
Yes, we created it.
How did we create it?
We created in a laboratory using different technologies. And then from that 8th dimensional quasi-crystal, it casts a shadow of itself down to a 4th dimensional quasi-crystal, which then casts down a shadow which creates a sphere. So we know that the universe is most likely the shadow of a higher dimension. It's crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of mind-bending.
We're living in a light matrix, which is actually a light matrix, which is a shadow of a much higher dimension. And so we know this because they created these crystals, these quasi crystals, and when they put them at different angles, they cast shadows. Sometimes
what do these crystals look like?
So you look up the quasi crystals. Yeah, they look like. Have you ever seen Adinkra codes? Adinkras.
I think I heard you talk about this before. No,
they look like Adinkra, the symbols, mathematical symbols, but in the third dimensional time space. And so if you take them and pull them out into a third dimensional time space, they look like these lines that are connected with these nodes like that. You see? Quasi crystals.
This is a quasi crystal.
Yeah.
And so
it's an ordered structure, but it's not periodic. And it's got a crystalline
formed
pattern.
Atomically.
Yeah.
In a manner somewhere between the amorpha solids of glasses, special forms of metals and other minerals, as well as common glass, and the precise pattern of crystals.
Yeah. So if you type in if you put 8th dimensional quasi crystal, you should see some research that
it
come
looks
up on that.
like what you look into a kaleidoscope.
It's a fractal. It's all about fractal. We live in a fractal holographic universe. The quasi crystal is a fundamental basis of the fractal holography that we're living in. We're fully immersed in it, so we can't detect it, but we're living in a light matrix. And that's what the Adinkra codes also prove.
Okay, explain the Adinkra codes. What is that exactly?
So Professor James Gates Jr., University of Maryland, former scientific advisor to President Obama, just to give you like this guy, he's not just like a jackpot or something. He's like a real dude, you know?
Yeah.
And he put together a team of the most incredible supersymmetry and theoretical physicists in the world, like the top brains in the world on this. And they started analyzing what is the ether of space-time. What is this soup that we're living in, that we're inhabiting this universe? What is it? What is it made of? What's powering it? They discovered something called Adinkra codes, which go back to the ancient Dogon tribe from Mali, Africa. The original inhabitants of the land of Cam then moved to Mali later after they were thrown out, taken over at one point. But they still kept this ancient knowledge in Mali about these Adinkra codes, and they would draw these patterns. Well, he discovered that these patterns are actually mathematical codes. And these are not just any mathematical code. There goes one there. They're actually the codes that describe the ether of space-time itself. They're error-correcting codes, the same exact codes that run our search engines and web browsers that we're using right now to look at the image. There's coding behind that screen that runs this, what we just did. And guess what? It's the same code that runs the universe. So we discovered that we're living in a programmed light matrix. There's a software programmer that has written this code.
Austin, pull up more images of this.
There's all different types of images. There you go. See now that you see that one there, right there. That's a quasi. That looks like a lot like a quasi crystal. If you were to shrink it down and put a whole bunch of them in one location, it looks very similar to a quasi crystal. So these are Adinkra codes, and you can see the colorful one that was up there. These are depicting the nature of reality.
Wow.
And they actually are mathematical programming codes. They're a special type of code, though. They're error correcting codes. The same type that Google browser is running on is the same thing that runs the universe.
Error correcting codes.
Yeah.
And what do we gain from all of this knowledge? Like, what does this tell us, and where do we take this? Like, what is obviously this is like foundational knowledge for us, but like, where do you see it going?
Well, if you understand that we're living in a fractal holographic light matrix, it doesn't mean we're not real. It just means that there is a creator or creators. We're living in something that was created, just like the ancient texts and all the scribes and biblical texts and everything else says. But it tells us, wow, this is the method of the creation. Now we're getting closer to understanding what we really are. We understand now that consciousness isn't made inside this avatar body, that the avatar body doesn't even exist, that consciousness is a stream of something, coming from somewhere else, and it's being picked up in this matrix with this coding. If you took all the humans on Earth, there's 8 billion humans on Earth. If I took all 8 billion humans and removed the empty space between their atoms, I can fit every human into a sugar cube. one sugar cube can hold all 8 billion of us.
Really?
Yeah.
All the atoms of 8 billion people on Earth.
You can see atoms are empty space. If you take the empty space out, you collapse it into one sugar cube. All 8 billion can fit in one sugar cube. So what does that mean?
Wild.
What's here? There's only one consciousness, it seems. And it's like a radio station that's transmitting out a frequency from a higher dimension. Our avatar bodies pick up that frequency. You're 99.1, I'm 99.2, he's 99.3, but it's still coming from the same source. And so we're all coming from the same source. It's like the universe has found a way to live subjectively through multiple entities, but not even through entities, even through objects that we consider to be man-made.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, Josh.
So was that video?
Nothing. How are you? Okay, yeah. That is. Go ahead.
Was that video supposed to imply something?
Well, it's just another take on kind of the subject that I've been on, which is that the origin of Darwin's origin of a species has been doubted and starting to become seemingly impossible based on the genetic codes. So it's just another aspect of that there is signs that there's probably a creator of some sort. So, everybody has their own personal beliefs on, that like religion and God and things like that. So I'm not necessarily trying to push that.
And you think, are you of the, do you believe that Darwinism is opposed to the concept of a creator, an ultimate creator?
No, I believe in a creator.
No, I'm asking you, do you believe that Darwinism is opposed to a creator?
Yes. Well, not all of it, but the origin of the species part, yes.
Yeah, okay. So what exactly was the theory behind the origin of species?
So it's kind of a complicated documentary that we watched. So just to kind of sum it up, basically, all of the codes are basically a language, and so what they're coming to the conclusion is that in order for genetics and the proteins to be created, and also especially for them to, as like much intricacy as there is for them to be folded and create life, that's not something that happens just like spontaneous combustion or like chemically on its own. There's actually like a written code that's very complicated and detailed, and they haven't found any intermediary species fossils. However, they continue to find new species of fossils, none of which show any type of evolvement.
That would then be a definitional problem. So it would be like, hey, there's this thing that's missing, but we don't know what this thing is. So right now we're going to use a term and call it intermediary, and then try to apply it. Problem with that is if you don't know what you're looking for, how do you know when you find it?
Right. I don't know that they've necessarily identified what they're looking for. They just are able to eliminate what they're finding is not mathematically possible, unless our math.
What specifically is not mathematically possible?
The genome codes to be altered on their own, as far as like adding.
Now altered on their own,
right? Like for one species to adapt and like actually create a new species, like for instance, like a chimpanzee to a human, like that.
Mutations themselves happen all the time, even within the humans.
Right.
So
adaptation is eliminated based on theory. So discarding traits and adapting to environments, that is still something that is quite feasible. But in terms of adding new information.
Here, let's try this. Can one species of dog create another species of dog?
Not without breeding.
Well, I mean, obviously, we're not that generally.
But I mean breeding with another species. Like you can mix two kinds of dogs. But
Right. And so that in itself is function. That in itself would be demonstration of evolutionary biology. It just is the way it is. Obviously, they're going to be dogs, right? They're going to be
right.
this whole. But now you've got different species of dogs. That's kind of speciation is really nothing but a fancy Latin classification system. It's really nothing more to it than that. So
Wouldn't
I'm
they all
still
fall under the canine species though? Wouldn't that be
that would be one family. Keep going up, like it all goes into weird stuff. The entire classification system is incredibly broad.
right? What you're describing seems to me like, for instance, like interracial, like procreating. So obviously, like two white, Caucasian people can't create an Asian child, but
Right.
obviously,
So
and
the
so that
issue
would be what I
the
take as like canine, but we would still be Homo sapiens regardless
yeah,
of.
except for you've got 13 other classifications of hominoid. So what are they then?
Do you mean like the original, like the Mongoloid and the Caucasoid? Is that what you're kind of referring to?
No, Neanderthal, Homo erectus. Go on down your list. I think there's 13. I think now there's arguably 17 now. They're all
Right.
human. We're all human, technically speaking, but we're all different species of human.
Okay. So yeah, basically like Homo erectus didn't just according to the theory. And again, I'm not in the persuasive argument mode. I'm just more of just kind of sharing different beliefs and like provoking conversation about it. But
Sure.
so
The
according
problem is always going to boil down to the definition, right? So the claim would be people would try to imply that it was a jump from one species to the next. AK, let's just hypothetically say Homo erectus jumped over to Homo sapiens. Not true. They actually exist at the same time period. There's a claim that there was some interbreeding that might have taken place. But the point is your definitional point is where was the first Homo sapien? And the answer to that is nobody would know. Right now, it used to be how they differentiated them was by the cranial. Now they're using the jaw. I have no clue, but the lower jaw, for some odd reason, is apparently a better line to classify them or separate the classifications in there. But we're still back to that problem: is where would be the first one? Same thing with the dog. Where would be the first dog? And nobody's ever going to make that line. So the whole concept of it is moot. Evolutionary biology does not, especially within Darwinism, doesn't contest a creator. Matter of fact, it would imply that there is no first. You'd be spending, if you lived in eternity, you'd never be able to map out all of the species. You'd never be able to do it, let alone even be able to try to set down define a line where it jumps from one species to a next. You'd have to find some way to make that line, and nobody's ever going to be able to pull that one off.
Right. So it's more so eliminating the theory of like you were explaining the Homo erectus suddenly having a Homo sapien child, which was more so along like in Darwin's theory that the species adapted and changed into and created new species. So that's more about, and this is my understanding of scientific theories, is they can never be proven to be absolutely true, but they can be proven to be impossible and therefore eliminated in the group of theories. Right. So,
example, which theory would be impossible? Give me an example.
well, nothing has been concretely proven to be impossible yet. It's just the evidence of the codes not being able to create themselves would show the evolution from one species to the next to be seemingly impossible mathematically, which is a little bit more factual than just biology?
You're talking about the genome from like the chromosome genome going from one species to a next?
Just as individual species, just each
Well,
have, their own individual genetic codes.
DNA
Uh,
DNA alterations happen all the damn time. It's okay. So to be fair, they happen accidentally. An example, you can basically alter human DNA quite easily with radiation. Probably not going to have a living subject for very long after you pull that off, but because it usually almost always results in death. I've never heard of a case of an alteration to DNA that didn't result in death. But generally speaking, it does happen.
Okay. So that would also fit into a creator then of somebody actually writing the code.
It would just imply that something happens constantly. These are called like I think within Darwinism they called it environmental factors. So all kinds of weird shit happens, right? Like let's say a meteor comes along, right? The impact in itself would cause a huge amount of radiation. Whatever didn't get killed by the impact would be basically obliterated with radiation itself. If something survived, right, that's going to carry on a lineage to whatever's next. I'd hate to put titles on it, but just whatever comes out after that is next. I would call it accidental or just basically coincidental to an environment. Sunlight. We had a 2-year period of time that didn't have much sunlight on the face of the earth, at least not from Europe anyways.
When was that?
Shit, was that 1400 or 1600? You called it
Is that the Dark Ages?
No. It was they believed it had something to do with volcano or something like that, some eruptions or some shit, and it just basically scattered. It was so massive that it just basically blotted out most of Europe.
Like the ash and the smoke and all that.
Can't say it was the entire Earth, but that's just the records that they're coming up with. That had an impact on humans. It had a major environmental impact. It had an impact on their diets, what they could eat, things like that. It just weird shit happens. I'm struggling with the idea when somebody says that science is either going to demonstrate a God or disprove one. Their religion has a completely different function than science does. Science doesn't make claims, it makes explanations. Religion kind of does the same thing, explanations. So what? If they say that, oh, well, the God created everything. Okay, so the better benefits, at least from what we can find historically speaking, is generally its impact on society. We've never had a society that didn't have a religion. Our customs, our traditions, everything evolves around them.
Yeah. So Dennis and the idea, I know he's not here tonight, unfortunately, but he said that he believes that's kind of like in our DNA to believe in some type of a creator. Would you agree with that?
If by DNA you mean the weird curiosity that comes with think back like when you were like 3 years old and annoyed your parents with that stupid ass question, why?
Right.
Why this? Why that? Why that? This is what humans do constantly. We go out and look for stupid shit. Sometimes probably the most trivial and mundane thing. Sometimes it leads to really good stuff. Sometimes it leads to bad stuff. It just goes somewhere. But if you mean like that innate curiosity, then yes.
Okay. The curiosity to want to explain the world around us and like why we're here and what happens later and all that, which totally makes sense because we can feel emotions. I would feel like if we have the ability to love, we would want to know what's going to become of those that we love, right? And so, yeah, my personal opinion as far as any type of science that yields more toward a creator is just not so much that my desire to convince people of anything, but that the scientific community and the religious communities can be more like come a little bit closer together versus complete polar opposites, and that perhaps that God or even aliens or whatever it is that people believe like may those that do entertain the idea of a creator would like be able to say that, okay, well, whatever the creator what is also created chemistry, mathematics, science, like this whole entire like, you know, tangible world around us and all everything that it involves, not just theology, you know. So that's kind of for me what I find like a positive in it is that we don't have to be so far apart and people don't have to choose one or the other, you know, either completely deny science or not believe in God, you know.
Positive or negative or just basically value judgment calls. Right. At the end of the day, it's really what it is somebody says, oh, well, that's a good thing or that's a bad thing. That's just their own perception of what they believe it to be good or bad.
Yeah, if someone were to believe it was a negative to what would you think would be their like, well, let me just ask you, do you find the signs or like the evidence that point more toward a creator to be a positive or negative? Or
I'm an atheist and a Christian nationalist. Figure that one out, right? So as an atheist, I am not convinced that there's enough evidence to indicate that there is a God. I don't make the claim that there is no God. I think such a claim would be just asinine. There'd be no way to disprove something that hasn't. To ask for some kind of evidence to disprove a thing would imply you'd also have to be able to point to that thing to disprove it. And as best as I can tell, no written record that exists that we have access to points to a God. It points to, like, an example, you pick up the Christian Bible, it's going to talk about the Abrahamic God. But then so is the Quran, so is, the Jews.
Judaism.
Yeah. You're going to get down to it, but you got the Greeks, they had a different set, right? But at the end of the day, they're all stuck with the same problem with what is God. Like an example would be like the Trinity has nothing to do with God the Father, God the Son. Tertullian was trying to, he wasn't even the first, but he was basically what we would consider the Trinity, was trying to describe the nature of God. Basically, he's trying to say, hey, this thing is God, right? But it's not enough. It's too vague of a description to be able to investigate or explore it. So science doesn't go into that lane because there's nothing there to explore. So it just doesn't try. There have been people over time, Lemaitre, who came up with the Big Bang Theory, again, was a Catholic priest specifically. He went looking for the origin of God, like where did it all start? That's how we ended up coming up with red shifting to basically find out later that the universe was expanding, which just basically means shit's moving farther away from each other. That's all it really means. There's nothing.
Yeah, we actually brought that up not last night, the night before when we were and so the question is that none of us could answer. We didn't try to research it, but when the universe is expanding because it was previously condensed, is that correct? And then is the space that it creates gray matter?
That's what it's believed, but that also doesn't rule out the expansion and contraction, meaning things go out, like tides basically go out and come back in. There's no way of knowing. You'd need a lot more time to even remotely take a guess at it. Right now, we're just basically winging it the best we can.
Okay. Hey, Lionel, I'm so sorry. I hadn't scrolled down, so I was actually watching for you. I'm like, where is he? How are you?
All right.
So sorry. You've been down there for a while.
Is that Suggs?
Yep.
Oh, crap. We've never met on a panel. Nice to meet you, finally.
What's up, man?
Sup. I like this guy in chat. We have chats every once in a while.
Yeah, I could see you guys are kind of like-minded. You're very like intelligent, but also knowledgeable on like the science, math, all that realm.
I'm a student just like everybody else. I don't make claim. I don't make claim to any of this bullshit. I know as much as I would have gotten. Well, it depends on what subject. Like right now, I'm trying to read quantum energy. I can't get through 2 paragraphs without having to constantly go back other books to basically come up with or relearn definitions, because science uses completely different definitions than another field of science. So I get screwed here. I fucking hate
Yeah.
this book.
That's awesome though that you're like a continual learner. I mean, so and it's interesting because Lionel the other day asked me, had I ever had a conversation with an atheist, or do I know any atheists personally? And I said no. And so I said I thought atheists did not believe in God like definitively, but you're an atheist and you say you don't know. So what's the difference between agnostic and atheist?
So I adopt the older definitions, not the new modern shit. Agnosticism is basically, it's an unknowable thing. It's like saying you can never know whether a God exists or doesn't exist. And to me, that's it might be a truism, like it might actually be a truism, but I don't believe that the case that anything can be unknowable. Obviously, if it was the case that you died, right? Like, let's just say the Abrahamic God was the thing, right? You'd end up knowing when you died, or in this case, became resurrected at a later time period, right? Then you would know. So the concept of an agnostic wouldn't make sense to me, because you just find out later. You just don't know right now.
Okay.
But hell, there's lots of things I don't know right now. I don't lay claim that they're unknowable. So I think it's kind of an atheist kind of breaks down into two categories modernly. There's militant atheists. These are my arch enemies. I hate these fuckers, right? Like these are the people that I want to go to war with all the damn time. And it's not that they make the claim that there is no God. They're still stuck in the same boat as I am. But they become an anti-God. Basically, if you go to like I guess it's called the ADA, or I think that's what it is. Matt Dillahunty started a huge Discord about it. If you ever go in there and talk to him, you'll find out there's a lot of vitriol in there. Like they all had some bad experience with somebody. And so they're just angry fuckers, right?
It's like the ex-Mormons, they go out of their way to like tell Mormons how wrong they are.
Right. And so for a period of time, I'd say roughly 8 to 10 years, they want to go around and pick fights with Christians. Like, well, why do you believe this? Why do you believe that? Right. There's no evidence to indicate. There's cause and effect. That would indicate that something happened. You're just not going to speak to what, but it's going to indicate something, because nothing we've ever come across with, as far as we've ever known, has not been caused by something else. So what if somebody wants to call it a God? Who cares? But the idea to go against somebody on that just seems like, well, again, that's the term militant, right? You're just being an asshole and going after people, which from psychology, I say that's a very bad thing to do. Taking somebody's hope from them, you might as well just stick a gun to their forehead and squeeze a trigger. It's the same thing.
Right. I can even understand why, for instance, like evangelical Christians, because why they're so adamant about sharing their message, because they believe that person is going to an eternity of hell. So that's almost like a caring motive, like they're saving them. But if you don't believe anything happens after, then like you said, what does it matter if someone believes it? Because you're so sure that nothing's happening anyway. You kind of like, well, let them believe it, whatever, like kid believing in Santa or something, right? It's like harmless. But yeah, that's more of like you said, like a vindictive, almost like a resentment that they might have from their experience with most of those people were religious, like previously.
I fundamentally don't care what's in people's heads. I more or less care about their actions that come out of it, right? I don't want to live in a world where we have thought policing, right? Like that bothers the shit out of me. Like I don't want people in my head saying, hey, look, you can't have this thought. We're going to throw you in prison because you just imagine, strangling the fuck out of somebody. I'd be in prison already. I mean, I have those thoughts too. But
that's why I'm so big on freedom of religion. I mean, law, like the separation of church and state, a lot of people kind of mix them up.
Now there's the flip hand on it. I'm also a Christian nationalist. And that part's a little bit uglier, right? So I support the concept of the return of the church. More specifically, it wouldn't be the Protestants, not for any specific reason other than they're just too damn nice, I guess. That there's too much happy-go-lucky, let's all get together and sing Kumbaya. Religions have always been warfare. The whole concept of the arguments of morality, when people are trying to like debate those, right? They turn into bloodbaths, as they've always done throughout all of history. Cultures have dominated other cultures. It is what it is, right? I'd rather be on the side of the might than I would the weak.
Okay. So your reasoning behind that is just to keep like a moral consistency throughout the nation? Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe that anything we've ever come up with, like morally speaking, right? If we were to take the concept of killing, right? Or I'm calling it murder just so you understand the unlawful killing. But now let's just call it killing, right?
Mhm.
If we were to say what stops, like, I don't want to, God, I hate the gotcha stuff. If we were to have like a secular conversation as to how does a secularist decide whether killing is good or bad, right? You could say, well, what is the thing that stops me from killing my neighbor or killing, half of my neighbors? Well, eventually they're going to kind of consider me a threat and they're going to come and kill me. So it's going to boil down to self-preservation. But if your moral stances are based on yourself, you're just a shit. I mean, you're a piece of shit. You might as well just basically throw yourself in the garbage. We all live our lives based on something else, period. It's unavoidable. We lie about it and say we're self-serving, but at the end of the day, whether it's family, job, whatever, right? We serve something, right?
Mhm.
So we have to have something else. Without it, your hope just basically gets tossed in the damn garbage. You're really not doing anything. You're just wasting away. You actually end up becoming self-destructive. But the concept of having a moral stance is we all have to figure out some way to function together. I happen to like the harsher, and I do mean the first 500 years of Christianity. I happen to like the rules a little better. I like that form of society than the crap we have now.
Okay. Can you expand on that just a little bit?
So an example would be take her concept of shit. So at Hamps, we always have these damn relationship conversations. I'm tired of them, but they boil down to like basically both sides want to have control over each other. The reality is they're just that's it, right? They've turned into garbage. People want to turn the dating game in their own favor effectively, right? Instead of actually focus on what the hell are you dating for in the first place? Why are you having sex? Oh, yeah, that's right. Because we're supposed to have kids and procreate and carry our species on, right? Nobody thinks about that shit. They just think about, oh, well, I want to have sex because it feels good, right? Nobody's really honest. And there's usually functions behind these things that nobody even really gives a shit to even think about.
That's my take on, for instance, like you brought up panels, and there's always that debate about, single mothers and like who's responsible for getting pregnant. Is it the man's fault or is it the woman because it's her body?
Oh, you're gonna
And
hate
of
my
course,
take.
the men always say it's the ones. But I personally think that women are finding a way on a biological like instinct to have children, whether there's a marriage certificate or not. Like there's still a desire, an innate maternal instinct and
Yeah,
a drive.
biologically, both genders are doing the thing that they're basically supposed to be doing.
Right.
The concept of the relationship part of it, that's really going to come down to a society thing. But now you're getting into the morals, right? This is what we should be doing and why we should be doing it. That's where that kind of comes in. I like the moral debates. I prefer the moral debates more than anything else. Biology is easy.
And we can
Morals.
talk about that kind of stuff here today too. Like I said, I just had to throw something up there real quick because my whole plan got derailed. But I don't really care. I mean,
You know I'm sexist, right?
you say that you seem like you're pretty respectful towards women, so I don't know if you're.
Oh, you can be sexist and civil at the same time, right? I don't believe that women lead society. I believe they're kind of like the thing that just comes along with society, right? So I don't hold women accountable for the bullshit that goes on in society. I believe immoral people allow other immoral people to do a lot of shit, right? And I just happen to believe that, you know, the larger portion of society is immoral people.
Yeah, I think that's true. And I agree. I don't feel like women should have the bulk or even have the capability to make like large scale decisions because ultimately if men don't agree with that narrative, they're going to shut it down. And, you know, so I think women often have the illusion that they are, you know, in power or in leadership positions. And
Everybody has this illusion that they're in control of something.
mm,
And it's pure and simple an illusion. You can go over there and flip your light switch on, right? You're not actually controlling the electricity. You're just controlling whether that electricity may or may not flow to that light bulb. That's all you're doing.
true.
It's just a weird concept. We seem to think we're in control, or we as an individual are in control of something. We're absolutely never the case.
Yeah, and sometimes we're granted temporary control, but that doesn't mean that we have like ultimate final decision-making control.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mo, do you want to call? I would love for you to if you want. We're just kind of doing open.
Yeah, get in here, Lionel.
Or Lionel's here, but I was saying Mo left. We have another woman too. But if she doesn't want to, I get it. She got, you know, I'm glad she's here. She's always like an awesome addition to conversation.
So you're gonna have to tell me to shut up. Get in this conversation. Like I said, this is the first time I think you and I have been on a panel together. Right? Shit, I'm curious. I got a lot of questions.
I'm gonna mute for a second. I gotta go grab some. I'll be right back. So I'll let you guys talk for a minute, okay?
What's up, man?
Nothing much. So I guess you've heard my backstory. I'm kind of like an atheist that happens to be an evil, like dictator style Christian nationalist. What about you? What position do you generally stand on?
Not evil.
Well, so like if you've ever run across me and Miss Jenny, right? Like we had a contest, right? Some of these moral positions, I would just line people up against the wall and shoot them in the back of the head. Miss Jenny came up with a more efficient system of just march them into a volcano. I'm just like, damn, right? She had to beat me on efficiency. I hold some pretty harsh stances within society. So I generally believe like this whole like get money and fuck bitches. Those are the type of people I want thrown in the volcano, right? I just don't like the mentality.
It sounded like you didn't like what do they call it? Missile-theism.
Missile-theism, what is that?
It's basically the hatred of God.
Oh no. Oh yeah, the hatred of a god. That would probably bother me.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
I mean, it's the first time I've heard that term before, but if that's what it is, then yeah, I would pretty much be anti that.
Yeah, that was definitely that's what it sounded like you was explaining. I'm an atheist. I'm neither atheist or agnostic. I mean, I admit the belief of God. I just don't believe in it in any strong spiritual sense beyond acknowledging the fact of his existence.
I got you. Yeah, I have problems with the magical connotations that come within religion. But here, I'll give an example.
Go for
it. I think almost everything is explainable in some form or another. Now, whether we're going to get the damn explanation, completely different story. But let me give an example. King Solomon. Not so much the Bible made mention of it, but the Tanakh had a better description of it. He had a floating throne, right? So basically, he sits on a damn chair that floats around, right? Sounds all magical when you describe it, except for archaeology found a design system that used magnets. Well, it used magnetism specifically. And that was roughly about 370 years that was found before King Solomon. And that was the Greeks that came up with it. So you think about it, technology's always kind of been around. And now you think about like, oh, okay, well, if you have a metal chair and you've got some kind of weird magnetized floor, still be questioning where they came up with that kind of or that amount of material that was magnetized, since we synthetically make our magnets. I don't know how they would have found it you know, at that time period, how would they have come up with it? Electricity wasn't a thing. So where'd they find the material for it? But the concept was there, at least within the design, right? So that would explain how you'd end up with a floating ass throne, right? Now there's no magic, right? But what you would have is, say, some king that was supposed to be all wisdomy, you know, smart guy kind of thing, and using resources to intimidate, scare, manipulate, motivate, lead people, right? Like that's what leaders do anyways. It once the explanation is there, it kind of seems more feasible. I just don't like when people like detract from it. Like, well, so they'd say, well, you know, King Solomon was an evil bastard because he went around manipulating people and scared people with, you know, science tricks, right? Yeah, but I mean, thinking about it, you know, what leader doesn't do the same bullshit?
Yeah.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, normal dude, right? Whether he got his wisdom for God, you know, if somebody wants to make that claim, fine, so be it. I personally don't give a shit. I usually just end up having issues with the magical, and I hate when science does it. You got
You was bringing that up earlier.
Tyson. What the hell's that guy's name? Fuck. Bill Nye. All of these fuckers, right? They get on TV, they get on shows, and I would assume that their job is to make it entertaining. I would assume.
Yeah.
But it also seems to be the case that that's not the way people like receive information, right? Like everybody's looking for this end all be all smoking gun of information. It's almost like even in the process of learning, we're just looking for that one little thing that answers all, which I don't believe that functions that way.
No, I'm with you.
Shinnard, I'm not gonna say my opinion on one of the people. I really like King Shinnard, so hopefully he's winning this debate that's going on.
Shinnard's still after
fighting about. Lionel, are you on both? What are they fighting about?
No.
Shinnard's still after CT? I know he's got a lot of beef with CT.
They kind of stopped bothering each other. I don't know. I haven't really been around like CT's platform much. I think I'll kind of every so often I'll just like click on a replay or like, you know, just kind of see something. But I'm not really like engaged. I don't get on the chat or anything like that. It just kind of got like people just were kind of being like over the top to each other, rude, and I'm just like not with it. So
they're never going to be friends. EA, you might as well get that one over with.
Oh yeah.
They've gone
so you stopped going around there. I noticed too, but I see you on Risky, which is cool. Risky.
Yeah, I actually work for Risky now, so.
Oh, that's awesome. He's a great guy.
Oh,
but
yeah,
you're running Discord, right? Isn't that? I just joined it.
It's the Discord, the YouTube, the APIs. Like I'm kind of like their little techie guy.
Okay.
It was kind of the same stance as before. Like I got the shit started, and then I would pass it off to. There's like 3. It used to be 2 right-hand men. Now there's 3. I just pass it off to them. I don't get involved with it because to me it's like a black community. It needs to kind of stay a black community kind of thing. I just help out in the background.
Oh, you mean Risky's platform?
Yeah.
I mean that's primarily what they focus on is like the black community, like relationships and like the like specific like or not that's not the right word but like well kind of specifically like exclusive to or like more prominent with the black community. I mean the white community is not really have any kind of alignment with each other. Everybody's just secular and everybody's cool with that. Like nobody's like, let's get the white people together. Nobody cares. So
there's some care in there, right? There's some care, but it depends on your behavior, right? You can't just walk in the door.
Sorry. No, I mean like I don't hear a lot of rallying for like the parallel of like, oh, okay, we need to like save the Black community or like bring the Black community up and stuff. I don't hear that a lot of like white people saying like, I don't
Well,
hear it. I mean, not saying it doesn't exist. Maybe I just like,
it
No, I
depends.
heard
Yeah, it depends on how a problem. So, like Imperius, obviously, you guys with at CTs will know who Imperius is. Well, Imperius is in our Discord as well, and you can bring up conversations. Like every once in a while, I'll have like there'll be conversations about race. It's usually like stereotypes or behaviors or things like that. You don't open up a conversation of, well, hey, why do Black people act like this, right? Like you just don't do it that way. There's got to be there's always rules in society of how you approach people, right? First, you don't just walk into a group of strangers and just bring up racial stuff, right? Like that's pretty much like asking for a fight in itself. You get to know people, right? You let them figure out who you are. You kind of explain to them who you are. You go through the conversation and go through it. However, there will be every once in a while some asshole will come in and just say some shit. Imperius, I went off on Imperius. I was trying to get him tossed out of the damn Risky's community over that. Risky's the one that stopped it. And it's because if you're going to attack somebody, it better not have racial connotations to it. I don't tolerate the bullshit. Like I'm so
I haven't
done
even
with it.
heard any. I've never seen him on Risky's show. I know who he is.
It didn't happen on Risky's panel. It happened on CT's channel. And because he's in that Discord on Risky's, I have I take into, it's kind of weird, right? I'm not a mod. I'm not a real mod. I don't know why I have the damn wrench. They give me the damn wrench because they're assholes, right? That's what Risky does is like, oh, bitch, you got to do work, right? But it's kind of weird. I take on any of the militant atheists. I consider them to be my problem. And I take on anybody that's like basically white and coming in with racial connotations toward topics, right? So if you come in there, you'll end up getting to deal with me. Those are the only two. Those are the two things that I have little toleration for. I'm fine with it if people are going to be like civil about it. But if they're going to be assholes, well, then I'm going to have issues with it. I'll be the first.
I question the motive sometimes. I think a lot of the hysteria regarding the Black community is hyperbolic. I don't necessarily believe that these so-called problems are like so gigantic as some people try to present them to be. And also that's partly why I started my own channel, because I kind of found myself like the people that I've met and like associated with and like and consider like YouTube friends, the only times I would see them are on panels that are like very heavily like racial. And I just thought, well, I want to be able to like continue these friendships, but I don't want to just talk about race all the time, especially as like being white. Like it just doesn't seem like I have like skin in the game, or or to be honest, it sometimes doesn't even interest me. I'm just kind of like I care, but I don't at the same time.
That's been the downfall of CT's network. It's just CT hasn't figured out how to open up other like topics, right? They don't. He'll tinker with them, but they don't get a lot of momentum. So he ends up keeping going back to the racial stuff, and it just is the thing that keeps the lights on, keeps the bills paid, right? He hasn't figured out how to get out from underneath of it and take on something else. Eventually, probably will, but that's kind of, I'm just tired of it. I'm with you.
Yeah, I really like CT as a person, and like if he didn't have so much influence on his show that he allows, that he grants to other people, I'd probably still be around there. But I just feel like it's kind of like anything goes, and sometimes it's extremely.
I want to have a political. I want to have a political debate with CT. I really do, because he's a conservative. I'm a conservative. I don't agree with the rights, like the right to free speech. I don't agree with that. Nor do most conservatives. So I can't figure out why he's a proponent of it.
In what regard do you mean that, like the free speech?
So an example would be the first. So 1A is really actually freedom of expression, right? So you've had over a time period. Imagine nudity. Some people would consider that art, right? So they would say that's an expression form of art, right? And so that's what opened the door to pornography and shit like that. I want pornography banned across the board.
Okay.
Of course, I'm a
You
little worse
believe
about
that it creates, it's not a crime. You feel like it kind of might instigate.
Well, I believe it should be a crime, right? But then again, I believe it should be a crime that's capital punishment, meaning not only did the producers, the actors, and everybody that was involved with it should just be lined up against the wall and executed. But I mean, this is where the Hitler part kind of
Okay, Josh,
right? Like I
Josh,
told
that's
you,
real. Okay,
I have
I'm listening.
I get a little extreme when I am a right winger, like an extreme right winger. But it's all grounded into the concept of, look, we should have these rights to do what we want, right? The reality is those rights are actually just a protection against the government infringing on the people from that. It's basically saying, look, these are the things that we won't go to a civil war over so long as they're complied with. And I don't agree with that. So things like, freedom of speech, I oppose it.
Okay, so so with the pornography, that would be like freedom of expression. But
yeah,
with freedom of speech, what types of things do you think people shouldn't be allowed to say?
Censorship. There should be things that you should not be allowed to say on the internet. I don't mostly have a problem with the N-word specifically. I do have a problem if you're using the N-word as this thing to just basically pick a fight. Then I want you lined up against the wall and shot.
But what about, how do you determine who gets to say it, though?
Do what?
How do you determine who gets to say it?
I don't particularly care. The intent is if your intent is to pick a fight and use racial tones for it, I don't care if you actually are or are not racist. I don't care. You committed an action that was intended to basically create a conflict.
So like hate speech?
Yeah, not so much hate speech.
Because isn't hate speech pretty much bad or no?
Hate speech is a bullshit stackable charge. It's basically, example, say me and Lionel got into a fight, right? And I jump on him and start beating him up, right? And then I say the N-word. The N-word becomes an extra, like basically that's called the hate, or that would be like a hate crime now, is because I uttered that word.
Yep.
Right.
I'm of that opinion that if I utter the word while I'm doing that, just be shot and be done with it. I don't care about it. I want to return to the 90s when, yeah, there was some racist bastards around. Like it did happen. There were actually a couple KKK members that marched down the street, did stupid shit. And they got the shit beat out of them every once in a while, too. Like justice is, I'll call it karma. Karma does happen. It's just slow, right? But it does eventually happen. But back then, we didn't care. We all kind of did our thing. Yeah, everybody as a redneck, I didn't basically put up, the big rebel flag on the back of my pickup truck and then go down to, I've actually never even been to the ghetto. I don't know what a ghetto is. But drive through it, this is the dumbest thing you could possibly do. Stupidity ought not be allowed to breed. And so when people are dumb like this, fuck it, you should die. I just think karma's a little slow.
So it's like social justice, like street justice kind of thing. You think it should go to the next level and be actual justice?
I believe a community has every right to basically go through the garbage that's in their community and throw them out.
Do you feel like that creates very fuzzy lines though, in terms of what people consider hate? Because say someone's overweight and you can't even use the word fat anymore because now that's hate speech or something.
Not for me specifically, but that's because usually my rules are a little bit. Unfortunately, I adopted the Christian morality, so their system is what I kind of lean on to when it comes down to weird shit. I've just basically adopted their moral stances. And so if I can find a scriptural reference says you ought not do this thing, that's going to be this set of rules that'll be applied. And I believe, again, every society should get together and pick the rules that they want to follow. Whatever they want to do, pick the rules and then enforce them.
Okay. So has anybody ever called you a cracker or a honky?
I think so. I mean, I am technically a redneck, so yes. I mean, I was born in the South. I didn't go to New York till I was like 12, 13 years old. So technically speaking, I mean,
Okay.
the rednecks, they don't agree Floridians are rednecks, but I mean, yes, I've been
Okay.
kind of.
I have as well, and it doesn't affect me. But say it affects somebody else, that's why. Or they even pretend like it does. Does that create a double standard, or is that now like where, if you can't say that word, can you not say that? Because otherwise, are you favoring one group over anybody?
It wouldn't be up to the individual to decide. It's up to the community as a group. They basically dictate their rules. So hypothetically, let's take it down. Like, let's just say, okay, we'll use me as being a cracker, right? Let's hypothetically say you got the ghetto, and I mean, whatever, again, I can't, I've never been to a ghetto. I don't know what it is, but generally, whatever your stereotype description of what that is, say there's that. And then I basically do some dumb shit. Come in there, I don't know. I don't know what would be so offensive. Swing or flying the rebel flag, throwing N-words out the window, just screaming and hollering. Should I get my ass kicked? Yes. You do stupid shit. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, right? And that community has every right to define what they do not want to tolerate in their community. And if that's the thing they don't want to tolerate, so be it.
Okay, so more like community guidelines, not necessarily state law.
Yeah. I don't. We've come to rely on the state as a tool to basically beat each other over the head with. We're pussies in one moment. Well, how to explain this one? Because we are refusing to regulate ourselves and our own behavior, we'll basically scream to mommy and daddy, Mr. State Authority, come deal with these people that I don't want to deal with myself. It's too much of a lazy excuse.
But doesn't it also give you a guidelines to follow, so that you say you move from one community to the next, now you have to like memorize this whole new set of rules?
Yeah. Well, welcome to it. I moved from Florida to New York. Fucking Yankees are weird ass people.
Oh yeah, that's a big difference in culture for sure.
So I mean, yeah, and you have to learn, and that's kind of the thing we all do, though, right? We went from middle school, we had to learn how to adapt into high school. Then high school ended, thank God, those fucking crazy people. Then we got into university, the rules changed, right? Society changed. I would say it was a little bit more degenerate, right? But we had to learn how to deal with that. Then we graduated, we ended up getting a job, right? New community, new people to have to deal with, a bunch of new bullshits to do. It is what it is. It's a constant thing.
Yeah, for most people, I feel like they have a general level of respect and decency, but you're right. I mean, I personally don't believe that someone would have the right to assault over
I don't
a word. I don't agree with derogatory terms, but I feel like physical harm is another level. So
Yeah,
that's my personal opinion. Elena, what's kind of your take on Joshua's like? When I calm down, it's just because I'm like doing my vape thing. I'm not leaving or anything.
I mean, I agree with him outside of the putting them on the wall and taking care of them, but I agree with him honestly.
So
yeah,
as far as
my prescriptions are not biblical. That's the one place that I come down to. The biblical prescriptions are a little bit more mild. So I feel like society's kind of gone a little bit too far. So you have to go, Hitler mode for at least 2 generations. Then you can back off of it. But it's more of the hardcore extreme stance is a way of basically trying to reverse the trajectory that society goes in. It's really why I adopt it.
Or reset it.
I'm good with the reset concept, right? Like that's a lot of people. I think it was me and Miss Jenny that had that conversation. We were trying to basically define who were the degenerates, and I don't mean just the sexual degenerates. I mean degeneracy is anybody that adopts a lower standard than a previous standard. It's roughly about 2/3 of the population just within the U.S. I don't even know how to map that out within the globe. But as a Fed, this is why I wear a mask, right? As a federal officer, it's a big no. I'm not supposed to have these political stances. Just not supposed to have it.
So in terms of the law, so say somebody does what in your scenario that you described, as far as driving down the street in your truck with a Confederate flag and like yelling out racial slurs, and they are receive the consequence of being like physically assaulted, and then say they try to get justice through the law. How does the proof? What's the standard required of proof to say if it's not recorded? Like they said this, but there's
this is where flow state has got he ain't lying, right? In the concept of would I turn, like, let's hypothetically say like I'm a federal officer and I'm watching a redneck version of me go into the ghetto and do something stupid. And he gets his ass beat in the middle of the street. And you're asking like, if you're asking like, what would I do and how I just turned my head. I didn't see shit.
No, I'm saying if that person that got beat up goes and files charges and then they say, and the community has accepted the fact that racial slurs warrant physical violence, but they can't prove that that was said.
Yeah, then he committed another stupid action because he'll eventually end up, well, for one, they're going to find something he did illegal, right? So they're going to toss his ass in jail too. And as soon as his story comes out in jail, that's another ass whooping. So you got one, you got an ass whooping on the street, and then you got an ass whooping behind some bars too. I mean, it's double whammy.
Doesn't that create an environment for lying though? Because you could just beat up somebody because you don't like them and then say, oh, well, they said the N-word, and then, or not just this, so that it could be like gay slur, it could be anything, and then you just say that's why you did it, but you're lying.
Men generally, kids do that. Men generally do not do this. We do not walk down the street. Hey, look, Mr. Suggs has got a red shirt on. Fuck red. I'm going to whoop his ass. Are you kidding me? We do, like, not even by far majority do people even operate that way. As men, we constantly have to deal with threats. Like, I mean, it's a violent world out there, and we operate in such form. Right. I'm not going to be disrespectful to Suggs, one, because he outclasses me by at least 40 pounds. Right. Like he played basketball with my ass, tossed me around. It's just not going to be it. So I'm not really going to come at him like wanting to pick a fight. That's not likely going to happen. And as best as I can tell, within almost all races that I've had to interact with, most other races don't do the same shit. Right. Like it just people don't operate that way.
Yeah,
what we find out is children are staying children for longer in life. And so you're starting to run into like 24, 25, 26-year-olds that still have this weird childish mentality of I can act like I did in middle school. They get a shit whooped out of them. Sooner or later, right, society will whoop that out of them real fast. Just has to be put in a position to be that way. And maybe people are online too much, right?
That's what I was going to ask you. Do you think the internet has a lot to do with that? So people are a lot more brave online, and then they're carrying that bravery out into the world because they forget that
everybody's king badass on the internet, right? You I might sit here and say some weird shit to Suggs like over the internet, right? But face to face, it's going to be sir. I'm going to address him civilly. And that's because I have to operate in a way where I'm going to be civil to the next person because, well, hell, first of all, I'm a little guy, right? Everybody I've ever been on panel outweighs me by at least 30, 40 pounds. Even the smaller guys like Jeremiah, I think he's got like another 10 pounds on me. Yeah, we have to.
From Risky's stream, the younger kid.
Yeah, I'm the smallest guy on that panel ever. You can't pick a damn panel that there's a guy that's smaller than me. I haven't found one yet, and I'm looking for it.
Yeah, I think you gave your numbers when you're like 6 feet, and then but like 100.
Yeah, I'm 6'1", but I'm also a $147, right? Like I basically look like a bunch of toothpicks glued together.
That's fine.
And I would assume that most guys like my size all operate the same way, right? You don't go around picking fights with dudes that are bigger than you because it's going to come with an ass whooping. There's no point in it. Nobody wants to get their ass whooped, and so we behave that way. And I'm pretty damn sure that most other men, regardless of their size, operate the same way as well.
Do you feel like that you mentioned like the 90s and kind of wanting to go back to that where people were just a little bit more like civil? Do you feel like issues like homophobia, racism, even like misogyny, those have gotten worse?
We would have been a lot more homophobic back then. Homosexuality was there. Like same thing as racism. It was there, but it was behind the scenes, right? Nobody walked down the street with a fucking rainbow flag because they would have got the shit beat out of them, right? It's how the same thing is. I'm not going to put fucking white, I'm not going to cut holes in white bed sheets and walk down the fucking street, right? Pretending to be like a KKK dude because it's going to come with an ass whooping, right? Society fixed itself. So we just didn't openly talk about shit. Were there gay people? Yes. They kept their shit behind a closed door somewhere, right? They didn't put that out in public. The problem was society did not push back.
Yeah, I was thinking that Matthew Shepard story. That was really sad when, you know, the kid was
there were racist people around. We didn't openly talk about the shit. It was just that simple. I preferred it when we didn't talk about it.
Oh yeah, well Matthew Shepard was this kid in Wyoming that was gay. I know what you're saying. Like, yeah, I mean, that's why I wonder if people just didn't talk about it or because it's brought up on the internet so much that people are kind of starting to get more polarized because they like hear they're becoming racist one way or another.
Well, I don't think people are. I actually don't think that people are more racist now than they were back in the 90s.
Yeah, I don't think that.
I think people openly talk about it because the internet has decided to. I can say whatever the fuck I want, and because I can hide behind a screen, I can say whatever I want. And Mr. Suggs here can't like I could say the N word. Mr. Suggs can't come through the screen and whoop my ass, right?
Yeah.
That's really what it boils down to. Is everybody's got big balls because they're behind a computer screen. That's really what it is.
And so you're saying those people that are saying it online already felt that way in their like
look at Angel. Angel said the wrong fucking thing on a bus, got his shit whooped out of him.
Do you think Angel became that way due to like?
No, I think racism is taught.
You think he's always thought that? Okay.
Yeah, you. There's only one way to become racist, right? And you're taught it by somebody. It might be a neighbor, it could be your parents, right? It could be anybody, right? But you're taught that thing. And if you're taught that and you decide you want to adopt that ideology, you should get it's not you should. It's not only the case that you should, you're eventually going to get your ass whooped for it because you're going to fuck up, say the wrong thing to the wrong person. And there are some people out there that, well, I'm one of them. Certain words, you got to fight. You just have to fight, period.
I guess for me, because I didn't grow up in like a racist environment, I was never taught that, of course, like by my parents or you know anybody that I was around. So the internet for me, it seems like a lot more racist. So maybe that's why I've kind of questioned: is it becoming worse, or maybe it's just that I'm being exposed to what was already there?
It's just more talking. We're on the internet. We can say, do people actually don't talk this way on the streets? There's no way in the hell. Because it's estimated about 1 out of 5, 1 in 6 people will react violently to certain, we'll call them trigger words, right? Whether it's going to be, I don't know. I've never heard of anybody getting really pissed off at the redneck word, right? But cracker to me wouldn't really be offensive. I don't think we're really offended by that. Maybe there's somebody that is, but let's say that like the N word, right? Let's just say we walk down the ghetto, right? You start saying the N word one by one to people. It's going to be usually it's not even going to be the first 5. It's 1 in 6 is going to be like, fuck, I'm going to whoop your ass now, right? That's not really good statistics if you're looking at it. Right?
No, that's high percentage. And obviously it is completely understandable why like the N-word would be more offensive than cracker because historically, you know, the situations that took place, obviously. I mean, it's heavier for sure.
Well, because of what it is, right? If somebody calls me a cracker, basically they're telling me I'm on a horse and I'm whipping them with a whip, right? Like I'm like, how is that? Isn't that more offensive to you than to me? I mean, how does that work? It's just
Well, I
weird.
think that didn't come from. I think that's a misconception that the cracker used to be a English term for like a wise crack, like someone that's like kind of joking but kind of like foolish, almost like a class clown was actually where
okay.
that originated from.
Maybe.
Yeah. So I don't know how that came.
I've never heard the term. I've always heard the term cracker, and we knew what the dude on the horse did. We knew their job, right? It gets the point.
I guess I didn't know.
The point really is no, most people do not behave or talk this way in society. It just does not happen. The only thing that's I would consider a negative to it is people are becoming less reactive to it. Stupidity is being allowed to breed. And because of that, people are going to start pushing boundaries more and more and more. That's what degeneracy is.
So it's becoming watered down. Do you think that's a good thing?
No. I think instead of getting to those 1 in 6, right, it should be that first guy should just fucking punch the bastard right in the fucking nose, break his nose, put him down on the floor, just walk away, be done with it.
Well, wouldn't it be better if like the society, yeah?
You see how this goes back to his freedom of speech comment earlier, right?
Yeah, let's get back. Yeah, let's get that. I'm not opposed to like racial conversation, but I'm trying to keep my channel more like free thought, like kind of, and obviously this is kind of freedom. But yeah,
I'm just saying how he brought it full circle. He's basically showing you.
Can you explain that? What you mean by that?
Basically showing you why it should be limited.
Yeah, or should it be that words become like hold less weight, and that should be what's more pushed, is like people can come up, because I mean there's never ending. Someone could accuse you of being like, for me personally, one of the worst things that people can accuse someone of is like being a pedophile. Like that is like horrible. But so someone can attack someone on that basis, it's kind of like it'll never go.
The evolution of language has always been that way. It's always the Romans had forms of offenses toward people, right? Like they had words to it. The question is how did the Romans deal with, you walked up to a Roman and you said something offensive? Did he beat your ass down in the street, or did he say, "Hey, mommy and daddy, Roman Caesar, come save me. This bad man offended me"?
I knew where he was going.
Well, what if you beat someone to death and you don't necessarily mean to, but does somebody deserve to die over a word?
Yes. People deserve death, period.
I don't think that's true.
Well, okay, so again, I'm not as extreme as him, but he is trying to show that things need to be reset because of where we're at right now. And in order to reset things have to get extreme for a second. You have to send a message in order to change the context.
Okay, so for instance, say you throw into like pronouns or requirements in that grouping, right? So if you have to honor someone's pronouns, does that go against your religion?
Please let the federal government mandate my speech and see me respond while I'm on the job. See how that fucking works.
So you don't believe it should be governmental, just communities?
This thing that has tits and a dick is going to die right on the street right there. That if the government forces me to say something, we have to fight. I'm going to fight the person that's making me say the thing that is the reason this law is being implied, and then I'm going to end up having to fight the government. So my supervisor is going to get the shit beat out of him. He might get shot.
Okay, say that like a group of these Confederate racist type people they racially attack and the life of a Black American, and then their family now becomes racist against white people as a natural reaction, and they attack. Can they not be allowed to be racist either because they have a reason to be? Fair enough.
Whatever is in their head, I don't care about. If their actions indicate something that basically, pick whatever you want to say. Let's just say there's a family of I don't know, you call them Confederate racists, right? Decide they want to go within their community and do things to try to run out black people because they're racist. Line them up in the ditch, execute them. No, fuck that. You know what? Give them some of their own medicine. Let's get a cross, tie them to the cross, and set the fucker on fire. Give them some of their own medicine. And I believe the black community should have every right to do so.
Okay, then does that not allow black people to say that they don't want any white people in their community, though? 'Cause
Yes.
you're saying yes, they can do that, or no, they can't?
Yes, if a community wants to preserve their culture. I don't exactly know what black culture
What's
is.
the difference then if the racist white people
White people
want
do
to
it all the
preserve
damn
their
time.
racist
You've got
white-
white gated communities all the damn time. Why can't black people do it? Why can't black people say, hey, look, I want my kids to grow up a certain way. I want
I think
my
they
black
should be able
kids
to do that, but I just
Do
don't
what?
think that it should be only one-sided. And let's just not
Yes.
use black and white. Say Asian people. They only want Chinese people in their neighborhood.
Yes, a community should be able to dictate what they want to be influenced by.
But you
They
just said that if the white people wanted to have no black people, they should be hung up and strung on crosses and stuff.
If they're going to try to run out black people from their community and they don't have enough force to do it, which they're not going to, there's not enough of them, right? There's too many damn white people that are very anti-racist. They'll join the black people and run the fucking racist pieces of shit out. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, like I would never want to live in a community that was just all white. Like I love, living in diversity. But if say they advertise like, hey, we're starting this new city, and so they're not renting anybody out, but they're like, okay, you can only live here if you're like over 50% black or whatever. And that's their choice. And then only people that want to live there move there. And then that's their right, or like say Chinese or maybe
I'll give
it's
you an
not
example.
religion, whatever it is that they dictate is required in their community. You're saying they should have a right to do that, but only if they're not white.
I'll give you an example. There was this asshole named Cobb, C-O-B-B. I think his first name was Craig or Greg. We arrested him in Estonia and deported him. He was a white supremacist. He tried to pull this shit 3 different fucking times. One, he did it in Estonia, which is like 99.5% white, right? Like it is nothing but a white country mostly. I think I've seen the couple of years that I was there, I think I've seen 2 black people. It's fucking freezing in school. Estonia, yeah, it borders Russia and it's right below the Baltic Sea. It's like it touches the Baltic Sea. Anyways, that was my first run-in with him. He's a white supremacist. He eventually ended up getting deported there. I don't know how he ended up in Canada on charges. He got thrown out of Canada, ended up in the United States. And twice he tried to buy up property, houses, and make his little white community. They ran him the fuck out, mostly by white people, because they're just not going to tolerate his bullshit.
Yeah, it's going backwards, most people believe. I mean, so, Lennon, what do you think people should be able to have their own communities like that if they dictate it in advance, or no? Or do you think I personally wouldn't ever join one of those communities, but if say like a piece of land was like allocated for certain groups to do what they're segregated the way they want to, I mean, I guess I can argue with that. I would worry they would like start to get creating like a warfare almost if they get too stuck in their bubble and like start to fester like crazy ideas. But I mean, if they're not bothering anybody, I guess who am I to say? But I mean, like I said, I'd be of no interest to me personally. But I mean, what do you think? Is that against?
I actually want to touch on that one thing you asked. Why do you think their mindset would go to warfare?
Well, there's a reason that they want to be alone anyways, because if they like if they didn't have a like supreme like belief that they were better or whatever it is that causes them to want to segregate in the first place is going to be something where like as they collaborate and they continually have conversations and they tend to become more extreme or in those beliefs, that maybe if they felt threatened by their supposed enemies or bordering whatever, that they would want to like there would create some kind of a conflict. I mean, that seems to be the case, and not only in like our history of like
In this
civil war or
country?
whatever, but also like say like Gaza and the Israel, you know, like they're
Here,
All right,
here,
but
go ahead.
think of it in this country context, though.
Culture is always going to clash with each other. I'll give you an example, right? So you got white conservatives, right? Strangely enough, the black community is a hell of a lot more conservative than we are, which is really fucking weird, right? If you think about it, it's all centers around family. Black people, the black community, at least within the last 50 years, I can tell, has stronger family ties than the white community. As a general rule of thumb, we lost ours somewhere in the Victorian era. They're still at extended family. And now we've got assholes talking about, well, you got to return the nuclear family. They're at extended family. Listen to black people talk about their cousins and things like that, and then listen to the same conversation among white people talking about their cousins. Fuck my cousins. They're all incompetent bags of shit, deserve to fucking drop dead because they're idiots. My black colleague constantly talking about his cousins, like, damn, I wish I could fucking save this dude from his own stupidity. What the fuck is he doing? Like, he's literally trying to protect the guy. I'm trying to throw mine under the bus. There's a difference in family culture. And those two damn cultures are going to clash. There's always going to be a clash. It just is the thing that it is. And I say that the extended family should dominate. Thus, their culture is something I would covet. Thus, I'm going to be on the fence of, well, shit, they've got their family stuff. I mean, obviously, they got family drama, same as we do, right? But they have a family structure that we've abandoned a long time ago. So now I'm within, this is exactly why I'm at Riskies. I'm trying to figure out how to restructure my community to adopt their family structure. It's kind of like, I know,
Latinos like that. Asians typically are very like
don't have very many Latinos in my community. We've got Jews, blacks, and whites. That's the three in my upstate community area.
Okay, yeah. So I grew up a lot of Asians, and the community that I grew up in had a lot of Hispanic people too, and they also have tight relations with their extended families as well. So I think it's mostly just like white Americans. But if you think about it, the whole like rebellion against England was they were against their own fellow like Englishmen, right? I mean, they were rebelling against the tax. What I forget exactly the taxation, right? But so that they kind of started this country with that mindset, so that might be part of it.
See, you keep going out the country, and I'm just thinking of this country and how lazy we are collectively. And I don't see that warfare mindset really happening, even if we split in just communities. I don't see it. I see, obviously, we're going to have our differences and opinions, but I don't see it going that far. Not at the state we're at currently.
What percentage of people do you think would participate in those like segregated communities if they became a thing?
Most of them do that naturally.
Well, is that because people don't typically move far from where they're born, though? So naturally, they're going to have their families, and then they're going to have more kids, and they're going to have more kids. So people tend to stay in those groups for that reason alone.
That's usually more like an economical decision where people tend to live. Is usually economically decided.
So you don't think people have an inclination to want to stay near their mother and father, or when their children move out the house?
In Western culture, no, fuck no, hell no. Well, at least for us '90s babies, right? We were like, fuck mom and dad, we got to get out from underneath these damn rules. They're too damn harsh, right? So I'm gonna go out and get my own house and make my own rules. It's just as you age up, you end up becoming your own parents. It's just like it's where you come from, and you're gonna replicate it. It's the mindset as a youth trying to escape, authority. That's a normal thing that I would assume for. But the concept is take it back to concepts of communities, right? There is going to be take across all of the different states, right? you're going to have like there's going to be a group that's going to be an old people group. Like if you go down to Florida, fucking cookie cutter, like those little RV trailer like things, right? It's all retirement center, and they all group up amongst themselves according to their, I would maybe politically, I would call it mindset, right? So the Christians, they'll do it in their own little group. Then you'll have the hardcore, staunch conservatives. They'll have their own group, right? It's all these like little subgroups of just older people. Same thing when you got the Asians. They're going to group together with like the Vietnamese. There's about 3 communities within the United States. They're known for it. Same thing with the Koreans. The blacks are a little bit different because shit, you've got the DNC. I call them the hardcore DNC blacks. And then you got the hardcore conservative blacks, right? I don't even know how to identify them on look. I have to actually talk to them for a good long time to pick them out, right? But they seem to segregate themselves and saying, hey, I don't fuck with those people over there. They're trouble, right? So
you're talking about
everybody naturally divides amongst whatever they consider to like-mindedness. We'll put it that way. It's a natural thing for people to do already.
Okay.
But what Suggs is talking about is in the form of competition where it gets to the point where you're going to have a conflict. He's probably right. That's probably going to take a long. That would take a lot of clashes. Like you'd have to see it. I don't know what it would take for that to get set off. It'll eventually happen, probably in like 200-300 years, maybe. But probably he's probably right. Not going to be anytime soon, right? Not in the concept of a violent clash, but people will generally get involved with their local community, like say their school board. They'll run shit out that they don't want that kind of debauchery. Same thing with town hall meetings, right? And I'm starting to see a lot of black politicians within their local community. And they're going in, they're roading it. Like they're getting involved. They're doing their shit, which as they should be.
There's a lot of black politicians, definitely. So do you find that the discrepancy is detrimental as far as like black people primarily being conservative overall, but voting Democrat?
Damn, I kind of consider conservative to be a natural thing as you age up and get older, right? Being a conservative and being a youth, kind of a shitty position, right? Because everybody's telling you, oh, go out, get a job, fucking pull up your bootstraps and just do work, right? It's not a thing that's you're graduating high school and you're going out and getting started in life. You're not focusing on, hey, I've got to think about family and shit, right? Like that. They're thinking about, hey, I got to get out from underneath of my existing family and go out and create my own way kind of concept. So it's a mindset thing that they're dealing with. Conservatism is really just, God, I hate this vague term, but it's the only way that's accurate to it is all conservatism is I would like to preserve my lifestyle. And so that preservation is usually going to become a priority as you age up. Let's call it 40, right? It probably might not be there, but I'm just trying to draw a line to indicate it's as you get older, you'll lean that direction. But when you're young,
I noticed that, yeah. I was way more liberal, like when I was in college age, and
sure,
yeah,
it seems to be the normal way of things, is how it is. The only I think question that people has is, well, again, they said is whether people are going to clash within that. I don't know. I don't even know how to fight with your own kids, right? Like that doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, I was going to say, if we could go back to like your idea of like Christian nationalists. So how would you implement that, considering that we don't have the freedom of religion, but also we already have a lot of different religions established here.
Christian nationalism would not allow multi-religions. It's
right.
Christian and nationalism. There is no toleration for an
Muslims.
Party. Yeah. Specifically, and just to be fair, right? Because I'm very critical of my side. There's a lot of bad sides that come with it. One example is ta-da! Democracy is not a thing among Christian nationalism. You cannot. Democracy would be the worst thing for Christianity. The option of, or the option to have the ability to choose degeneracy, that's like anti-Christian. That's the whole point.
Yeah. So you'd have to kind of change the whole system, though, right? I mean,
yeah, it's usually going to be incompatible with democracy. You probably need like a monarchy or theology or something like that. I think some
but
people
you want to start your own country, pretty much.
Yeah, there's not enough Christian. There's not enough hardcore Christians out there to be able to go against the federal government anymore. I go back maybe 15 years, maybe, right? Maybe. Now, definitely not.
So what's the danger that you're seeing that, like, behind your view in terms of having a multitude of religions living like in the same societies?
The multi-religions, none so much with that. It's the hatred toward moral stances is really what it comes down to, right? That's what I consider to be the negative point. So here's the problem: as a secularist, you got two choices when it comes down to moral terms. You can either define your own moral stance, which case now, if we're all individually defining our own moral stance, what the fuck are we going to agree on, right? Wrong is wrong to me and wrong is wrong to you might not necessarily be the same thing, right? They might even be worlds apart from each other too. Just kind of depends on how you get it. There's no real way to organize them. Some people, secularism has tried to kind of hammer these together. It just doesn't seem to work out so well. Like the harm doctrine, that one's kind of a little weird because yeah, it runs at its own problems with it too. All the harm doctrine, yeah, all the harm doctrine is basically like thing is not bad unless it causes harm, but harm is very subjective apparently, and so there's clashes amongst that. There's nothing really to group around. So the only other alternative is to adopt an already standing moral stance that's usually attached to your own culture. So apparently black people are crazy Christian. They might, like, number wise, there's more Christians among, like, if you were to break like blacks and whites down into like per capita, there'll be more black Christians than there would be whites if you did like the per capita count.
Yeah.
They're very, like I said, they're more conservative than we are as conservatives. It pisses me off. We kind of get, I hate the fucking stats. Like they whoop our ass constantly around it.
Yeah, I've noticed that almost everybody I talk to that the black community grew up going to church. Whether they aren't part of it anymore or not, like
it could be the case that it's like a cultural Christian kind of thing, right? But at least it's something for them to kind of like revolve around. And so is the same thing for everybody else too. Like we all revolve around the orbit of our culture that we came from, right? It's just, I would consider Christianity to be a little bit more universal across the board. You'd land more people willing to get behind those moral stances than you would having everybody individually come up with their own moral stances, and we're just going to basically have a debate and figure out which way it's going to round. Coming up with something new is 100 times more difficult than just adopting something that's existing.
Yeah, I think it would just kind of go against a lot of the principles that we have that kind of make this country free. That's like the issue that I have with it is it just starts to like border on socialism, then communism, and then
I guess communism, if you mean by communism as in like a one-party rulership, yeah, that would be the Christian party, I guess, technically. So
right.
Yeah, it'd be something that I would more like call it fascism, though. I mean, it's okay. Going to be communism is kind of the sneaky way of doing it. I don't like that. I don't like the behind your back bullshit.
Wasn't Nazi Germany fascist?
Yes. Brute force.
I think we're gonna have to veto your ideas. I think.
Just because you don't like the word fascism. So the problem with this is
I don't see any good examples of
it. Was America. We formed out of violence. We shut down the other part. We rebelled against it. We committed treason by going to war with our own kings, or king or queen at that time, right? All fascism is just basically force to get the direction you're trying to go.
Okay.
So, of course, it's also force against the opposing view is really specifically what it means. But it's naturally the way things operate. It's how men conduct themselves within society. You think laws are the thing, like these like social constructs or laws are the thing that stop us from basically acting any certain way toward another guy.
No.
We rule by force, and it's yeah, you don't want to be on the losing end of it, so you don't start no shit.
That's what I wonder, because I feel like people would still, like, for instance, take like countries that are ruled by Sharia law, but yet they still have prostitution, they still have like pedophilia, they still have, you know, a lot of like the evils that there's more secretive than, you know, there's more.
I lived in Iran for 2 years. That was
Oh, you did? Wow.
that was kind of colorful. So prostitution, they called it in Farsi, it's called sigay. It's basically a temporary marriage.
I watched a documentary on that. Yes, they can get married for like an hour.
Yeah. So it's basically not like it's prostitution, but
Yeah.
with the marriage certificate to go with it, right? It just so happens to be a marriage certificate with a time limit that ends in like a contract date. It's kind of a weird concept to it.
It's kind of stupid.
But you get caught standing out in the street with a halter top in Iran, yeah, you're gonna get fucked up pretty bad.
Well, and one of the points they mentioned in that documentary that I watched regarding that is, well, first of all, anybody can be like the officiator. You just barely have to do like a couple things to get that, and then they charge a lot of money for it. But also, sometimes they'll like trick virgins into, you know, marrying, and then they don't even know it's temporary contract. So then the man like bounces and he's like ghosted her, nowhere to be found. But now she's like unmarriageable because she's divorced, and like, so it creates a lot of problems for women too.
Kind of like the same way that, you know, you run into women that, you know, have multiple sexual partners in Western culture, and we kind of call them sluts, and they have that reputation for a long time, right? Like it's the same thing. It just, they end up with the same bullshit by a different name.
Yeah, I think the difference is it's not as like transparent. I mean, people like don't have to share their personal past with, you know, but there it's kind of more like on display. As far as I don't know, you live there, you would know. I mean, if there was a promiscuous woman, wouldn't it be known more than here?
Well, see, now that might be a problem too, right? Like we always think that our lives are so private. The internet has absolutely ruined that. You know why I'm not in CT's community anymore, right?
I don't.
Okay, so I ended up getting banned for it. I guess technically doxing, but I didn't dox anybody on CT's network. Do you remember on Risky's panel, there was a girl by the name of Luna?
Yes, yeah. She was in the Pick Me and the Sisterhood debate.
Do you remember her accusation to Risky?
Yes.
I went after her specifically because of that.
Okay.
I have some weird rules. Like you can talk shit to people. I don't give a fuck. That I don't give a damn about. You can't attack somebody's family. And when I mean like attack somebody's family, I mean if you make a threat and it has the ability to have some type of negative repercussions to it, I'm going to react. And so Luna, at the time, I didn't know who the hell she was. I'd only seen her like once or twice. And we had those I guess what they call them, the hyenas versus the good girls, or I don't forget what the hyenas versus the pick-me.
The sisterhood they call it. But yeah, they're usually the ones that get the most like.
We brought over a shit ton of black women that were either married or single, right? But they were generally the good girl types, mostly, for the most part, right? And we put them up against the sisterhood. Luna fucked every one of the good girls up because she was basically posing as one.
Yeah.
And then on top of that concept, she made that threat to Risky. I went after her. I said, you can't really fuck with Risky's wife like that. I'm not going to tolerate it. You're just not going to do it. So I used my authority to find her, and then dumped all of her personal information on Ortho Bros, who
Okay. What's Ortho Bros? Is that another external site or something?
I want Ortho Bros is a group. They come from Jay Dyer. They come from Jay Dyer's group, which are orthodoxy Christians. They also sometimes run along with Andrew Wilson and his crowd too. They kind of
but on YouTube also, or Discord, or one of those.
Yeah. It's a group of Orthodox Christians.
Okay.
Not nice ones either. Anyways, I wanted them. I mean, I would have preferred them to attack her based on the concept of basically, moral stances. But their gripe is they didn't like her posing as a Christian. That they really don't like Christian posers. That thing is, that to them is a worse cardinal sin than anything in their book, right? Like, if you're going to be a degenerate, then just be a degenerate. Don't pretend to be one of us, kind of thing.
Right.
And so they went after Luna, and that's why I'm not there anymore.
Oh, okay. So people on CT's platform took offense, or
no? I literally, because I was a staff member, I went into Discord and I announced what I was going to do. I didn't do it behind their back. I don't that whole behind your back shit. I don't like that crap. I let everybody know what I was doing and said, you can either accept it or toss me out. Like, there's your own two choices, really. That's all there is to it.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. How? So I guess that I don't remember if that was before I stopped kind of going around there or not. But I don't think anybody really announced. I remember a couple of people asking about you, so maybe it was before that.
I don't know.
But yeah, so it was around Luna time. Okay, yeah, that was pretty egregious what she tried to do. I don't even know why she attacked him anyway. I honestly don't. I know she was like being a fraud, but I didn't know why she took that out on him.
I actually don't even want to blame it just on the concept of being women. It's because we live in a society now where and men are strangely enough just as guilty of this, and I don't understand why, but society's just gone this. They've just gone this way where we're all seeking attention for some strange reason. Like, it makes weird. But getting off that point, the reason why that point is the idea that the internet is private is bullshit. I used facial recognition to find her. Right? Well, I didn't use it because I don't fuck. I mean, I'm a techie, but I'm not that kind of a techie. I just ended up taking photos, took it to work, and said, "Hey, find this person," and it works really well.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But this idea, and see, they've got commercial stuff that does the same shit that we have, right? So I probably think some of the commercial stuff's probably better sometimes. But this idea that the internet is private, it's complete bullshit. If you
gotta be careful and not have skeletons in your closet because they can really easily get revealed. Hey, I'm gonna go check on my.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time. I wish people would let that go and get rid of that idea that anything on the internet is going to be private. Not only is it not private, it's also permanent. I can even pull archives up of YouTube videos that have been deleted, yet there still seems to be databases of these videos around. A little harder to find, but you can still find them.
I got what you're saying.
Yeah. It's just, privacy doesn't exist. This is why I wear a mask when I'm on cam. Although strange, like, my name doesn't matter, but my face matters. For work, only my face is the only thing that's important. Names are not fucking mean. That doesn't apparently seem to mean shit within our jobs. I don't know why that is. But I got 3 more years, I think. Well, 2.5 more years, and I'm out. I'm officially retired. They can't hold me anymore against my will.
Okay.
I will definitely be back stateside permanently. I'll be done. I'm gonna do this whole like Farmer Jones, and I got my aquaculture thing kicking. I got several businesses, but I don't really want to leave the property, right? Like, I just want to hang around and be an old retiree and do my weird thing around the yard.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
I've
I'm
got
back.
I've gotten lazy and I really don't like society anymore. It's not society. It's not society's fault. It comes with the job. Like it would be like anything that's like a judge or a cop or anything. Like if you're always running into the worst parts of society, you just get burned out on it real fast and say, you know what, I just want peace, quiet, and be off to myself. It sounds abnormal when you say like I'm antisocial, but it get along with people really well. I just don't like society in general. So it's easier to avoid it and just say, hey, look, I got my property. Fuck everybody else.
You're like the Unabomber off the grid. So you're back in the States. It sounds like you're in New York now. Or you're still in Vietnam?
I'm still in Vietnam.
Oh.
I was supposed to be back the end of last month. I was supposed to roll back stateside, but some shit keeps popping off in Lebanon, and they're talking about they keep wanting to send me back over there, which doesn't make any sense because I wasn't trained for that region, so I don't know why. They must be, maybe they're shorthanded. I know they're short staffed. Most of the federal branches are short staffed, but there's nothing I can do. The last time I went there, I was completely useless. Tried telling them that, they didn't listen. I don't fucking like it there. Of course.
I have a friend that's from there. He speaks Arabic. I didn't know that was a thing. But
I used to speak Farsi fairly decent. I got to catch up with Hafez. I can practice, right? I think he still speaks Farsi.
Iran. So
Yep.
is that the same? Oh no, I was thinking that was what they speak in
He's
India.
a
Is it a similar word?
Older British guy. He sounds British.
Oh yeah, I know Hafez is. He's
Yeah,
funny.
Yeah, he's Persian. I like him.
He is. He's cool. Yeah. So Iran and Lebanon people are like very similar in like phenotype, right? They're both.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I spent a lot of time in Iran, Lebanon. I was there for like 5 days, and it was really literally the day after they set the embassy on fire. Right. So I mean, it's like, yeah, anything I have to say about the people is going to be pretty damn biased.
Okay, but they're all considered Persian.
Oh, the Persians. See, now the Persians are. It's kind of fucking weird. If you run into Hafez, ask him what Korsher. Ask him what that means. Let him, yeah, it translates to pussy poem, but ask him what it means. Okay. It's kind of it's a weird parallel with American culture. You know how we are kind of like as Americans compared to everybody else? We kind of do like a lot of weird shit talking to each other, like colorfully. Like we really like the art of bullshit shit talking with people. That's really a weird like Western thing that we have, but it's something very parallel that they have in Iran. Like it was hilarious. They like to shit talk,
like roasting kind of thing.
Yeah. It's like, and it's brutal. Like it's just brutal.
I want to play this little short clip in a second. I'm just getting it set up. It's like so Josh, I was showing a couple like clips of this comedian that I really liked the other day. It's like the whole reason I got on YouTube was get off of Facebook so I could follow these comedians. But I just noticed the other one that's like about aliens. It's like 1.5 minutes or something. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can.
Oh shit. How are we defining aliens now?
Oh no, it's just like a comedian, like little short clip. But
I got scared there for a minute.
I don't know why I put present. Oh, I gotta do share screen. Okay, one sec. Let me find it. Okay. I just have to rewind it back because it started playing. Okay.
So
I'm getting the hang of it. I'm not great at it.
Before you pull that video up, what do you get to you? So Suggs is an atheist. I don't know if we disagree on anything. Most of our conversations, I think we probably just disagree. If we disagree on anything, it'll be like how you go about doing the thing, which hell, that would be a normal concept, right? What about you, Blue Jay? Christian, atheist?
Christian.
Okay.
Non-denominational Christian. I don't have like a
got
certain sect that I.
Do you believe that like science and religion conflict with each other?
Not really, because I'm of the mindset that God created science. So I mean, if he's all knowing and everything that's in the universe he created, then that he would be responsible for all of those aspects as well. That's my take on it.
Okay. I don't see anything super contentious with it.
Yeah, to me, it's kind of like the way that I think of it is like us understanding God would be like expecting like an ant to understand us. Like, you know what I mean? It's like so far out of our realm. Do you believe in the kind of like that first video in dimensions that exist here, like among us? We just aren't able to access.
You mean like a spirit realm kind of thing?
Yeah, yeah, basically, like there could be simultaneous like life going on or spirits or whatever, like that are right in the same on Earth, even. For instance, like in the Bible, it says like heaven and earth on, or heaven and hell are both on Earth.
Well, the Bible's got a really different concept of. Yeah, me and Jenny are gonna have to go at it over this one day. So the object of death, like what happens after death, is according to Jesus, you know nothing. You basically just you go into the ground, become worm food, right? According to Revelations, there's a reanimation phase where that's what they call the rapture. Also includes the reanimation of what was it? The seal spit up its dead. Like basically everybody comes back to existence, whatever the hell it is. You could call it life or whatever it is, right? So the idea of a spirit realm, like currently as it exists right now, would be kind of a weird from a biblical stance, at least to any of the doctrines I can mention, unless you mean something as to outside of it has to be like outside of nature. So like basically there's a natural and supernatural. Basically everything that you can map out or explore is what's in nature, and then anything outside of that is what they would consider supernatural. I don't know what that thing would be. I wouldn't even know how to answer the question, because until somebody can dictate what it is or explain what that thing is, I wouldn't know how to say whether I could agree or disagree with it.
So what do you think that when people have their, like, so say someone dies for a minute and then they're, you know,
NDAs, near-death experiences, NDEs.
Yeah. So when they see like what they see after, what would you feel would be the explanation?
Yeah, I believe a dying person is the least person you want to ask about anything experience-wise. Death is considered to be a euphoric concept. Your brain does some really weird shit as it's dying.
Yeah, a lot of people say the same thing. In fact, and this is actually before I got on the evolution topic, and I wanted to kind of introduce that first. I was interested in showing these like where people die and what they see, and a lot of people say that they see like hell, and then you know, they have to ask Christ to like save them, and so that was sort of how I got even in the. I've seen this documentary that I showed the last couple episodes over a year ago, so I knew of it, but I just revisited it, kind of
from a scientific lens. I just basically discount any claim that was made from it as an experience, other than your imagination running wild. From a religious perspective, that would be a little bit weird for me, because a lot of what people describe actually goes against a little bit of the nature of how the Bible describes what happens after death, right? So it's kind of weird, right?
Yeah, people describe like a portal. In fact, let me see if maybe I'll play like 1 minute. This is like, if you guys want, unless you don't want.
Yeah, you can play whatever.
Okay, let's see. It's just
I guess maybe I would probably, like, depending on what was being described, I would use scripture to generally attack whatever experience they laid claim to.
Okay.
Right? But got to keep in mind, right now, there's also prophecy, right? So Jesus wasn't exactly the last prophet. There were supposed to be other people that came and, gave testimony, experiences, things like that, right? And there was supposed to be a form or a method used to be able to test them, whether they were real or not. Matter of fact, that was it within scripture. That was a thing, right? And that's what you're supposed to be commanded to do if a person makes such claims, is to test it against the scripture, supposedly speaking.
Yeah, and these people weren't really Christians. I don't know that they were. One guy that I watched was a Muslim, but another guy, I don't know. The one but I was going to play this one first just because it's kind of funny. It looks funny. I haven't seen it, but he's pretty reliable. So I'll play this one real quick, and then I'll play the intro to that other one that the guy died in. Okay, hold on.
We have
ladies and gentlemen, so apparently a Harvard study shows that there may be aliens living among us. Duh. Of course there's aliens living among us. Of course. I've been trying to tell y'all this for years now, that we got aliens living among us. Absolutely. The only thing is that we don't call them aliens. We just call them politicians. That's they've been basically controlling this whole situation for years. It's a bunch of aliens. We don't know where these people come from. We don't know. You ever met somebody that said they knew a politician all their life? Hell no. They just pop up. And the only people that say, "Oh, I knew him. I grew up with him." You're a damn alien too. That's why you know him like that. Come on.
Well, he ain't wrong.
Yeah, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it at all. Because if politicians are not aliens, why are they making it so damn hard for the people who live on Earth? You ain't never thought about that, did you? Did you? I'm smart. Y'all not gonna tell me I'm not. I'm muy inteligente. I know what's going on. We got aliens. We got action. Ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
Okay.
you wasn't fucking wrong.
Right. So going on my end, like, he's funny, huh?
Yeah, he damn sure ain't wrong.
Yeah, and some of the people that he like roasts when he does these like short little clips will just be someone like just crazy, like either acting or looking. He'll be like, "There's aliens, I told you. There's no way humans." Okay, anyway, I just had to play that real quick, but yeah, and I mean, a lot of people believe that with the creator idea that it's probably like an extraterrestrial. People that don't believe in God believe that we were created by like a higher form of life, more intelligent.
Oh shit, that's been around since
yeah,
probably before Anunnaki, but like those would be like I think as best as I can tell, that's kind of like one of the older beliefs is gods were basically extraterrestrials, or they're just basically not from Earth. Technically speaking, though, right, God would be an alien too. He's not from here, so
exactly. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna play this other one real quick. Let's see.
Damn, I thought for sure he was going to say, "Yeah, these fuckers keep jumping over the wall." But I mean, that was what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting to hear fucking politicians.
Just walking on in the wall, even like I guess the most like concentrated of like all the illegal immigrations in San Diego. I just heard that the other day, and most of them are not from South America either. Okay, so this is what. And I'll just play the beginning of it because it's obviously long, but it kind of gives highlights the most interesting part at the beginning, and then then they go into the whole thing. So let's see.
Oh God!
I don't know why it's not playing. Hold on.
I joined the game.
Fuck, I hate NDs.
From the age of 12 and 13. I had a rough life. Chicago was a hard place to grow up. Unfortunately, I took that route. Years have passed, and I pretty much mastered the craft, so to speak, of the streets. Give my life to. I consider them like a family to me. And come to find out, they stabbed me in the back and set me up to get me killed. Hey, wait a minute, something is not right. And I had a weird feeling in my gut about this guy. All of a sudden, I looked up, and the guy looked at me with a smirk. He just kind of like evil grin, like, I got you. It was just like it was so evil. But I just remember everything moving in slow motion, and I fell back. This kind of darkness is not a darkness that's here on earth. This darkness is alive. So as I'm falling, I knew this was hell. And then I heard the screams of the people. And the first thing I noticed were these demons, things. They're the most grotesque, smelliest. Hollywood can't even get close to how these things look. They're so deformed. They had reptilian look, reptile look to them. And their eyes were glowing yellow. Some of them eyes were red. Some of them were like 13 feet tall. Some of them were this big.
Hi, welcome to Touching the Afterlife. I'm excited to have Dominic with us.
I'm trying
today.
to pause it now.
Dominic has a powerful testimony.
Back.
He grew up in Chicago on the streets in a gang. He was shot twice. He was taken out of his body and went to hell. His wife actually reached out to me unbeknownst to him so that he can share his powerful testimony. And he's bravely here today to do so. And so I'm thankful to have you hear this powerful testimony. Welcome with me today.
Okay. Jeez. All right. Let's go down to my touch screen. Okay, sorry. So anyway, there's like I watched a few of those and they kind of had the same thing. So I guess for me it's like I don't know what the harm is. Even like people that are believers have doubts, but like if you do believe, is there really a negative repercussion to it? I mean, I don't know.
Are you asking a question?
That's just like my like kind of open-ended thought. Like, you know, I guess if people can't force themselves to believe anything, but when some people are adamant about like contesting like the idea of God, to me it's just like, well, kind of like to the point that you made earlier, like what harm is there in believing in it? You know what I mean? Because what if that is true? What if there's like scary demons? And I kind of think there probably are.
Well, now keep in mind, right? Like I make I make some really good secular arguments for Christianity. They just don't have anything to do with faith, right? They don't have anything to do with God specifically. They have more to do with society. But it's really just a value judgment system. You know, you can either have this or you can have that. Which do you have a preference for? It really boils down that way. If you're making a concept, or if you're asking about whether a guy tells a story, right, and that it's supposed to convince people to believe, maybe a couple hundred years ago he might have had a chance at that, but society is unfortunately going away from the concept of faith. It's either the case that a lot of people from hundreds of years ago were lying back then and they were all like faith believers and just faking it, or it's the case that society is just saying, well, fuck God, we don't need him. Kind of like how Nietzsche basically spelled it out. You know, God's dead, we killed him, who's going to save us, kind of thing. A story's not going to create or help somebody gain faith. It will, however, motivate people to act. This is why we tell stories. This is why we have even crazy myths even today. Santa Claus, behave, or Santa Claus is going to, bring you a stocking full of coal or something, right?
Right.
The idea of a story is to motivate a person into action. I don't have a problem with a story per se. I almost want to say that lying to people is generally a bad idea, but that's the status quo we've always been within our societies, right? We're naturally drawn to manipulate people one way or the other. Just always seems to be that case. So I don't want to be too criticizing on him. I just don't put any value to it.
Yeah. And I am actually a big believer in not trying to force anybody to believe anything. So
you can't. At the end of the day, you can't force somebody to believe something, right? Like it's. I don't believe in rights per se. I believe those are a fiction. But the only thing that you can have that you can't really be denied of, absent death, is choice, right? You can choose to believe what you want, right? At the end of the day, whether you're convinced of it or not, I don't even think that's all that of an important thing to deal with, right? I don't understand. God damn, this is not fair. I don't really understand what faith is to people. I understand what hope is, right? But when Christians talk about faith, it kind of goes a little over my head. All I can do is say there's this little sprinkle of something magical on top of hope. That's about as close as I can get to you guys with it.
Makes sense.
But I also don't believe it's necessary. At least not when it comes down to functioning within a society. Now, if it's the case that faith is an obligation for salvation within Christianity, boy, do I got fucking big problems, right? But I also don't believe in free will either. I'm pretty sure Romans 9 goes against that concept. I'm going to be granted whatever grace that I'm granted based on God's will anyways. So I don't see a reason to waste my time on it too much, like searching for it. I'm either going to have it or I'm not, and that is what it is. Now the question
go ahead.
comes down to is whether his story has any weight to it of having accuracy within the religion. So you'd have to take the details from that story, and this is actually what the Bible does tell you to do. Take that story, take the details of it, and pit it against the scripture and test it. If it goes against the scripture, it's fake.
Right, because faith would be belief in things unseen, right?
I guess, yeah, if you want that definition, sure.
So yesterday, I believe you were there the whole time, right, Josh? And Lionel, I know you went on Risky's stream, but he said they brought up the subject of free will and whether or not that. And he was like reciting some scripture in regard to it, and he believed that free will, as far as I gathered from what he was saying anyway, that free will is not biblical because God already knows what we're going to do. But I have a different way of interpreting that.
Keep in mind, Christianity in the concept of free will is in the doctrine. There's about like 9 different doctrines, right? They're not biblical. They're doctrine. Doctrines are basically like, think of it like philosophy, but within a religion where they're trying to explain concepts. It's like the Trinity. Like the Trinity, its origin was an attempt to describe the nature of God, right? It's not from the Bible. It's not supposed to be from the Bible. It's supposed to say, hey, look, God is this thing, and he does it this way for this reason, right? It's kind of like a human's commentary on trying to have an understanding of something that you can't really explore. The concept of free will would be that same thing. It was supposed to, some people want it to be like an anti-Protestant form of, well, you can just choose to believe faith. You know, you can just choose to believe God, or I'm sorry, you can choose to believe Jesus or not. It's not really a scriptural concept. It's definitely a human perspective, almost a philosophy. We would consider it a theology,
like an interpretation of how they
not even of their personal belief. Yeah, maybe, but it's definitely not supposed to be that way scripturally.
Right, because I mean, a lot of religions, like you were saying, believe in the Abrahamic, like, like document, the Old Testament, but they don't interpret it all the same way. So what I was thinking when Risky said that, because I kind of envisioned, like, I was trying to think of a scenario that would fit, that would be kind of easy to perceive. And I was thinking, okay, like, for instance, say God, right? Like, but to put it in a situation like amongst us, like if I could go and travel in time, so say I was able to go to the future and I knew when, how, everything, all the details of how Lionel died, right? Like I know it sounds dark, but does that mean that I caused his death, or that I knew, like, that I had anything to do with it, or that I could just see the future and I knew how it would come about? That's kind of how I interpret God knowing what decisions we're going to make doesn't mean that it's predetermined or predestined.
Ooh, yes, it would. It'd have to be. Well, it would have to be the case that if you have the ability to. Okay. First, think about the concept of how much energy is just on planet Earth. Fuck all the other planets. Fuck all the other stars. Just how much energy is on planet Earth. The ability to have that, an entity to have that much power to create just that much energy that's on planet Earth would have to be the case that they would know that if I'm going to create this thing and it's going to turn out this way. Not to mention, Scripture also implies that it knows your choices before you make them. Thus, it can also, like, it has the ability to, God would have the ability to go one way or the other with the choice of the decision of the creation. An example, I'm going to create Earth, create all the humans on it, and then I'm going to flood the fucker because they all decide that they just want to be fucking degenerate bastards. And so we're going to kill all but, like, Noah's family and just restart the population kind of thing, right? This concept of knowing is it's implied and Scripture. So you can't really get around that idea that God couldn't, just because God doesn't know that he can't also control. The fact that you created a thing and knowing that thing that you created implies that you've created the thing that does the bad thing.
So if you say, like, you have your child's Christmas presents hidden and they're going, like, to go searching for them, does that mean you made them go search for them, or that they didn't have a choice whether or not they searched for them?
Yes, within the context of God, the answer is yes. With the context of us, no, we don't have that ability. If you're going to say you have the ability to know the future of your children, right? And the next child you give birth is going to be the next Hitler, Stalin, or Pol Pot, right? And you actively give birth, right? You now caused Stalin, Hitler, and all of these other deaths by your choice and action from the creation. There's no way around this concept.
Blue Jay, you ever heard of the observer effect?
Oh, God.
I don't think so.
So basically, in quantum mechanics, there are things like wave functions, superpositions, measurement, and collapse. They basically let's look at something like an electron. And if you describe it with wave functions, it basically represents a probability distribution of all states of that particle. But that particle doesn't have a definitive position or momentum until it's measured. They're effectively saying the state of a system, it's basically nothing until it's literally observed. So basically,
I've heard some brief conversation about that philosophy. Does it exist unless it's observed? Is that kind of the same?
The observer effect, that's not a philosophy. That literally is a science. It's called
okay.
It's called
the concept behind it is, like, does it exist unless, like, it's recorded, or is that the same thing?
It's basically describing how the act of basically observing a system, you can influence or alter that state of system. That's why they use the particle situation, where the particle doesn't have a definite position or momentum until it's observed.
Okay.
So we're talking about going to the future and how you don't have an effect. The fact is you're observing it, and hence you're basically creating that actuality of it.
Okay.
So
interesting.
Let me see if I can describe this a little easier way.
My bad.
No, you're okay.
I know what you're saying. It's just like a very, like.
Oh, well, let me try to explain it in the most, like, simplistic concepts. You got a piece of paper, you got two slits inside of it, right? And you're taking light beams at a photon level, right? And you're firing them through the slits, right?
The double slit experiment.
Right.
We were just talking about that. Yeah. Okay.
Y-O-U-N, yeah. It's the second one, not the first one. The second one was the one where we figured out how to monitor and unmonitor or collect data and not monitor it, if that's like a thing actually. But basically you're firing through there. The first theory or the first experiment gives out a pattern, right? You can recognize a pattern. However, when they decided that they could find a way to do this automatic without actually observing it through there, you came up with a different pattern. Okay. All that theory does, or all of that now, everything that came after that is the theory, right? What it points to is the fact that something being observed has an altered pattern. And it's just something as simplistic as light photons. All action has some type of reaction. All cause has some type of effect. Like I said in the chat, it's the one thing that you're going to get a secularist closer to the concept of a God is it has to come from somewhere, right? We just don't know. Most of us within the atheist concept, we're stuck with I don't know, right? So we need something to convince us. But it's the same principle over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's so funny you say that because I actually had found this video, but we didn't play it. This is the end of the ad thing, but should we play it as like form? It's a double slit experiment.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I want to point this out. Even within your Bible, right? It stipulates specifically that God created both the how does it worded again? I created the darkness and the light. I created both good and evil. He created it knowing what it was going to do. His intention, his purpose. We might not understand it, but according to the scripture, he knew what he was doing. And thus the concept of anything he does is going to have an after effect that he is going to be aware of it. And the fact that he's going to commit to the action of the creation gives him the responsibility that comes everything with it. You just got to hope it kind of turned out the way he intended it to be.
Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting concept. It's called the observer effect. Okay. Let's see. It said, once we discover it, let's see. I wish I could read this without making it big. One sec. Okay. Once we discover there's a God, the next big question is how did he get here and who created him? Yeah, that's like kind of back to what Josh was saying in terms of like how the questions never end. Like we're not capable of really knowing. But I'm gonna play this real quick, and then maybe Dennis, if he's available, he may be able to come up too. Okay, he's waking. Okay, cool. Well, I'll play this real quick, this 4-minute one, and then we can kind of like go further on that double slit type of phenomenon thing that you're talking about. Let me go back to it real quick. This first part is the end of this like ad. I don't know why I think it's part of the video, obviously, because I have the premium, but it's almost over.
Sources. Likewise, light seems to behave like waves, but when we observe it, it's as if we're loading its properties, causing it to change.
Okay, sorry, I guess that adds.
The double slit experiment defies our understanding. It involves a laser shooting beams of light particles called photons at a screen with 2 parallel slits. If we mark all the spots where the photons hit the second wall, we should expect to see 2 strips to correspond with the 2 slits. But that's not what we see. Instead, we see an alternating pattern of light and dark bands. This is characteristic of the behavior of waves that pass through both slits simultaneously, interfering with each other to create the pattern on the second screen. The bright lines are where the top of waves meet, resulting in a more intense or brighter area on the screen. The darker bands are where the top of one wave meets the bottom of another, so they cancel each other out, resulting in a less intense or darker area on the screen. Here is a photo of a real interference pattern. The original double-slit experiment was conducted in 1801 by British polymath Thomas Young. Since then, it's been performed with various types of particles, including electrons, and they were found to behave in the same way. This phenomenon occurs even if the photons are fired one at a time, which suggests that the photon is interfering with itself as it passes through both slits at once. Physicists were so stumped that they decided to observe which slit the particle went through. And that's when things get really weird. When scientists used a measuring device to observe the slit that each photon passed through, the interference pattern disappeared, and the photons started behaving like particles. Instead of the spectrum of light and dark bands, we see two bright bands, indicating that the photons chose one slit or the other. So light can display characteristics of both particles and waves, known as wave-particle duality. It appears that light decides to behave as a wave when it's not being watched, and acts like a particle when it is being measured. The mere act of observing which slit it went through changed the behavior of the photons, almost as if they were aware they were being watched. It's kind of like how in a video game, the environment and objects only load when the player focuses on or interacts with them. The entire world isn't rendered all at once, allowing the game to save processing power and optimize resources. Likewise, light seems to behave like waves, but when we observe it, it's as if we're loading its properties, causing it to change and act like particles. Physicist Richard Feynman famously said, "The double-slit experiment is absolutely impossible to explain in any classical way, and has in it the heart of quantum mechanics. In reality, it contains the only mystery." The most widely accepted theory to explain this phenomenon comes from physicist Niels Bohr, who proposed that particles like photons don't have definite properties until they're observed. So in the case of light, photons exist in a wave-like form representing a range of possible positions until they are observed. When we measure or observe the particle, we force it to choose a definite state, behaving like particles. This is called the Copenhagen interpretation, named in honor of Bohr's home city. However, to this day, no one knows why observing a particle causes its behavior to change. Not everyone was a fan of his theory. Einstein disagreed that particles could be in multiple states at once until observed. He was uncomfortable with the inherent randomness of such an interpretation, and famously said, "God does not play dice with the universe." Einstein believed that the universe followed a consistent set of rules, like how his general relativity theory predicted the motion of planets around the sun. He spent his later years trying to develop a unified theory that explained everything in the universe, but he didn't succeed. Physicists recently conducted a variation on the double-slit experiment. In April 2023, researchers at Imperial College London swapped out the screen with two slits for a transparent material used in smartphone screens called ITO. They first fired a laser beam at the material. When a second laser was directed at the material and pulsed super quickly in quadrillionths of a second, it caused the material to become temporarily reflective. The interaction of laser 2 with the material changed the frequency and therefore the color of the light from laser 1 that was reflected off the material. This experiment shows that by manipulating time rather than space, they were able to create interference patterns similar to the interference observed in the original double-slit experiment. There are certain things in life we take for granted. If you don't get enough sleep, you'll feel tired and groggy. If you drive recklessly, you're more likely to get into an accident. But sometimes there are principles that govern our lives that we just can't explain. The perplexing result of the double-slit experiment is up for interpretation, with some suggestions that this is evidence our world could be programmed. So far, not even the best scientific minds can explain the bizarre behavior of particles, at least, not yet. There are many puzzles that are perplexing. For example, can you tell what's wrong with the gears Leonardo da Vinci wanted to use in his military tank design from the 15th century? This is one of thousands of problems you'll find on Brilliant, a website and app where you can learn STEM interactively.
Okay, so let me remove this. Angel, what's up?
So the
I think you're muted, Angel, or maybe on purpose. Okay. So Lionel and Josh, is that basically kind of like what you guys were referring to?
yes,
That's
the
really
important
interesting.
Yes.
the
Okay,
important
I haven't watched that.
yeah, the important part of it is to denote the difference in patterns when observed and not observed. That's the important takeaway from it.
Really weird that it knew if it was observed. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's why I don't like having that conversation with Christians, because it gets a little freaky, right? I think there's a
Yeah.
lot more simplistic of an answer, and it goes down into like how a particle is defined. Light particles are very questionably defined. Everything that we've ever understood about light has been tossed in the garbage every 10 years. Like, we keep going back to the drawing board. We know
About
less,
light? Is that what you said?
yeah, we know less about light than we do about any other element that exists.
Even time?
Time is actually kind of simplistic. Light is apparently really super complicated.
Mm. What's up, Angel?
Hey, Blue Jay.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. Like, it seems like EAE and a few people are still like holding on to the fact that Barnabas had paid me almost 6 months ago, earlier this year.
Don't you say that word here? Don't you say that word here?
I'm not even going to say it over here, Joshua.
I'm trying to stay away from kind of like that race and all that fighting. I'm just trying to stick to more like intellectual subjects. So
I'm just like reading the chat there, but I ain't even going to say it over here, Joshua.
yeah, we're glad you're here. EAE is, he's always joking around, so can take him with a grain of salt.
But anyways, from what I said, never knew much about like the kind of stuff that our phones are capable of, or the light that video that you just showed.
Yeah, we're kind of been all over the place, but we're kind of on the subject of whether evolution is like possible with new science and new mathematical findings showing that some aspects of it are, but it's more pointing toward like probably a coder or a creator of some sort. Do you have any opinions on whether you think like we evolved from like apes, or do you feel like we're individual, unique beings that were like put here on Earth from either like God or aliens or some type of a higher power?
I'm trying to think. I'm sorry, Blue Jay. Say that again.
Okay. Oh, do you believe that we like evolved from apes, or through evolution, or do you believe that we were specifically placed here purposely from either like God or aliens or some other higher power that like created us and put us here on?
There's a lot of conspiracies. I think if there wasn't the ape, there wouldn't be the caveman in the Stone Age of earlier in the world of like the years of BC when dinosaurs were existent and all that. Blue Jay, because if I had to say, I do think that maybe some formation of human was like born as an ape, but then mutated or like evolved into human formation. Otherwise, cavemen wouldn't be speaking the gurring kind of noise that you see from interpretations of what the early days of the universe was like. But also, if there wasn't no form thing of that, then there wouldn't be no such thing as the Big Bang Theory.
Okay, so you kind of lean toward, you do believe in the Big Bang Theory?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and that was what, how long, couple billion years ago, do you know when they said that happened? And what, I'm not, Joshua probably knows more about the Big Bang Theory, or Lionel. But, okay, so do you believe that because you feel that we did evolve from apes to cavemen to humans, does that counteract God, or is it possible that both exist, that maybe God had a hand in having that occur?
I wouldn't have any idea, but the early days of Christianity had to start somewhere, if you ask me. And in terms of like how it started, well, I think maybe some formation of early days of the world of what was written in terms of like Christianity and Jesus. So it seems like everything is like written, followed, like how we all like write a documentary of our lives or turn something of our experiences or something that we see, know, or hear about across the news into a book or a novel. And Christianity is much like that, a novel, but it's a formation of religious faith within the belief of Jesus Christ and the Son of God. And at the end of it, maybe the Son of God was one of the first human beings upon the days of the prehistoric times. And who knows, the caveman may have inspired the Christianity of what Jesus Christ has all been all about.
Okay. So you believe they could coexist, and that the Bible is like a historical collection of biographies and historical accounts, like, and then
Because the stories within the Bible, like Mark, the Jonas, and all the people within the Bible, their names have to be synonymous with some form of history to be written in the Bible of context. So everything has its historical roots at one way or another.
right. Do you believe that the stories that seem kind of far-fetched to a lot of people, like Jonah and the whale, or like parting of the Red Sea, things like that, are those in your mind more of like a parable, kind of like a just like a tall tale to get a point across, or do you believe that those things were actually possible, that they literally happened?
That just depends on what you want to believe at the end of the day. Like, people may say that it actually happened. In terms of me, either I would have to know the historic factor within that to believe it. If not, then it's just like some fantasy fairy tale that is said years after years. It's kind of like when we as kids read like the fairy tales of Cinderella and Beauty and the Beast and many others. And at one time when I was a kid, I believed the whole notion of my nose growing like Pinocchio, and that's something that we as people believe when we're younger. But as we get older, we learn the real meaning and thing. But we end up passing that kind of stuff onto our other kids. So the kind of thing that you're asking about may have been something that started, that's been passed on over the years, that a lot of people may believe. But at the end of it, it just depends on how historical meaning it actually has.
The hell does that
Right.
even mean? Historical.
Like, what does it mean? Meaning has some form of time lineage or a past happening of an event.
Somebody wrote something down in a book. She's asking you, do you believe that thing that was written, or that event that was written down in the book, did it exist? Did it happen, or did it not happen? That was her whole question. You're saying if historically it happened, then I'll believe it. The hell does that mean then?
Right, like I'll give you an example. So, like, are you familiar with the nursery rhyme of Hansel and Gretel? And they warned the kids not to go off into the forest, and then they did it anyway, following the crumbs, and then they were captured by a witch that was going to boil them in the cauldron. Are you familiar with that story? It's basically like a cautionary tale, like to scare kids into not wandering off into the woods, right? So it didn't actually happen. but kids believe it, and so therefore they're afraid to go in the woods because they believe that it could happen to them. Where, like, for instance, those things in the Bible, could they be exaggerated and more of like a parable, if you're familiar with that term, like to just get across like a narrative or like kind of a point across? Or do you think that, like, for Jonah was swallowed by a whale, or like Noah's Ark, like the whole earth flooded and Noah literally found pairs of animals and saved them, and then we started over after? Like, do you know what I mean? Just basically asking, do you think it actually happened, or they're made up to kind of just give people examples of like how we should behave?
And that's why I brought up the whole Pinocchio story, where I thought and believed as though my nose would actually grow anytime I told a lie.
So do you think that's the way the Bible is kind of more like a Pinocchio instead of an actual event that happened exactly as it's written?
Probably not.
Probably more like Pinocchio.
Okay, let me. Shit. See, now I'm going to go against myself here. Fuck this. Okay.
I'm turning my cam off for a minute, but I'm here.
Let's take the concept of getting swallowed by a whale. Do you know that there is recorded document on video of a guy being swallowed whole by an anaconda and then living?
Really? Okay. An anaconda is still the big snake. Yeah, actually, it happened with whales. I was going to look. That's why I came down, because I'm trying to find this video I saw not long ago of these surfers that were swallowed by a whale. But I thought I'm going to look for it.
The ingestion system of a whale, depending on, again, it just said big fish specifically. I mean, the idea of a whale would be more of a different thing. But the idea of a big animal swallowing a human and that human surviving is not impossible, depending on, I guess, the concept of how it did. Now, the guy that was swallowed by an anaconda obviously might be a lot smaller. At least the digestive system would be a lot smaller than a whale. And he had a protective suit. Like, they literally did this to the guy intentionally. Like, they fed him to a fucking snake with this like weird suit thing on to ensure his survival, and he had a radio. It's kind of fucking cool, actually.
Okay, so that's crazy.
Yeah, the idea that it being impossible is crazy. I fucking hate when people ask a damn. Is somebody going to ask a question? Fuck, put an answer in there. Don't ride the fucking fence.
Yeah, I believe that they like literally happened. So that's my belief. But it is just interested in like hearing other people like what they.
Like, why didn't you understand where I was coming from in terms of my me saying about the historical context of things? Like, why do you have to question every goddamn thing, Joshua?
Because your answer would be the same thing as when you were in school and somebody gave you a fucking history book, right? And then asked you, do you believe this thing happened? Do you believe it's possible? It's written in a book. And her question is, do you believe that it's possible? She even was polite enough to add the word possible in there. Real simple. So I even answered it for you. Do I believe that a person can fucking get swallowed by a whale and somehow manage to survive? The answer is yes. They've demonstrated it with a fucking snake, big anaconda. Which, I mean, nobody's done it with a whale that I'm aware of, but they did do it with a big snake.
Why are you so emotionally butthurt, Joshua?
Because you failed to answer a question, and worse, you opened the door to question any concept of history. It's just like basically saying, well, all fucking history books are just story tales. Well, fuck. If we get that, then there is no way to know anything.
You didn't fully understand where I was coming from. Because when I was telling about everything within what the Bible says in terms of the stories like Mark, Jonas, and all the people within the Bible, everything in there has its own, as you can well imagine, historical context. But at the end of it, they're just oh God, like you obviously don't listen to people besides your religious BS there,
I'm an
Joshua.
atheist, you asshole. But I can just demonstrate exactly her own question.
In order for me to believe something that is within it, it has to have some historical context. Is everything in the Bible historically there within there of what is written? Yeah. But at the end of it, it's what people write in something that can either be rewritten, falsified, or misdoctrined.
Go back. What do you mean everything in the Bible is historical? Okay, if that's the case, what year was Earth created?
What year was Earth created? Well, why don't you answer that yourself?
Well, I mean, you're saying that everything in the Bible has some type of it's according to history. So, in Book of Genesis, it explains
I'm sorry to mess with you. You said you're an atheist, right? So it means you're antichrist.
No, that's not what it means. And I damn sure wouldn't be anti-Christ.
Do you guys want to watch the video of the whale? It's like real short. The swallowed the surfers.
Play it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Damn, did a whale really swallow? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's bad.
Yeah, it did. It's interesting. Okay, let me pull it back up.
But she was asking you about the everything within the Bible, not the how long ago Earth was created. You are trying to take things out of context and go beyond what you were just talking about.
She's flat out asked you if you believed that it was possible.
Okay.
I can't tell. The blue whales, humpback whales?
I think it says, it's been a while since I saw this.
No.
Ooh.
No.
Yummy boat.
Oh my.
I'm pretty sure that was a blue whale.
Are you okay?
Let me know. Hold on 1 second. That one.
So again, what does the
it shows them like spitting it out. Okay, wait. Let me try this one.
what does the year of the Earth created have to do with your?
You use the term historical.
But she was asking me within what is written of the Bible, not how long ago the earth was created. And she was asking me about if we as human beings had evolved from creatures like apes or something like that. Everything has its own historical context, but you are taking it way beyond than what it should be there, much like every atheist person that yourself tries to do.
Huh? First of all, she didn't ask anything about the evolutionary concept. She asked specifically.
Oh, I did. I did.
Oh, did you?
To be fair. Yeah, I asked if you thought we evolved from like apes or if we were created and like specifically like placed on the earth by like a higher power of some sort. So I did ask him that.
That's what you goddamn missed, Joshua. Goddamn listen from here on out, man.
So what's the historical evidence? What's the historical evidence of human evolution? Specifically Homo sapiens.
Well, first off, every human being began as some creature, right? Like a long time ago, we obviously either were like apes, or the first man may have been born from a dinosaur's the skin. In terms of that, I think we have evolved from apes into humans over the billions of years that Earth has been around. But
where did you come up with that concept? According to science, that humans,
well,
Homo
how do you
sapiens,
feel?
evolved from apes.
Well, how do you think dinosaurs were created then, moron?
Nobody knows, but apes
Neither
are a
does your
cousin.
ass. You don't know jack shit.
Yeah,
You
here's
don't
your
know
problem.
anything.
Here's your problem. Not even science can't claim that humans or Homo sapiens originated from apes. Apes are a cousin, meaning that there was some other ancestor. If we're going to
But
go
what
down
are
like the genetic concept, not even science makes the claim that you're
but what
making.
but what does apes and human being have in common?
They're both primates.
We're all living beings. It doesn't matter of the
So
goddamn
is a fucking
species.
carrot and a piece of broccoli.
We're all living, breathing things there, man.
Oh, breathing. Now we're going to add breathing into it. Okay.
How do you think humans live, moron?
Fish breathe too.
Besides food and water, how do you think human beings live, moron?
How do
Besides food and water.
Which species of human are you asking about? They don't have an education system on the reserve? What the fuck? You jumped on the panel on the wrong person. You know you and I don't get along so well. You come up here trying to fire shots, I'll return them back. I don't give a shit about it.
What is the main point that you guys are disagreeing on here?
But how do you think apes were created then, moron? How do you think apes were created? If you want to think that we did not evolve from that species of animal of any kind.
Nobody knows which ape. There's a shit ton of different apes. There's a shit ton of different species of apes. They all did not originate the same. They don't have the same origins.
Yeah, we do share like 98% of our DNA, but I guess we share DNA with a lot of other living.
Yeah, like 95% of our DNA is shared with like the vast majority of species that even existed even 200 years ago.
Right, like earthworms and like, yeah. So
it doesn't particularly mean shit.
Exactly. Let's see. I'm gonna mute because I'm gonna see if this other video of the well, because the one I saw is like a long time, but basically
why are you so emotionally triggered, Joshua?
Why is what?
Why are you so emotionally triggered?
Because I don't like stupid people.
Well, you're being just as stupid as that Imperious guy is.
Oh, I'm worse than Imperious. I'm much worse than Imperious.
We'll say opinionated. We'll go with that. Rather than, but so okay. I mean, everybody can have their own.
What was the last video? Did they come up out of the water? I don't know.
Spit them out, but the video was bad. But the one that I was looking for, the well like blew them up back out of the blowhole.
Damn.
I know, it was crazy. And I saw that video. I just have no idea where it went. But this other one, this guy got swallowed, and he explains what it's like because it wasn't caught on tape. But I guess it is possible. It's like 1 minute. Should we see?
But what's the difference between atheists and Christianity then?
I'll pre-watch it. So I'm gonna watch it. Like, I'll be back.
Well, Christianity specifically would hold a faith specifically in Jesus. An atheist would lack a faith in pretty much any God.
So you ain't Christian, or you ain't Christianity then?
I hate? No. I'm also a Christian nationalist. As an atheist, I just simply lack any
You can't
faith.
be both. You can't be both a atheist
The
and
fuck you can't.
Christianity. You can't be both of them. So choose which one, man. Just like I can't be both a Democrat and Republican voter, I have to choose either or. I don't believe in the whole independent bullshit because at the end of it, independents there are more liberal than they may realize. And at the end of it, but which one are you actually? Are you atheist, which equates to anti-Christ, or are you Christian in the belief of Jesus and God? Come on, man. Choose which Christianity religious faith you believe in. Like you can't have both religions, just like how I can't be the black and native at the same goddamn time.
Have you lost your mind? What is a fucking Christian nationalist? What do you think it is? It's a political movement. It's quite literally somebody that is an attempt to basically
I didn't say anything about Christian nationalists, moron. You're taking things what I said out of context. You don't goddamn listen.
No, you said you can't be both. And here I am.
Humorous. It's just hilarious. You want to say I'm stupid, that I'm a dummy, but yet I'm trying to get you to understand that you can't be atheist and a Christian at the same goddamn time when you try to describe your Christian faith there, man. Choose one religion. You can't have both.
Have you not? Get the dick out of your ears. Christian nationalist. An atheist is a person that lacks faith in a God. A Christian nationalist is a person that supports Christian nationalism movement. It's a political movement. More specifically, it's somebody that basically wants to take biblical doctrine, some doctrine, as a political claim to basically override into the government. Literally, like basically making the United States a Christian country.
Well, I didn't say like the thing is you're adding nationalist as though that's what it is.
Nationalist, it means by country,
Angel,
aka the government.
Angel, he's telling you the definition. If we're being real, it's Christian nationalist is different from being a Christian. Just clarifying.
But did I say anything about Christian nationalists?
You
He's
said
been telling you though for you to understand though. That's what he's been trying to tell you.
Well, his definition of his him being an atheist that is not answering because you like tried to say that you are a believer in Christ or something like that.
No, I said a Christian believes specifically in Christ. That's their faith. I'm an atheist, meaning I lack any faith in any God.
Okay, do you guys want to see this? This is funny. I don't know what the thing is. Okay.
What is that?
It's weird. I don't know.
I will be right back in like 20 minutes. I got to go pick up my kid from school. It only takes
in 2021 is going on here. What in the hell is this?
Fat ass fraud.
What is this? Ain't no way in hell. Now I'm telling you now. Hey, y'all gonna make me say.
I'm trying to get the
save up my money and buy a planet.
How do I get?
I'm not playing with y'all. I live somewhere else, y'all. Hey, and I've been hearing that they done found another Earth or something like that. Y'all done found another Earth. All right, you think I ain't going with you? If you pack up and say, and you all decide to leave, I'm coming. What you gonna do? You gonna stop me? You gonna kick me out? Hey, whatever. I'm coming. Think I ain't. Y'all ain't gonna leave me here with that. The little bubbly albino frog looking thing. I ain't staying there with that. Y'all decide to leave, you leave, I'm leaving. I tell you like Kermit say, don't play with me, play with your mammy.
It's weird, huh? I don't know
Is
what
that
it is.
is that some form of like unknown species of frog?
I guess. Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. But just know that comedian people like send him clips of just random stuff. So
I
somebody,
thought it was one of those like Marshmallow Man from Ghostbusters.
that's what it looks like. I know it's creepy looking. Its eyes, like it looks like it's like it's
Like,
really smart.
wow, that's like the oddest creature I've ever seen, and that was all over 3 years ago. And I've like never seen that until just now of what you've shown. Like, holy moly! Like, uh, it's hard to tell what kind of animal that is actually.
I know. It is really weird. Let's watch this again real quick so we can, because it's short. But yeah, it's too weird. I don't know. Hold on, let's see. Let me go back. Hold on. Let's see if we can identify it. It's got to be like a amphibian, I'm guessing. Let's see.
Well, Blue Jay, do you know where Joshua Jones is from? Like what country? Like he says it's 4 p.m. where he's at, and obviously he ain't from the United States. Do you know what country he's from?
I think he's from the United States, but as far as I know, his father was in the military, so he moved around a lot. But then also now he lives in Vietnam.
Oh, he lives in Vietnam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been in Vietnam as long as he's been coming on like CT's show. Well, he doesn't go on there anymore, but like when I first saw him, so I don't know how long he's been in YouTube or where he was before that. He said he lived in Iran for a couple of years, and Estonia. I think he's moved around a lot for his job.
Huh.
I know. Okay, I'll play this one more time. We'll move on. It's just so weird.
Ladies and gentlemen, anybody want to tell me just what in the extraterrestrial in 2021 is going on here? What in the hell is this? What is this? Ain't no way in hell. Now, I'm telling you now. Hey, y'all gonna make me save up my money and buy a planet. I'm not playing with y'all. I'll live somewhere else. Y'all, hey, and I've been hearing that they done found another Earth or something like that. Y'all done found another Earth. All right. You think I ain't going with you? If you pack up and say y'all decide to leave, I'm coming. What you gonna do? You gonna stop me? You gonna kick me out? Hey, whatever. I'm coming. Think I ain't. Y'all gonna leave me here with that? The little bubbly albino frog looking.
I'm guessing a lot of people have said that it's some form of like alien life form. And I know over years people have made conspiracies of seeing UFOs and that kind of stuff. But at the end of it, do I really believe in aliens? Unless if you have a spaceship that shows it, then no. Because I think aliens are more so the kind of thing that was made up many years ago, just as a form of belief in people, and people ended up believing as though the simplest of object in our sky is some form of alien object.
Okay, so you don't believe in UFOs either?
Oh no.
Okay.
Because sci-fi and fantasy is one thing. Try to make you believe.
What would they want us to believe that for?
I don't know, maybe a new form of like culture thing or some form of like the pretty much like. Do you believe in leprechauns?
No.
Then there's my point. for many years, they made us believe that leprechauns are lucky or are at the end of the rainbow with a pot of gold, and it's the kind of thing that will get us to believe the something for many years or
Okay.
generation.
Yeah, like a fable.
Pretty much.
So with the UFOs, they have the government had a declassification statute passed where a lot of the stories or evidence that they think, say that they profess to be UFOs anyway. Maybe they're making it up, like according to those who believe more like what you believe. So do you think that those supposed like spacecraft and that they're that's all pretend, like the government, because that just happened, and now a lot of people have come out and said they've seen more people that were in like the Air Force and like high up positions in the government that were like sworn to secrecy are now able to tell their stories, and there's a lot of them. So why do you think those like just regular like civilians would be motivated to like make up lies like that?
Um, uh, in terms of what you said there,
Yeah, he seems to be on
like,
the page as you. I'll read his
I
real
believe
quick.
in life outside of Earth. However, I'm skeptic of any and all UFO stories. The tech required to travel between stars within a fast enough time period is so outerworldly.
Is that sort of like the same thing that you believe as well? Is that why you think it's too far fetched?
Pretty much, and I highly doubt the first person to walk on the moon, Lance Armstrong, if I'm correct. Don't know if he saw any or any alien sights or UFOs in the outer space that they get us to believe.
Yeah, Lance Armstrong was the cyclist that won the Tour de France, like that got caught like doing all those stories. What
Well, not Lance
it is
Armstrong.
Armstrong. What's the name, Lionel?
Uh,
Now
I'm trying to remember the space person that landed on the moon in 1969.
yeah, it is Armstrong. There were a few of them. Do you remember? Now I've been to NASA too. Now like totally drew a blank. Do you remember Lionel? That his name? Something Armstrong. Neil Armstrong.
Neil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
knew it was something Armstrong.
My
Because I knew the last name was Armstrong, but I had to try to jog my memory because there's been so many famous people with the Armstrong last name in it, so I had to remember exactly, and that's who it was. Lionel was Neil Armstrong.
yeah.
yep. And then Buzz Aldrin. Yep. Dennison put in the chat. And then there was one more guy. I think there was three of them, right? Yeah, I actually went to NASA, like the one in Houston, and toured. So I saw the original. Like, and
Well,
little,
I'm sorry, DJ. I'm
what?
laughing at the chat there.
Oh,
Yeah,
EAE.
you're not an idiot. I like was saying the last the saying the different person's name with Armstrong, and I said Lance instead of Neo. So I guess we can say we are two peas of a pod, but not of an idiot there, EAE. But
Yeah,
don't think
EAE.
yourself as an idiot. I was trying to remember which Armstrong it was, and just like how you like accidentally put Armstrong instead of Buzz Aldrin, doesn't make you an idiot, man. Much like
Yeah,
my confusion about the Armstrong person.
EAE was probably the closest because he had at least two of them, but he just had the names like combined. But yeah, so yep.
Yeah.
I just think I don't
We,
personally believe in the moon landing, but a lot of people push back on that. But I just think it seems like there's too many things about it that just don't make sense to me. But Michael Collins. That was the third one. Denison. Wonder why some get so much more notoriety than others. Like, if that is the third person, Michael Collins. I wonder, like, nobody even hears about him. Like, you know what I mean? He like went, but the first was it the first little weird thing
And I'm sorry,
in the fire?
And I'm sorry, and I'm sorry to also like give another example in terms of that. If people like believe in the world of paranormal and ghosts, I'm sorry, but as far as I've been alive, every single time that I believe as though something was moved around or something got lost from a ghost had always been from my mishaps. Like the morning about like 3 or 4 weeks ago, I woke up in the morning and I saw my door slightly open, and I thought maybe someone had like tried to come in and was a bit worried. And at the end of it, there, I almost thought it was like a ghost at first there. But turns out I didn't push my door in all the way that night before, and that's why my door was slightly open in front of my home when I woke up the following morning. But thankfully, nothing happened overnight about a month ago, so I was relieved. But it just made me like make sure to from there on out to like make sure my door is all the way shut. And at times I will not lock my door, but I've about like 95% of the time will. And usually it's because on like the nights that I just feel safe, I keep it unlocked. But even in the unlikeliest of things can happen, I should always keep it locked too. So at the end of it, I thought it was maybe a phantom of kind or a ghost, but at the end of it, it was just me not pushing my door in all the way. So the little door hinge was connected to the portion where it locks into place there.
Yeah, and better to be safe. Double check before you go to sleep. It's weird to think people go around like checking doorknobs, but obviously, I mean, it does happen. I had this person that I would like seem to find myself in like commenting on a lot of the same things on Facebook once. This was a couple of years ago, and then we started like messaging on Messenger, and he told me that he had witnessed like a UFO encounter, and then after that, he said he was being followed by the Men in Black, and like one time he woke up with his door open, and it was like that was the story. That's what reminded me of it. But then another friend of mine came over, and I was watching his interview because he was on some channel on YouTube, like sharing his story. And there were similar stories being shared. And my friend was like, "That's a crackhead." I'm like, "No," and he's like, "I know a crackhead when I see one." I'm like, "Okay, I don't think so." But yeah, I mean, you know, people say that you have like being followed by the Men in Black. But I thought that was interesting. But,
I'm sorry, but I'm laughing at what EAE. EAE, I think at the time, back at in the beginning of the year, when people tried to pay me and I tried to get people to like stop me, I followed it through with what they were trying to tell me at first. But as the weeks went by, I had to realize with what I had to stand for and believe in. So that's why I kind of just didn't follow the whole Christ thing with what Jeannie had advised me of. And yeah, I did go a whole 2 months without saying the N word at all. But at the end of it, there will be times where I'll go a length period of not saying it because I'm like feeling like happy and more spirited and all that. And other times that I will like say it there, but is it with the intent? Nope. It's just at the end of it, there you never know when I'll say it or who I'll say it to, but that doesn't mean that I'll say it to everyone over on CTs. But at the end of the day, like I just had to stand up for what I believe in, and yeah, I took the offer of what Barnabas did, but I had to like really think to myself of well, should I really be getting paid to stop saying something that really CT allows on his channel? So because it felt like more of like Barnabas was trying to bribe me, which he did, and yeah, I did take it at the end of it. But afterwards, I had to really think to myself of where I stand and all that. So everything from the $100 to the Chris thing with Jeannie, I just had to like step away from because I just couldn't let them get the hand over me and any of that. And at the end of the day, it seems like a lot of people have understood with where I stand, where I am at on CT streams, and at the end of it, people find humor with what I say, but it's not like a all the time kind of thing. EAE, as you know, so yeah.
Josh said he's back.
I don't find it comical. I find it fucking disgusting.
Okay. I was hoping you could get through because I had you up there already, but yeah, I know that's why my channel, I don't like getting into all that like racial like
it's not it's not just about the racial thing. It's to say one thing and do another, right? I used to believe that we were from a time period when a man's word meant something, but apparently that's not the case anymore, right? We can just say whatever the hell we want to say and not do that thing, right? So we're all just a bunch of lying pieces of shit, apparently. That's a problem. Now you understand why I have very strict standards on my prescriptions.
Like in the matter of integrity and like, yeah, keep it.
Yeah, I believe
big on that too.
I believe if your word is useless, you are a useless person. I mean, it just is what the thing that it is. What the hell else do we have if our own word cannot be taken seriously? What good are we? What use are we within society?
Yeah, we have the ability to change our mind, but that needs to be like expressed and explained, not just the other person that you committed something to still believing that you're following through with it and then you don't. Like you have to actually address and say, hey, I know I agree to this, however, this is what changed in my mind and blah blah, you know. So Lionel, do you want to address like the comment you had to EA about the phones? So you said about the phones being otherworldly, like are you talking about like first telephones or
Well, it wasn't just phones. I'm just saying our modern world was considered science fiction basically 200 years ago. And this is more so talking to EAE and Angel because just of their beliefs currently. But a lot of science fiction is absolutely reality currently.
Right. Even the internet, like 30, what might be how many, maybe not 30, I guess like for civilians, even 50 years ago, that seemed like crazy. So he said, I try my best. Oops. Got a conscious lie, but I do believe in withholding information. Okay, like omitting.
Joshua, what exactly is your biggest problem with me when you see me on CT's panel, man?
Anybody that uses publicly the N-word, I believe, should be drugged out on the street and shot.
That's what you were taught. That's what you were taught by your mom, which probably left you on your street to whoever trained you to become emotional as you feel.
It wasn't taught by my mother. It was taught by my father. That grown men do not go around trying to instigate trouble with other men because it reacts or it gets resulted in with a huge amount of violence, as you learned on that bus. The difference is some of us learn these lessons. Like when I ran my mouth when I was a little kid to another kid and got the crap beat out of me, I learned that lesson. We all figured out some way. Some of us just apparently seem to think that even as an adult, oh, well, we get to play childish games still. This is why
answer this question that is highlighted. Joshua, what about the millions of black rappers who use that word? And what about Eminem, Jackie Chan, and the Latino in Fast and the Furious? What about them?
I don't I don't consider black people using the N-word singing in context about hell, even if a black man gets up and says it to another black man, right? It's not going to have the same connotation as, well, me as a white man saying it to say Mr. Suggs here, right? They don't have the same meaning. They don't have the same intention. There's a reason why civil society behaves a certain way.
I think that's the thing. You are trained as though black people are the only ones that can say it there.
No. Well, I don't care if they say it or not, right? That's them. I don't support the idea of one man going up to another man and using the concept of any type of racial connotations to instigate a fight or belittle another person. That is asking for a wider range of violence that exists not just within those two people, but with the grander scale of that community.
Yeah, it's definitely not anything that I will like allow on my own channel because I try to, as I mentioned, I'm trying to stay away from like racial.
Then why don't CT allow it, Joshua?
Do what? You can't.
Why does CT allow it?
You have to ask CT. I can't read CT's mind.
The thing is, you are not as much as the First Amendment atheist that you are. You are not as much. You think that people should be restricted? There are plenty of ignorant people like yourself that think that even with the one with the A at the end should be stricken from the quote-unquote lexicon. Like you obviously are anti-American, you're anti-Christian, you're anti-Semagogue, and you're basically anti-First Amendment.
I definitely am anti-First Amendment.
At least now I know how your true feelings as a liberal in this country.
I'm not a liberal. I'm a conservative.
Only liberals would be anti-First Amendment, anti-Second Amendment, anti-Christ, and all the stuff that they hate about America.
I am
better to stay away from it entirely.
I am not a liberal by any means.
Oh, yes, you are. You act in a liberal type of way with everything that you are opposed to. Just because CT allows people, including myself, be brave, and anyone else to use the N-word, whether with an A or an R at the end. But your fifis get hurt as much as everyone else's. But I've never had no problem with you. But you get emotional and you're getting triggered because of what I
have
use.
Nothing to do with you. I am very.
Well, you hate me, obviously, so you obviously have something to do with me. So, what is like really the bigger problem besides what you have like against me in terms of what CP allows there?
You are the problem, sir.
The CT allows there.
Are we on CT's panel?
No, we're not. But you have emotional.
Do you see me on CT's
where they at? I would never bring that stuff over here, over to Blue Jays panel. I see that kind of stuff over on CT streams. But you are getting your fifis hurt because I like things up for what I believe in and what CT allows. You as much as a First Amendment pure human being and American, much like I am. I stand up for what I believe in. You don't. I can express myself. You don't want to express yourself like I do because you are not as much of an American as you claim you are.
Express yourself all you want, and people on buses can whoop your little ass. Yep.
You know I have the right to hit them back or shoot them with the gun or stab them with the knife. You know I have that right to defend myself.
Cry like a little girl.
Angel, you realize other people have a problem with this too, though, right? This ain't just him. Like, other black people would have a problem with you using that word. Like, they find it very offensive.
Much like cracker, engine, and every other word. But hey, I guess Joshua is okay with that.
Packer? I don't know what a packer is. The guy that Put stuff in
Cracker.
boxes? What?
You don't know what a cracker is? A cracker, see?
Yeah, I as a white guy, I'm not offended by it. Nor as a redneck.
Okay,
I
so
actually
yeah,
am a
you're
redneck.
selective outraging your stuff of what people say, much like everyone else on CT's streams. It's just selective outrage at the end of the day, and that's some liberal emotional BS. It's selective outrage at the end of the day. Like you are only outraged by specific kind of usage of words. You are like butthurt when I've never said anything like that to you, nor have do I even know you, and nor have you ever been on CT streams for as long as I've been going on them. So I don't even know you. I don't even know your date of birth.
You. That's the difference.
So, Angel, I am curious because you just said you don't even know him, but more than a few times you have called him a moron on this stream. He has not called you out of your name at all, but you have blatantly called him a moron, but yet you're saying you don't know him. I do think that's a problem.
Well, from a personal aspect, I don't really know him, but he in his fifis is acting like a moron.
Damn.
Like I don't know where you work. I don't know the where you were born from. I don't know anything about your history, Joshua. I don't know anything about you, and you say you know me. Okay, other than the N-word and the whole busting, do you know anything about me beyond that? Hell no. You don't.
I know your social security number. I know your address. Don't think I don't know things about you, sir.
No, you don't.
How much would you like to wager, Angel?
Go ahead. Say it out loud if you know it.
I'm not going to say it on this stream and get you doxxed. And
no, come on. Because if you don't want to say it, then you don't know it. Because you use those fear tactics like every liberal does. You use those fear tactics as a method to try to get me to think you actually have that kind of stuff.
You realize that you have a criminal record. I have access to that information, right? I'm a federal officer. You think I don't know shit about you? Have you lost your fucking mind?
I'll use it whenever the F I want, EAE, on CT's stream.
I'm not FBI. I am State Department. Different feds.
Because the thing is, you guys can't dictate what I can and cannot say, much like you can't. I can't dictate you.
Shit. You asked why I have a problem with you. I just explained why I have a problem with you.
Yeah, just because I've used the N-word numerous times in the last several months is really triggering point for you, huh?
Yes, I generally tend to disassociate. Oh my lord! I generally disassociate myself from trash people. I really do. Highly selective on who I associate myself with.
Yeah, selective outrage.
Selective outrage.
Angel, I really think
right now, Denson.
Angel, I do think you have a problem with understanding where Joshua's coming from.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And again, what's my address? Joshua, if you have everything of me, what's my address?
Not on this stream, man.
I don't want to be associated with any of that.
We don't violate YT YouTube terms of service, and we damn sure don't do that to Blue Jay.
Thank you.
You don't have anything of me.
CT, I'm damn sure not doing it to Blue Jay.
I appreciate that, Josh. Thanks. You guys.
You don't have anything
I
of
don't
me.
agree with
It's
it
a
either.
fear tactic.
But I'm not gonna try to get too involved. But I'm just to make it clear on my stream, I don't agree with that word being used by anybody that's not black. I mean, I think it would be helpful even if the black community could kind of phase it out. But that's obviously not my call. But yeah, it's not something that I feel is ever appropriate or necessary or even like
But,
excusable. So,
but I'll
okay.
respect your I'll respect your rules. Blue Jay. At the end of it, it's what CT allows, and I'll keep that kind of stuff over on his stream.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You know, where as long as the content creator of the house like makes the rules, and I'm not just talking about in regard to that, just any rules that they have, and then you come on their panel, and you just respect those rules, or So I thank you. I appreciate that, Angel. Hey, Dennison, what's up?
Yo.
How is your night going? You got some sleep. It sounds like.
Well, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I moved the stream about the Unabomber to tomorrow because, we talked about it, and then I ended up having to, basically be Uber driver for my son all night. So it was pretty late. So I just submitted it tomorrow, though. I know Lionel has to work, which sucks. Or I could save it for Sunday, but anyway.
Yeah,
So I know there's a lot going on, Dennison. Do you have any thoughts about anything that you've been hearing?
Sure, I got plenty of thoughts, but
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know. It's not nothing groundbreaking.
Well, no, I mean, you can just join the conversation, but I just wanted to address you. I hope,
Are we talking about the N word still?
not. I mean, no, I'm not. So, I mean, if you have something to say about, you're welcome to wrap up the conversation. But we don't necessarily have a strict topic tonight. It's just free form. So, I mean, this isn't derailing necessarily, but I just kind of off my vibe.
Wasn't Dennison on part 2? I guess it was the same question or same topic question, but part 2, I think it was.
Yeah, he's been along for the ride. It's been awesome. He's been to the few.
Yeah, I would have been here earlier, but I managed to fall asleep, which I haven't been able to do in the last few weeks.
Oh wow, yeah, you probably needed it. No, I love sleeping. It's one of my favorite things in life. But yeah, you can just kind of join in whenever. I don't know how well everybody here knows each other because we all go on different platforms. So I think you two know platform and CT, Josh and Dennison. You guys familiar with one another? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well,
I thought maybe if I came up, it would add another dynamic and it would defuse the situation between.
Cool. I appreciate that.
Angel.
So okay, well let's get back to where we were at before this. I mean, I don't know. We kind of started. I just posted that topic because I hadn't researched anything else besides the Unabomber, and I'll let you go back on here for a minute. But so since I had the material and I kind of wanted to go in depth and not have it be super late or rushed, then I just moved it. But so I didn't prepare for anything else. So we're just kind of chilling and I don't know, Josh, you remember what we were kind of talking about? Not necessarily the Bible stories, but I guess we were talking about the concept of the double slit experiment and how Lionel, what's that called? The observer. What?
Yeah, but that was before I went to go pick up the kid to school. I think so.
Yeah, Dennison, I was curious if he had any
well, Suggs had moved on to technology. I thought that was kind of a little bit more interesting concept there.
That kind of leads into the whole thing with the Unabomber too.
Yeah, it brings up a lot of questions on morals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. Okay, that's good.
I feel like it's often misrepresented by creationists.
But I'm sorry to go back. If CT allowed it, why do you have a problem with me saying the N word?
We're back to that, Angel. Really?
I'm asking Joshua since he thinks that I shouldn't, but at the same time, his emotional PP says otherwise. But let's
I just gotta say one thing. Since I've kind of done my best, I'm not gonna let it go crazy, but I'm also gonna dive into my convenience.
I'll let it be for you. I'll let it be, Blue Jay.
Angel, I'll let you too. I'll just let them in handle this situation if you guys don't mind.
Angel, this is
I'm
pointless.
gonna mute and listen, but I mean, let's just kind of try to move it along relatively soon.
I'll let it be, Blue Jay.
Yeah, I love you too, Angela. You're always welcome here. I don't want you to feel like you're being attacked, but sometimes it's just best to kind of keep those certain thoughts and words to the place where you participate in it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, I understand, but at the same time, like I'll respect the channel's rules and wishes, and if the channel allows it, then at the end of it, people can't be emotionally butthurt like Joshua Jones, who probably doesn't even relate to Indiana Jones, who
Well, he just doesn't see that it's necessary for the effect that it causes on other people, and I have to agree with him on that.
But at the end of it, he has to be an emotional man and stand up for what he fully believes and feels, not for others. Because I don't have to stand up for any other autistic individual who's called a retard. Every individual has to stand up for themselves and not be so emotionally bothered by
Can we agree to
something.
disagree then, and just not have to talk about it anymore if you've already tried to resolve it and seemingly resolving?
We
And
can
then
agree to disagree.
You won the debate too, Angel, so you can quit while you're ahead.
Yes.
I'll take it then without ruining it.
so, Angel, we're just going to talk about moving on toward like technology and the harms that it can cause psychologically and morally, and like just social problems that it can create, or take away individual privacy rights, things like that.
I pretty much think Suggs had kind of the better point here when it comes down to the concept of technology. Take like flight. What was it? First flight was like what, 1903, something like that. Immediately
Are you
after.
talking about are you talking about the lady that flew across the Atlantic, Amelia Earhart?
No, Wright brothers. I think that was like what, 1903, something like that.
But yeah, you're right. Angel, she was another one of the very first like pilots that have blown
So within 5 years of the Wright brothers, right? Like this popped up in newspapers all over the U.S. and started triggering a lot of conversations about flight and the effect it would have on society. Strangely enough, there were a handful of people that really believed it was a bad thing and it was going to lead to a very bad way of life.
Interestingly, that's one of the things that first triggered Ted Kaczynski, because when he made the decision to move to that remote cabin in Montana, that was like 8 by 12 feet, no electricity, no running water. And then one of the first things that set him off was planes flying overhead, because he realized he was never truly like off the grid.
Yeah. I can't really speak. I can't speak to the Unabomber.
Well, yeah, just saying like that's kind of what we're segueing into, and that was his one of the first things that he got frustrated with, which festered into outrage, which festered into violence.
Well, no, I mean, I'm kind of a little biased, right? So like my upstate property is I mean, there's electrical connection, but we generate our own electricity. I have a bunker that people would probably call it like a doomsday bunker, but we use it for food storage. It's really easy to climate control in northern states.
With the drone, though, it could be identified at this point. But his point was that he was always like within watch. Like he could be, his privacy was being infiltrated, and there was nowhere that he could go. Assuming that you get the right to live in open air and don't have to live underground.
Well, I don't know if I would pin that on technology. I would think that the more that you interact with other people, the more known you become. If that makes any sense. Technology is just a tool that's used to store and assimilate, maybe even like transport information easier. But the idea that you become known, right? Like that's just going to be any interaction you have with more and more people in society. So like, say like 1903, right? Like, let's just say if it was hypothetically possible for them to create like commercial airliners within 10 years, right? That would have automatically triggered the idea of having like a database with ticket holders and things like that, right? it would have just naturally gone that way because you're interacting with more people, not specifically because of the technology that was there. So I think the concept of privacy is just going out the door because of people's interactions with other people.
Well, you can argue that the infrastructure starts to shift. So, like, if you don't say that shopping is online, and that's like where you have, if you live somewhere far, or even if the stores around you stop selling certain things because everybody orders them online anyway, so the prices are ridiculous. So you're kind of forced in order to be like in competition in society to be
well, you're not
on that same wave.
No, well, you're not forced. So like
No, so it's forced if you want to be in competition in society. Yeah, you can be.
Oh yeah, okay.
Does that make sense?
Well, yeah,
like you have the right to freedom, like not like prosperity, all that.
Right. I just don't. I think I disagree that it's a blame of technology. I think technology is just a tool that's utilized probably efficiently to assimilate information. But like you'd have gone back a couple hundred years ago, shopped at mom and pop store, grocery store. Everybody knew your name. They knew where you lived, as you interacted with more and more people, right? They might have even had a ledger, for like borrowing, say like, I'm going to get food today and basically come back and pay for it next week kind of thing. They wrote your name down, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Always been the case.
Right. That's true. I guess that there wasn't just like this central reporting where it's like a click of a button, everything.
Right. I think
and they can control the electric grids, which now we're relying. We can't just all in the community come outside and huddle together. We don't really know our names. Like our friends and family are spread out, and like they kind of control even who we can communicate with.
Well, family spread out, that might be a little bit more of a different thing. I'd personally say today is an economical reason for such. But I don't believe that would be an initiating factor. I honestly believe the breakdown in family structure going back the Victorian era, at least within the white community, that's what kicked the crap out of us. I think we just fed into it, like the culture of getting away from our parents kind of thing.
I don't know. I mean, I stayed like, I think I moved down to my mom's house when I was like 21. No, yeah, 21 maybe.
Damn, that's, I don't know. Is it different for girls? Like, do girls kind of stay with their parents longer? For guys, we try to get out really fast. Rebellious nature, maybe?
I don't know.
I was 13.
13, wow. That's very
I was
young.
15 when I rented my first apartment. I lied about my age to get it.
Yeah, I was.
You could do that kind of shit back in those days. That was pre 9/11. Now you can't get away with shit.
I was 15 when I left, but I graduated high school when I was 16. So I mean, I just a couple months short when I left. But it had more to do with timing than anything. But I mean, it would have been, had I graduated at 18, it would have been the same as everybody else. I don't know.
Why did you move? Did you move in the same city and moved out, or did you move for a purpose like college or something?
Well, I moved economically. It was better for me to move. Like, technically, would have been across the county. Moving like out of state or anything.
Like, you could have stayed there if you wanted, or were they like, okay, get out, you're 18 or 17?
Like mindset wise, right? I just went for like the most what I believe to be the best economical reason. Obviously, like the rebellion is your drive to get out.
Wait, so it was cheaper to move to not live at your parents?
Oh, no. The economical drive is like where I decided to move, right? Like that was the concept. I decided to live in what was an apartment I thought would have been affordable. Plus it was closer to work at that given time.
Oh, okay. I got so the commute and stuff like that. I gotcha.
But the drive, the need to get away from the parents, that was just like, I assume typical like teenage rebelliousness, right? I assume that's normal for everybody.
I wanted to be able to smoke whenever I wanted, not have to like walk around the block. And I didn't want to have to introduce girls I was having sex with to my parents.
Damn, I didn't have that illusion. I knew my parents would like, so I had to go through the emancipation process. just legally so I could sign contracts kind of thing. My parents weren't opposed to it. They just made me go through the process because it's how they taught responsibility. But like I was under no illusion that I was getting away from my parents. I'm 40. My 74-year-old mother will still like fly across the planet to whoop my ass if I do something she doesn't like.
How would she know where you are?
Well, I don't hide stuff from my mother. Like I'm married. I've got a kid.
Point is, you could, is what I'm saying. You don't want to.
I don't try my damnedest.
Which is fine.
Yeah. The only time that I seem to justify hiding anything from my mother is usually if it's like I believe it's going to cause some kind of like worry concept for her. It really about like that. Usually I'm not real super dishonest with her. I actually fear my mother. Like she's a 74-year-old woman and I still fear her.
Yeah, my mom was just like pretty laid back, but I was just like going to college, so it was like I didn't really. I mean, it wasn't like a tight knit kind of thing. Like it didn't feel like living at home. It's just like I had my own room, but I'd have to in high school or whatever, like on the end of the house, and she was on the other side. Like so, I just kind of did my own thing anyway. But I mean, I didn't like pay rent and like live. I didn't need to go to a dorm because I went to like a community college, so I just kind of stayed. Like it didn't have that kind of environment. So
could it be I'm trying to, because I know there's a stark difference within the mindset. So like me at 40 versus me at like 18, completely different mindsets, different goals, different things like that. When we're talking about like the concept of like technology, whether it be the internet, the phones, pretty much a phone is nothing but a damn miniaturized computer anyways. Would it seem like it might be a bigger problem that the technology is so easily obtained at a younger generation? I don't know how to word this. Come about without any type of like lessons learned that come with it. Like you become responsible about a thing because you go through some type of consequences with it. Could it be the case that?
But nobody has because it's new to everybody of every age.
Well, it comes down to what we value, and that would explain both ends of the transaction. People don't really value their privacy, and neither does the government. So technology obviously increases our ability to violate people's privacy, but the choice to use it in such a way is cultural. It's human.
I don't know that we don't value it. It's just that it's worth the trade-off for us.
Well, I mean, the trade-off is in America is pretty stark in one direction against privacy.
Right. Like we haven't stopped it or revolted or, boycotted it because the benefits outweigh the cost to us, obviously.
You couldn't stop it if you wanted to, even if you removed it
because of what we value. Like for me, the benefits don't outweigh the cost. I value privacy a lot more.
So given the opportunity
than public information.
Like no cell phones, no internet. If you had the choice, you'd rather do that?
You could have cell phones and internet and value privacy. Just because the cell phones and the internet give you the ability to spy on people doesn't mean that's the way that corporations and governments have to use them. They do because they value that more than they value privacy. We don't really value privacy. We pay lip service to it. In America, the only place you have privacy is in your house with all your doors locked and all your windows and blinds drawn. Otherwise, you have no privacy. As soon as your window blinds are open, you don't have privacy. As soon as you step out onto your front porch, you don't have privacy. As soon as you get into your car, you lose your privacy and all your other Fourth Amendment rights.
Can I give an example of what you just said? Much like a few years ago when YouTube got rid of the dislike button and only made the like button or the thumbs up visible, people ended up finding a way to getting the dislike still be shown in terms of the number. And at the end of it, that wasn't protecting anyone's privacy. And even just recently, if you go to X next time, you'll find that your little hearts, or like when you like a tweet on Twitter, now known as X, that kind of thing is now privated, and people may find a way to get the hearts on a tweet on Twitter visible somehow, because everything is there's some form of way to be have it be visible, like the whole likes on YouTube or likes on Twitter, which they say is to protect privacy on Twitter, but someone will find a way to get those shown, and at the end of it, everything has its like way or loophole to the get to your private stuff.
That's a good example of my point, I think, because I would argue that the reason why it's not available now is because it's commoditized. And that's the difference between Elon's Twitter and the previous Twitter. Neither one cares about your privacy. The difference is Elon thinks he can monetize that data, so he doesn't make it readily available without a subscription. As far as keeping it private and letting you choose whether or not you want people to see your likes, I mean, is that even an option on Twitter? I don't even think that's an option.
I tried to look up, and it looks like it's more of a permanent thing, because the next time you go to someone's Twitter page and you look at their response or replies and their own tweets and their media, the one thing that usually is after the media is the likes. And that's like taken off the next time you go to someone's the Twitter page. It's visible on yours, but no one else can see it on your end.
Like, I know you can turn dislikes off.
It kind of makes my point either way, too, not to cheat, but in different ways. Even if Musk does value privacy and he's actually made it so that, you know, people can keep their data more personal, that that makes him an outlier, but it also shows that what we value is the outcome that we get. So,
a lot of people don't even look at the privacy policy or like see that they have options. That's part of the problem too. The way that they format it when you're clicking through, or it starts to play, like, you know, when you sign up for an account, for instance, like Instagram or whatever, it automatically gets access to like everything in your phone pretty much, and you have to go manually turn it all off. But a lot of people don't either know that or bother to do it. So that's kind of like voting without intentionally voting. Like, you're favoring that
I don't know,
regardless of you're doing it or not.
See, I don't like the social media concept just because, like, that's your choice. Like, you kind of, I don't know if you know what you're getting into, but I think his other point had much more punch to it. Like the idea of like your license plate, right? So an LPR, technically speaking, right, there's commercial data queries that you can run out there. So all you need is a damn camera set up on the side of the road. You collect people's information all day long. I mean, you'd probably come with a subscription fee. Most of the federal branches, they all use commercial LPR systems, right? So it's not even like
you can't actually get information from license.
Oh, yes, you can. You get all
not
kinds
a civilian, right?
Yes, civilians can do it too.
But did you have to have like a certain access to get to try, like, to look up a license plate number? It's not public information.
Well, it's commercial. Even the federal branches. Well, I mean, I don't know about like a state or a county level, but federally,
So
all of the federal
you have to
branches,
be able to get in that company, and then get it from someone in there.
As best as I can tell, all of the federal branches utilize commercial vendors. I don't see anything that allows or disallows like a private individual. I mean, I don't understand why they would pay that kind of a fee for the access.
Right, that's my take. It's got to be such a small percentage of people that are that weird. Is it really that concerning? I mean,
I guess it would just.
Well, all it takes is one.
Yeah,
right, but it's such a small percentage. I mean, we could get somebody gets struck by lightning too. But
well,
I mean, we worry about it.
Yeah, it would just depend on how well somebody could like monetize that. Like if me as a private citizen can just set up my camera, they've got it now. You can use a phone camera to pull it up, but you need like a tripod, something to hold it at, at the right level to get the image reader. But
so when you find these people, what do you do with them?
Like if you could monetize,
then what?
Yeah, if you could monetize it, then I mean, it would become more feasible for people to do.
Oh, like giving out their address. Okay, I thought you meant like you'd be afraid for your safety.
I guess the social media concept is you're selectively utilizing their service, so you agree to whatever that is, right? But now you just driving down the road, you didn't sign up for that shit, right? Like you expect the cops to be able to run your plate, but now do you expect regular Joe Schmo to be able to run your license as well?
Cop shouldn't be able to
No.
run my plate either. That's even
Why
worse.
not?
I hate to break the news to you. There's nothing that stops a cop from running your license plate.
You're
No, I
not
wanna
breaking
know why
any
he
news to
doesn't
me. That
think
wasn't the statement I made.
right.
Yeah.
He wants to, I want to know why he doesn't think they should be able to.
It's none of their business. I believe in privacy. I don't just talk about it like
Right,
most
yeah. No,
Americans.
I get your
So
point.
you're driving on a public road that's paid for like by government money, that tax money, but like they
What's
have a
my
right
alternative?
to know that you have a driver's license and that.
Well, I'm
I
pointing.
shouldn't even need to have a driver's license either.
Yeah, I'm
What about
pointing to
safety issues? Okay,
I'm-
so you
I'm
believe
pointing-
in none of that. Like you just kind of like
yeah.
consequences just naturally occur, and that's how it is.
I'm pointing to his position of expectation, right? You don't expect social media to, not, collect your information, right? But you do when
Yeah,
you're driving down the road. You do have an expectation that Joe Schmo can't get access to your license plate info. The information that comes from your license plate. Yet the reality is as far as I can tell, you can.
I
Okay, well, that's
lie
just
to
weird,
social media
creepy.
companies.
So that's a stalker.
Right. That's the expectation, right? A reasonable person would have that expectation.
I think his was more like on a large scale, like government type control over like the population.
Yeah, it's track and trace us everywhere we go, and it's none of their business, and the corporations are included. Because there's really no difference between corporations and government in America. And in the UK, there's laws to protect people. And they're arguing in Europe about the right to be forgotten from the internet too, which would be a wonderful thing to have in the United States. There is really no public interest. Angel's criminal record really holds no public interest. They'd argue that it does because you can only choose one or the other.
Joshua wants to argue as though it does.
I'm a Fed. I'm very interested in your criminal record. That's kind of the thing we operate in.
Right. You're exactly the reason why it should not be allowed. You proved the point perfectly because it's none of your business. And you're
just like what those that did to that one lady earlier this week, Lily Gaddish. It wasn't any of their business, but every person on Twitter got their fee-fees hurt and went after her job and got her fired. But she ended up becoming a new conservative superstar, and yet the people think what she said was offensive when she was just using it casually. Like you know who, like at the end of the day, chooses to go after someone? Someone would have any intent as though with what she said is offensive and should not have been said, and yet she stood her ground and she doesn't give a f of what people say about her. She stood her and she doesn't have to apologize at all. But the people that target her had every intent to maliciously dox her, maliciously find her job, and at the end of it, it's their fifis that get their panties in the twist that want to target someone, even if it's just casual in her case. And you
what stops me? Actually, I'll jump on Denizen's point. Right, his claim is it ought not be the case. So it's real simple here, Angel. What stops me from doing whatever I want with you? Specifically.
Well, your emotions at the end of it, because you're emotionally triggered that is driving your intention of wanting to do harm to someone.
Say that I have lost I'm just emotionally batshit crazy, right? And I decide to come after you personally. What stops me from doing that?
Nothing.
Which kind of goes back to I would say Denizen's point is the idea of privacy just doesn't really exist.
It's an illusion. It's like locks on your door. Locks keep people who respect your privacy out, right? So like if I'm a rule follower and I believe in rules and I believe in the administration of whatever building I'm accessing, and I come across a locked door, I'm like, oh, I'm not supposed to go in there, and then I go about my day. But if I'm someone who wants to go into that door, I just take like a 5-pound sledge and break the handle off of the door, and I'm in. And if it's your house, I take a crowbar and I stick it in between where the deadbolt is, and I pry your door open. Or I kick it for like 20 seconds, and I'm in your house. I mean, really. If you actually have reasonable security on your door, which is like probably an iron gate, and then an iron gate would have to be welded to a metal frame, because if it's just over your wooden door, I could just pull it off of the wooden door. Then I'll just break your window and go in that way. Security is an illusion. Privacy is an illusion. Free speech is an illusion. And I almost, I don't know what my argument would be if we were honest about these things, right? Most of my contention comes from the fact that everybody lies and they're completely full of shit.
Oh, I definitely
Just like what Joshua said in terms of him saying he has my information is an illusion.
You think so? You realize you've already been doxxed, right? What I know
they will.
I mean, like you were doxxed the moment you got in that damn fight on the bus, and everything about you got published instantly. Now, I'm a little curious. I do agree with you on the concept of rights. I consider rights to be a fiction. I mean, an example would be like if you pick up a felony, right? Like your right to bear arms, that basically goes away. Your right to vote instantly goes away.
If you move over the wrong border, your right goes away.
yeah. I mean, I never thought, I thought about the privacy thing, but I thought about a generic version of like a social media concept. It was when you had talked about like driving down the street, that really, I started thinking about that. Well, shit, if I've got, like, how difficult would it be as a civilian to run tags, right? Like, I just thinking, I know of three businesses that actually provide that service, that they're vendors.
Okay, most of us aren't interested in that, but I would hope nobody's doing that, Joshua. I honestly feel like
a lot of
that goes against the moral sense that you're a fan of, because there's really no need to do it. But anyway, I don't want to have anyone think that I'm promoting that, because I'm totally against dogs.
Well, it's not the concept. I guess I'm harking on the ideas is that he's not he's not dummying this down. They're literally, the more I think about this, every aspect of your life that you believe might be actually private isn't really.
Okay, well, I know who doxed. I know both of the people that doxed him, and I, just don't I don't get the point of it. I think it's very mean-spirited and bullying, and it's also stalking. So yeah, I don't agree with it, and so I don't want to continue particularly focus on it. I mean, it's in the past, but if we could kind of move on to the topic in terms of we can still talk about people kind of what is leading toward Ted Kaczynski's thoughts of more of governmental control, kind of like what Dennison was just referring to, kind of a large scale to where our entire government system could be changed. And
the government
point, it would be too late for that. So as I said, with federal branches,
tipping point, then yes.
Yeah,
so we're kind of going back to the 60s when he first started, just basically from the beginning of the decay of our privacy, and kind of going through slowly how people could have missed the signs, or we were saying, maybe Dennison says they don't value it. I think they value it to a degree, but not enough as they did, or not as much as what they were gaining. So they sacrificed it, thinking in bits and pieces. It's fine, but now, the system we're under is complete control, really. So I kind of understand just the theories and the philosophies of everybody's opinion, obviously, but how that came about, and would we trade it if we could?
I don't know. I don't think you have a choice of rolling it back. I I don't see how you could take information that's already public access and make it private.
Well, I think we agree that we can't take it back now. I'm just saying what steps were taken to get here, and did they think like that it would get to this point?
Well, Den said it. It was a value judgment call. At any given point, it's always been a value judgment call.
Right.
At point A,
we could even do it now.
Yeah. At point B, I value something different. I assume that's always been the case, or at least it sounds like.
Well, I'll play like a little clip or something. I'm gonna mute for a second just because of the photo. And I mean, well,
we could choose to go back now if we wanted. We could just start appreciating privacy and start regulating the internet as though we appreciated privacy. I think it's a false choice. For me personally, I use the internet to network because my community, my tribe is a rare one, and so the numbers game, I use the internet to reach more people and find like-minded people to discuss these things with, like we're doing right now. So I prefer to have the internet, but I'm educated in how the internet works, how it is. I have a much higher IQ than a vast majority of the American population. When I signed on to the internet for the first time, I recognized that it had no appreciation for privacy and that it was dangerous. So I've maintained my anonymity for going on 30 years now, a little longer than 30 years, actually. So for me, I'd love for these things to be regulated and for people to be punished for violating my privacy, but I am already adapted to a world where nobody gives a fuck about my privacy, and I'm really good at protecting it. So not only do I not believe in the choice to begin with, but I also kind of reject the choice at this point because I'm taking the advantages of the internet and I'm keeping my anonymity. So I kind of have a middle finger up to the whole concept.
Can't really disagree with it.
So, yeah, I guess there's like VPNs and there's like encrypted emails, and yeah, there's ways people can limit and still use technology.
To your point, though, Blue Jay, I'm a conformist, and I don't need to hide from the government. So, like, if I wanted to hide from the government, it would be a much more taxing affair. Right. And then there's different levels. So local police probably couldn't find me. Josh probably could find me before a local cop could, because they're incompetent and they don't have access to tools that they need in order to find me. But as you start moving up that chain until you get to someone who literally contracts for the NSA and can look at anybody's camera phone just by simply, putting in a password, you know what I mean? There's a spectrum there.
I'm DOS, right? Like any tools I have access to are just tools that are access to tools, right? It's other people that have tools. I'm a techie guy. I'm just not that techie. That's
okay, Josh. I know you said that one of your biggest complaints is like when people don't keep their word. So can you tell me right now that you're never going to dox me and maybe into that, please?
And is there any way we could just put our differences in
Angel, wait a minute. I'm asking Josh a question.
Blue Jay, there'd be no reason to ever go after you.
But that's a no. Is that a yes or a no?
Yeah, that's a no. I would never.
Okay, so you commit to never doxing me. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't
want this to sound offensive, but you're too mild and too normal of a person to have any interest in.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so happy to hear that. Only time I ever thought I'd be happy to hear that, but yeah. No, I'm kind of like this. I don't have a lot to hide, so it's not like I know maybe it's being a woman. I mean, I think we do feel differently because we've had, probably I personally have had stalkers before, like in romantic type way, and I don't think a lot of men have that. Like women don't stalk, or if they do, maybe you guys are just aren't scared of them. But I think maybe that's partly why I'm like, especially
women stalk. They just they do it in weird ways.
Yeah, they're not in danger of them like overtaking you or something.
The consequences are material and professional too, social. They're not life-threatening, generally speaking. I mean,
They could slap
a woman
her
can
and
hurt
make
you, hit you with her
lies.
car, but men are more likely to do it.
Exactly.
I just
Or
now
breaking your window or your house. Something. Not saying
And the
that
feeling
that's
is
a huge
definitely different
percentage,
too. See,
but
like
I also
a man stalking a woman, like majority of the ways that interaction can go down, she's at a disadvantage. For me, a woman needs a gun, she needs a car, she needs, you know what I mean, a
women
knife.
have probably bothered you first. Like it's more likely to be an ex or something. They just can't get over it or whatever. And usually, like you have to block them, and then they start to come to your work. But men are weird, different, like in that way. I think.
Oh, they got that blue jay fever. Can't blame them, right?
I don't know.
I don't mean
but,
to.
but overall, doxing in general, I just think is.
I don't mean to
like,
harp on this, but the more I think about this, right? Like Den's like not wrong. Like it's no exaggeration. It'd be like the same concept as like trying to figure out where people shop, right? You just pull somebody's credit report.
Yep.
Generally, there are like Equifax. Usually, like that's what we generally use. But there are commercial versions of the big three. I think Equifax. TransUnion. I can't remember all three of them. Banking's not my thing, but
Experian,
well, there's commercial versions.
TransUnion, and Equifax. Those are the three.
Yeah, there's
I even kept my info from them for the longest time.
Yeah, there's commercial versions of those that like if you use like your Visa card, you do generally use your credit card someplace, right? Like versus paying for cash at some place and you just use your credit card and pay like 30 days later. Like some of that stuff really shows up on some of those. So like you can figure out where people shop. See, I'm just now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, yeah, this kind of
you can assume they go, but you just wouldn't know when they were going. But like,
yeah, you just tell you like what. Well, I mean patterns.
They just probably go to your house. I mean,
well, patterns are a thing. Like people behave in patterns. Like they'll go shopping like on routine time periods. Once a week, once every 3 weeks, things like that. They're shopping like if you're generally used to like going to Walmart, once a week kind of thing. That's a pattern.
Yeah, all I have to do is go to Taco Bell or McDonald's and sit in my car.
People go to the gym very consistently, and that would be an auto pay on their credit, so that would be very easily to identify.
Yeah, I just have to chill there and wait long enough for you to show up. Not only that, but addresses are public information in America. It's not considered private.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not always like easy for most people to find. You know what I mean?
Like you could find out where a majority of people live in your neighborhood by looking at Montgomery Ward applications.
I guess the biggest thing with the thing I really find like egregious is the fact that everybody has a username for a reason, and they're not using their name. So it's like, yes, you can find anyone's address if you know their name, like say you work with someone or you're going on a date or something like that. But like to go out of your way to figure out whose avatar and whose username is that, and then find out, like you have to really have pretty strong intention to like
you just
violate
have to piss off the wrong 13-year-old.
Well, Den actually asked a question as to like what's the alternative to it, and I'm starting to think about that too. Like I don't think there is. Like, and imagine go into a gas station with a $50 bill, see if they refuse you service. Like it seems to be the case that it's always going to be going in that direction, and I guess it's just the more your imagination works out, seems like you could just find anything you wanted on anybody. I mean, without even being like an officer, you could just be a civilian and no problem. Yes. I mean, other than whatever you want to invest in, whatever tools you want to use to, hunt people down with. My God, I never really thought about this now.
Depending on how much time and money I want to spend on it, I can find any single person.
All this because
everything about you.
Yeah, all this because Dan fucking mentioned.
Then what do you do with the information? What's the point? Like, so someone pisses you off on YouTube, you're like got all this time in your hands and you're technologically savvy, so you figure out who they are.
Well,
Like, okay, can you be
the-
satisfied with that, or then do you have to harass them beyond that point too?
You
Like, where,
the point would be to ruin their lives.
that's
You
crazy.
you
That
you
is
can have their
absolutely insane.
you can get them fired. You can have their electricity turned off. You can get their
Oh,
credit
oh,
report messed up.
see, that's actually is a crime.
I
You
would
can
think-
have
cyber stuff.
rumors. You can spread rumors about people in their local neighborhood. You don't need any proof whatsoever.
Well, yeah, you don't. But listen,
I
this is
could
what
just
tried
put
to tell
flyers
Angel.
up where you live with your face on it and horrible, horrible crimes.
Right, but I tried to tell Angel this one time because he was getting like harassed by police and things like that, and I told him that is an actual crime. It's a federal crime. It's called cyber stalking, and you can contact the FBI if that happens to you. So it is a crime and it is punishable by law. So I think people need to know their rights. It's a
where
federal.
that hurt in the United States, where that
It's called
crosses
cyber
over
stalking.
in the United States, where that crosses over to a crime, is way too far, in my opinion. And it varies in every state, and some states have no cyber laws yet. They're waiting for everybody else to figure it out.
Right, but the thing is, what I'm saying is, well, first of all, if the perpetrator is in a state that covers it, so they will still investigate usually to some point. But yes, it has to cause some harm. It can't just be that they know your info. It has to be that they do things like make false claims about you or defamation of character. Those types
False
of things.
claims isn't illegal.
It's
Defamation of character
defamation.
isn't illegal either.
It is.
Then how did Nick Salmon win all those lawsuits that he did from the media
That's civil.
defaming him?
It is civil.
That's civil, and he was able to prove damages. You're gonna get proved damages if I defame you?
But
Really?
also,
What damages?
if people
And how
don't
much
go
money do you want to
after-
spend defending that? You're gonna get a lawyer? You're gonna hire a lawyer? You're gonna pay him a retainer? You're gonna go to court for 24 months and prove that I defamed you? Where are you gonna get all that money? See what I'm saying? You gotta think about this shit realistically.
No, it's just as simple as filing documents.
And that's if you can find me. Good luck finding me. I have the skill set to find you. You don't have the skill set to find
Like you're
me.
threatening me. Like, let's take a. Like,
I'm just saying. This is my point, though. Like it's a scary world out there.
That's what I'm saying. If there's harm, that I mean, you can at least petition to the FBI. They may not investigate your case, but you have a right to send it. And then if they feel like it's worth investigating, they do the searching for you.
I think
Good
the
luck.
Point, I think the point.
But if they take it, but there are, with the amount of cyberbullying and even to the point where people are
If. Meanwhile, the people
So
at your
it's
grocery
happening.
store think that you killed your own children. I've gotten you fired from your job by calling your work 50 times a day, every day for the last 3 months. Your significant other thinks you're cheating on him. You know what I mean? So if,
I
and in the
have
mean,
a stalker that tried to do those things to me, tried sales abuse and then tried to make a fake appointment for me with my contract that I meet with clients. Supposedly an appointment that I was sent on, and like they called and said I wasn't there and it was fake. I know I have an actual like protective order that's like 10 years. I had a stalker that did that kind of thing, and even the local police like infiltrated and helped me with it. So yeah, I mean,
I would think you would be on my side on this.
no, it's a felony. They caught him and he was charged with a felony.
I think the point is to pretty much give up the idea of any expectation of privacy.
Right.
I mean, if people have this false expectation that hell, apparently even now driving down the street, right, it is going to protect your information, right? That would be the problem.
Okay, but Joshua, you said the intention. Okay, let's use your own example. You said you don't like white people or anybody, I guess, using the N-word. Obviously, everybody knows why it's inappropriate. But you said they should be severely punished because of their intent. So what would the intent possibly be for somebody doxing somebody?
I'm a big fan of punishing people that are
with malintented action.
Of bad behavior in society. I'm a very big
of public shaming.
But you are okay with the doxing and that had ill intent.
Yeah, I went after Luna specifically. Matter
and
of fact,
Angel, you said you doxed Angel too. But
let me fast forward this for you, Blue Jay.
Not good.
I didn't. Angel
every human being is for everything when it crosses their moral threshold.
Yeah.
Where the lines on changes for every individual, but whatever they like, there's no such thing as a free speech absolutist. You know what I
No,
mean?
it's not that. It's that his own philosophies, his own arguments are
Yeah,
contradicting
that's
itself.
yeah, that's every
If he
that's
believes in intention, poor intention, or like mean-spirited intention should be punishable, how can he defend doxing? The only possible intention one can draw is that it
because
was to hurt someone.
the person who got doxxed and deserved it in his opinion, and that's how all
Did
people's.
it protect anybody else? Did it serve any purpose other than vengeful?
Yes, it got them removed from the platform and mostly disappeared from society.
What did that have to do with getting him off the platform? Or can't you just go with the
It means
company?
if you tried to find her public access, including her OnlyFans, it's no longer available. They are she kind of removed herself. I'm not saying she didn't recreate a new username, come out with another stuff, right? But as anybody, I guess, as best as anybody's can tell, is she's kind of disappeared.
So the intention was to shame her into having a new mindset.
Oh yeah. My intention was definitely to shame the living shit out of her.
But do you think that made her think that OnlyFans is all of a sudden immoral?
Yeah,
don't you think that was also a bit extreme, Joshua? Because at the end of the day, you say your intent is to shame people for what they say, like how you want to say you have my information as though you want to put it out here. Wait. But at the end of it, you are like wanting to do harm because of what someone says, and at the end of the day, it's our emotions and what we take from what someone says. Because do I take what people say and have any intent of harming, doxing them, or trying to get their information? If they call me a retard all the time, hell no. And retard has become like used to me nowadays, and now people use that as the backing to like just call someone who is like as a way of calling them dumb. But that's the point. It's how we take things for what people say to us and all that. And the fact that you want to take the thing on someone, like you had every intent to harm that lady that you mentioned, Joshua, you did that kind of thing for emotional damage to someone, as though they deserve to be doxxed, they deserve to be online cyberbullied, they deserve all that, even if they've never done shit to you.
Yes, and what's even crazier about that, Angel, is it's whenever he decides, right? That's the ultimate authority, is the person with the power and the then the ability to do it. That's truth, justice, and the American way, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, then okay, good luck. Someone were to like criminally charge you there. Good luck trying to get out.
Well, why would you tell us all these things that if you did these things under an oath that you're not supposed to do these things?
I think you guys are kind of missing the point. If you've not heard, my original prescriptions are 10 times worse than this, right? Like, I believe that large portions of society should be lined up against a wall and shot, right? Shaming is the absolute minimum expectation.
I just don't want to live in the world that you create afterward, you know? Like you're not wrong. It's just like
a wicked world.
No, it's fine for people like him, you know? There's nothing wrong with it. Well, I don't know. That's above my pay
Joshua
grade.
He's the devil before, you know. It's kind of a joke.
I'm the demon.
I think he's just morally righteous, which maybe is exactly the same thing. Now that I think about it, Blue Jay, you're right.
He said, yes, I am.
Oh, shit.
Well, yeah, I just personally I think it's a waste of time. And I think if you're putting that much time into trying to hurt someone else, maybe you need to look at yourself, like why you carry around so much like hatred, you know?
There's murderers and rapists out there, Blue Jay.
You think Luna, like I went after Luna because she just hurt my feelings?
Yeah.
No, but I mean, when did you become your brother's keeper? Like, why do you have to do that first? Did he ask you to do that?
No. Matter of fact.
Okay, I wouldn't assume so.
Yeah.
So I mean, in
I
the
didn't even.
Three Angels,
I
right? It
didn't,
didn't have anything to do with you. And yes, it was like,
yeah, I
it
didn't even.
was a good gesture for him, but at the same time, maybe he didn't even want to be associated with that.
No,
So,
it had nothing to do with even had anything to do with Risky. It had nothing to do with him. Had more to do with his wife.
okay, but I mean, it's his situation. Let me rephrase.
Yes, but it is our society that we live in, and I think that most of us are unwilling to stand up for shit. At the end of the day, we'll all
What
just sit
if
back and talk about it. We'll say
what
like,
if
"Oh,
Risky and his wife are adamantly against doxing, and then you actually wouldn't have been doing them any type of favor anyway? Like, I don't know his views on it, and I don't pretend to, or
What if you're
even
adamantly
need
against
to know.
society?
I'm just saying as a
yeah."
hypothetical.
Well, Den's right there. Like, I'm adamantly against the vast majority of degenerate society.
No, I was talking about what if
Which is
you
going
thought you
to
were
be the
being
majority
nice
of
to Risky and
population.
his wife, but you were doing something they don't agree with.
What do that's agreement doesn't matter.
So it was for you then.
Yes, I believe that if a person sees something in society that they I guess oppose. So like for me, attacks on family, like that is a surefire way to get me involved. Attacks on family really piss me off. That I'm going to say this again. That is one way. That is one surefire way to get me involved. But I believe that people have a moral stance, and if they're unwilling to do any type of action with that moral stance, they're just going to sit around and talk about it. They really don't have a moral stance. They're just basically, posers, people that just talk about shit.
Well, yeah, I mean that was revealed, and I think that was embarrassment enough. But I don't know about anything outside of that particular show that needed to be debunked or addressed. So I feel like, did you really honestly have the thought, if I dox her and then she gets bombarded about her OnlyFans, she'll take it down and she'll change
I
her heart
didn't.
and she'll
I
come
didn't.
to the light?
Yeah, I did not.
Or did you just want to be mean? Like,
yeah, my intention wasn't to put her information out there. That information went to a very specific group of people who do not like people, that they're very aggressive towards people that pose being Christian. Ortho bros are not actually, I'd consider them very dangerous people.
But did you send it to them at the end of the day?
Yes.
Then it was your intent to do so.
A lot worse than just shaming. Yes.
I mean, she, like you said, she probably just opened up a new account. I mean, so it didn't change her mind or, improve society or lead it more toward their value system.
Yeah,
it just made her think you're crazy and then have to be troubled by getting a new account or something.
She might have. I know she's never showed up in the platform.
It didn't improve any.
It's even worse than that. When
any
the
mindset.
moment she got kicked off of OnlyFans or whatever it is, 50,000 more women created an account in that instant. You know what I mean? It's like
her memberships went up or whatever, however that subscriptions or however.
I pulled those numbers out of my ass, obviously, just to make the point. It's like it's a drop in the bucket. It's not really changing anything.
But that's what I was told. She got a lot of traffic from Risky Show of new.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely, right?
So I don't
Barbara
know.
Streisand effect. They probably gave her more publicity.
It did. She got a lot of made some money. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's not like she's suddenly gonna feel like, oh my gosh, I've been sinning and like I better not ever do OnlyFans again. And I'm disgusted. Like she was just like, this motherfucker. Like I gotta get a whole new thing now. Who's this weirdo? Like, you know what I mean? Like it didn't improve what this dangerous group, believes. It didn't lead anybody closer to that that system of belief and way of conducting themselves. It just was a minor inconvenience, but it was a huge invasion of privacy.
I slightly have to disagree here. So Ortho Bros is probably the largest group of economical. So within Christian nationalism, the Ortho Bros would probably be, if I had to guess, the largest economical supporters of the political system. Now, keep in mind that there's three, because Christians don't all agree, right? Like at the end of the day, all Christians don't agree on prescriptions. Ortho bros are generally a little bit more specific, but keep in mind, right? Like they are very active politically. That's when I say these people are kind of dangerous. I literally mean that. They are politically active. They're personally active within their communities. They don't. There's like a. As a conservative, like I want to say my hands are kind of clean, but my group has got some nasty raunchiness within itself too. I just seem like even at least at the bare minimum 30% of it, they do kind of clean up the shit that's in our community.
Okay, well, are you saying we should be scared of you?
I think anybody that I would give that prescription. I think anybody that lacks a moral stance that they're willing to actually do. And I do mean this, like somebody that's over the age of 25, 27, right? Like you've gotten started in life.
Okay.
People,
all right. Is there a cutoff age when people start to go senile and then they get another break?
No, I believe it's an age that people are starting to come to an awareness of some type of moral stance, like what they consider to be right or wrong, and then stand on it.
Okay, and then how do you guys verify that they've even had access to that conditioning?
Well. Okay, so your answer is within your own scripture. They shall.
What if they haven't had access to scripture?
Well, I would find it very hard to believe that somebody would be within. Oh, you mean like in general? Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what the secular.
Yeah, I'm not talking about my personal.
Yeah,
I'm talking in the whole general societal terms.
Yeah, secularists that decide that they want to just make up their own moral stances, I don't particularly care about them. To me, they're the they would be the.
But what if Luna was in that group that you're speaking of?
Luna would generally get attacked on principle anyway.
But you said you don't care.
Yeah, orthos don't give up, right? Like they kind of hold a grudge, like that's their thing. It's just I was.
They're basically snipers from an internet point of view.
Yeah, you got to understand. My reason for going after her and their reason for going after her are not the same things. Like I went after her because of Risky's wife. They went after her because she was posing as a Christian.
Wouldn't your role as a federal agent be actually to be fighting these types of people, not
domestic
promoting them?
That is well, to be fair, Christian nationalists had showed up within a security committee like that. That has been, I think, 3 times actually within Congress. They've been brought up 3 times. I don't know, investigated.
Yeah.
But they had their.
The federal government is not promoting secular religious attacks on the public.
You could call it religious extremism. I would, because but then again, I hold a little bit more of a harsher stance within it. Would I consider them consider any of us dangerous? Yes. Would I consider it a conflict of interest? No more than anybody that's like employed by any type of government branch that holds a political stance. It's just the only difference is most, at least federal officers, cannot publicly. How to explain this one? You can't really publicly have a political stance. You can, I mean, just it's going to come as a detriment to your job. So, like me as a conservative,
the doxing is not that's exempt.
Well, first of all, nothing I did was illegal.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. I don't know those.
Doxing isn't illegal.
I'm just asking with your level of access.
Do what?
I'm just asking with your level of access. They don't have any kind of like policies against using those for like personal reasons.
I actually, so like some of the information, well, with Luna, nothing was promoted with the exception of the NCIC. Was promoted that somebody as a private citizen could not already obtain the information. The NCIC was the only one that got released within it, and that's just because there needed to be some back history.
Right, because her OnlyFans was on her Instagram. I know that, so it wasn't like she was hiding it really. But so, what did you do above and beyond that you felt was necessary for this?
What did I do? I'm sorry.
What information did you release? Because that was not really the only page wasn't really
NCIC, her spending habits, her shopping records.
That's interesting. Why would you do that?
Because I can. Employment record for the last.
So,
What about HR? They have
What?
privacy because, like, you can only if you're a prior employer and you call. There's only some very little information they can give you, like if you work there or not, basically.
Oh no! If you call employers, they just run their mouths like
Well,
you
they
wouldn't
will.
believe.
They'll
But
snitch on you
legally, like they're not supposed to.
Yeah, it's not. People seem to. Didn't we just have this conversation about there's no expectation?
This is why I feel like I'm still trying to convince her,
Well,
even
he's
though
a
I think
federal
like
employee, so I'm saying he's held to a different standard. He has to abide by the laws.
Yeah.
I'm asking if they are laws, and that's like
if
from
they
my
are what?
understanding, laws like the HR laws, the privacy
What?
information. Like they,
No,
like
I
the
mean
employer
name.
legally is not supposed. If you call like a professional
So
company,
the answer
like a
is
big corporation, they're not going to sit and blab
yeah,
on. They
no, not even your medical records. So like HIPAA violations, right? That stops a hospital from giving out your information. You as a
Yeah.
private
So I'm
citizen,
saying there are a lot of policies like that in place, and I would think that,
Policies, maybe, but laws? Not in the United States.
well, yeah, you just get losses, right? I mean, but I would think Josh would have to stick to those. Is what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
even if that average person doesn't, or they think, oh, I'm going to gamble it because what are they going to do? Sue me? That's not who I'm talking about. The people that don't care about those. But if it's part of like, you're very professional, like signed contract. That's what I'm saying. Like, wouldn't it violate that?
I wanna ask this. So going back to what you were like addressing, Blue Jay asking of what kind of stuff Joshua had put out, and he had mentioned her like spending habits or like transactions of past purchases and all that, and he says because I can. You don't think that kind of intent will get you in trouble with your own like form of federal corporation there or the federal place that you work for? Because from what I'm getting, is kind of like an officer breaking the law but not getting in trouble with the police department and still being able to steal, break, loot, and all that kind of stuff. But yet,
what
you
law did I violate?
That's what
by
we're
the
asking
law,
because,
Angel, the worst he'd be guilty of, quote unquote, would be conduct unbecoming. It would have to be a moral clause in a contract that he signed, and then that would be, administrative. It's not going to be set in stone or black and white. There's no laws against releasing. There's no laws against releasing someone's publicly available information. This is the United States. You'd like to think that there's laws protecting that kind of information, but there really isn't.
I just want to say one thing. There's crimes that police officers can be charged with that the civilians cannot, like excessive force or things like that. They have their own rules and regulations that can be violated, and they can go. That is considered a crime. If they're excessive force, they can be put in prison for that. So what I'm saying is, are there I would think that if you have access, the more power you have, the more responsibility. The police they have the upper hand, so
there's no laws against taking public information and disseminating public information.
But credit card receipts aren't typically public information.
Credit card receipts
are
or
not.
spending habits, whatever he said, transactions.
Yeah, your purchasing habits are collected by corporations and sold to everyone, including the government. So the government, which is illegal to spy on you in, it's not illegal for them to buy your info. So they do the same thing with other countries. It's illegal for the United States to spy on Americans. They do it anyway. But it's not illegal for the UK to spy on Americans. So we send somebody from the US over to the UK and we're like, hey, we're going to spy on your citizens for you. And then they share all the information with the UK. Then the UK spies on us and shares all the information with the United States. Same thing with Google and Facebook and all that. The government can't do that shit without a warrant. They do anyway. They put in hardware to collect all your information. So you can't make a phone call, send an email, connect to the internet, do anything without it going through the NSA. That's since the 70s. Okay? So that's hard. It's in place. Nothing you can do about it. But they might not have the balls to use it against you in public because it's technically a violation of the Constitution. They might still, if you're Edward Snowden, The Constitution, all the laws go out the window. They'll publicly admit that they're going to assassinate you for what you're going to do. They don't care about the law. So you're always pressing your luck with the government. But what's perfectly legal, perfectly transparent, and not a violation of any law of the United States is for the FBI to simply ask Facebook for your info, and for Facebook to say, since I own this because I'm an American corporation in America, there's no laws against privacy and all your data belongs to me, Zuckerberg. I own it, so I can do whatever I want with it. Here you go, FBI. Here you go, local police enforcement. Here it is. And how often do you think that law enforcement in the most fascist nation to ever exist in the face of the planet really says no to the government? I'm going to tell you, it's like maybe 2% of the time.
I gotta say, again, he's not wrong. I'll give you examples if you want. You can pull the Constitution up and say, hey, we have all of these rights. I'll give you...
Joshua, I just want to be clear. I wasn't accusing you. I was asking because, like, I mean, it's not that I don't trust Angel and Dennis. It's just, you would be the only person that would know because you would have been told those things when you were opposition, right? Like,
I'm reaffirming exactly what he said, and I'll give you examples.
Okay.
So people say, like, well, I have a constitutional right. We as a government, all forms of government go against this all the time. So the idea of constitutional rights, they're a fiction. They don't exist. An example, your right to vote gets taken away with a felony conviction. This happens thousands of times daily for I don't know how many people get convicted within a single day, right? Same concept with firearms. With your Fifth Amendment, due process in court. Be labeled a national security risk and see if you get that. Like, that is definitely a thing that goes out the door real fast.
Yeah. They'll kidnap you in the middle of the night, take you to a country with no laws, and secretly torture you, and then you don't even have the right to an attorney. And that's legal. It's in the Patriot Act.
That's crazy.
That's why I keep saying, right? Like, this idea, people, when they coined the phrase rights are a fiction, they weren't joking. Like, that's not an exaggeration. They're really just there. It's basically like people are crying about a public reputation. Like, oh, we have this, we have that. Not if they don't want you to have it. And ultimately, nothing keeps that in check. Well, I mean, somebody's supervisor keeps it.
It's politically kept in check. You know, if the Supreme Court or Congress or the president, if any one of the branches of government or the people, when they choose to assemble in a way that's meaningful, and I won't elaborate on what that means for TOS reasons. Whenever one of those things happens, political pressure is applied, and just like everything else in America, it's politically run, just like our court systems. So, for example, we have a few people in the Supreme Court right now who either for personal reasons of profit and nefarious reasons, or for actually valid, real personal reasons, believe individuals should have the right to bear arms. And you're watching things that have been the law for decades just get overturned here and there. They could do the same thing with privacy if they wanted. If we had a Supreme Court that cared about your rights when you're driving in your car, half the stuff the police get away with would be illegal within 4 years.
Yeah, well, and then I'll just say this last thing, and like I like that we're kind of moving on. But Josh, the reason I don't doubt that people misuse their power and they find even like loopholes that exist and things like that. What I'm saying is, the only reason I asked you is because you are very like vocal about it, honestly, right? We're on a public platform and you're like,
right,
openly saying this is what I did. So I'm just saying that's why I was curious if you were just kind of like, fuck it, like I did it, but or if there were even any statutes against it at all in the first place.
Because there's nothing illegal about it.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. I'm walking away. I can still hear you guys, but if I don't answer, if you guys I'll be listening for a second.
Yeah, and I'm guessing Joshua Jones is not your real name, right?
No, it really is my real name. It's the only thing that I keep kind of private is my face. Apparently, that's the only thing that matters in my line of work. So my name doesn't mean shit. So
you do undercover work?
Not exactly. So I work for State Department. I'm what they call a foreign service officer. It's kind of weird. She asked about laws, and I'm like, damn, it's kind of a weird thing because out here everything is policy, nothing is law. Like it just doesn't exist. it's kind of how to explain it. It's technically like a diplomat, but I don't want it to think like I'm a consular and ambassador. I'm just a staffer on a low level at that one. It's just it's a weird thing. Shit. How do I explain this? The idea of so a federal officer, and keep in mind, like you got like FBI, they're all over the place on the globe. Surprisingly, it's probably because they've got the better toys. To be honest with you, they always have the best toys. You run into them, and they can do things off the U.S. or off U.S. soil that they wouldn't otherwise be allowed to do on U.S. soil. Pull up your records, pull up access to their own databases and searches. Like it's just kind of a weird thing, and it's because laws are they're not that fail safe that people want to hide behind, and I don't understand like why people think that is. Laws get switched all the damn time. Policies don't really mean anything other than a person that I might be wanting to protect his job. I've been trying to get out from underneath this job for like 7-8 years, right? I got 3 more years to go, or just under 3 years to go, and I'm up for retirement. They can't really hold me anymore anyways. So like, but legally speaking, nah, there's not much can be held against me. Now, policy-wise, shit, I could fart in the wrong direction and my boss could get rid of me, or held half a dozen bosses. Actually, I don't have one. I've got like at least 6 that I can think of. Could get rid of me faster than shit just because I blew wind in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and I don't think they would do that over this YouTube beef unless it reflected upon them in some way, which there's like no way of that happening.
So the good thing is one of my supervisors is also a Christian nationalist. So,
Yeah, that's the other aspect to this too. Is all these enforcement? Sorry, that probably was loud. All these enforcement agencies, whatever their personal moral convictions are, whether they claim to not be biased or not, that's always going to be in play. And when you have, like the United States, I'm not talking about now, but for the majority of the historical record, which can be studied and confirmed, has been a Protestant nation.
Yeah. Well, I see now. I'm not so. I got to ask this question: is the Church of England considered a Protestant church?
Let me walk back my statement. Protestant only in name.
Okay. Well,
and morality, but not maybe a specific brand of Protestant.
I wasn't trying to hold you down, because Catholics claim they're not, but then again, every time I start talking to people, especially like if they're staunch on the King James, right? They're like, well, it's not. It still has a representation of the church, kind of thing. I'm thinking, well, fuck. How is that Protestantism? It was just more of a definitional question. Because I'm at an impasse here on that one.
Yeah. I don't want to wade into that. I see what you're saying, and I agree with you, but I don't want to wade into that. My point was simply that there is a cohesive, recognizable community of government in the United States that goes back generations.
Yeah. So we call it the good old boy society, and I don't care.
Yeah,
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
there you go.
So like at a local level, like say like your local, I'd say town or maybe a county, right? Nepotism would be the thing. Usually as you scale up toward like a state and federal, right? Family, you ain't got enough family members, right? Like there's no way for that to do it. So it usually going to revolve around some type of ideology. Could be political, could be religious. Keep in mind now I'm an atheist, right? But I'm also a Christian nationalist.
Culturally.
No, because I don't support the concept of a faith. When Christians bring it up, I don't fully comprehend it.
Politically only.
Yeah, politically only.
Gotcha.
And I don't know. I'm usually pretty open about like CNs are kind of it's got a lot of nastiness. I'm usually pretty open about it. Like what comes with it. I don't even understand how I don't understand how democracy could even be compatible with Christianity, let alone Christian nationalism. You're either going to end up with a monarchy or a theology, or well, you're going to monarchy or what the fuck is the Iran? The theocracy, right? Like there's only two options you can have. The problem with democracy would be you could just vote whatever your will is and undo anything that you set aside for as a rule or a guideline within society. Thus, it would obviously not be the most optimal solution.
In many ways, the monarchy was a theocratic, and they got their authority from the blood of Jesus. Do you think Christian values, what's the fundamental difference between a monarchy and a theocracy? If the Christians are willing to overthrow the castle for not following Christian doctrine?
Well, we don't have a lot of we don't have a lot of examples of theocracy. So, like, if you're talking like say Iran, that's a theocracy, hands down, right? So it's ruled by a handful of, let's call them imams, right? And they basically pick out their supreme leader kind of thing, or at least they vet through the process, and that person gets nominated and then ultimately goes through whatever weird process that's there, right? But it's always basically religiously founded. With the kings or with the monarchy, at least with the English monarchy, I'm going to leave the Spanish one out of it because that one gets a little weird. I don't know. And the reason is it's just as...
It's the rights of kings. It's divinity. So like the imam, essentially Khomeini is a king. The only way he's not just a dictator and a king is if Islam has any authority over him. And the only way, as atheists, you and I, we can agree on this. We can skip over the part where the only way that authority gets applied over his supremacy can't be by God. It would have to be by believers of Islam. So it would basically just be a rebellion. Because, say, like, example, he did something that was so obviously against the text or whatever it is that convinces people to think it's according to the Quran, that it pissed people off and they killed him for it or pushed him out.
Well, see, I want to take it a little further. I would say it's by force, right? Like, that's the only thing that's going to grant the authority anyways. The supreme leader, at least the first one, right? That came about by force, quite literally a violent revolution, right? And they are actively trying to oppose it, and that's being put down by force. Of course, then again, keep in mind the Green Movement, right? That they were utilizing force against state actors or a government actors. I think I call the juice box whores as a state actor, but fuck. Anyways, it would be the same concept within the United States, as in it really just depends on the amount of number of people that are willing to utilize force to get their way. Right. I don't have much faith in the idea that people getting together and talking about problems and agreeing on solutions, that it's going to have much of an effect. It seems to be the case that throughout our history, force is just generally the thing that is. So you really only have to get people to agree to applying or application of force.
Well, force is the ultimate arbiter of all things, but you think even agreement doesn't work?
No.
Or agreement isn't usually achieved?
Okay, not usually achieved.
Okay, yeah. But when we do, the rare times, which usually comes about as some force, even if it's a natural disaster, but say 9/11, for example, we were all pretty united after that. That works too in the rare circumstances where a majority agrees to do shit.
Oh yeah. Well,
so everything is ultimately just force. Like, what's the difference between a democracy, a monarchy, and a theocracy? It's just the founding documents with which neither society adheres to begin with. It's just the story that you tell yourself ultimately.
Yeah, I honestly, between a monarchy and so with the only difference I can find is the amount of people involved. So like with
the decision making.
Sorry, Angel.
within the theocracy, small number of people. Within a monarchy, again, probably a small
Is it
number.
really though? Because ultimately, it has
Angel,
to
you're in now.
it has to conform to whatever a majority of the people who believe the founding documents think, right? Because ultimately, so like Khomeini doesn't have to ask anybody, right? But whether or not he can get away with it still comes down to majority vote.
Damn, I don't know. Again, we don't have enough. We don't have enough governments that throughout history to test it on. I don't know the answer to that. I actually wish I knew. Now that I'm thinking about it, I know I want to say that ultimately, yeah, it's just going to boil down to getting enough people to back a group, at least violently enough, back them enough to utilize violence. I want to say that's the answer, but damn, right? I'm a little reluctant yet. Give me some time to chew on that. That was a good question. I need a little bit more time to chew on it, though. Fuck.
Hey, welcome back, Angel. Are you there now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool.
My cell phone service disconnected for a moment, so that's why I had dropped off because of my self-service.
Oh, okay. All right. And then I'm still thinking about like 15 more minutes and then probably end after that. So I just want to kind of like give a little bit of a preview. But yeah, we're good. So
I think I'm going to bite the bullet on this. I think I agree. It does require a certain amount of people to back it up. I also don't think that has to be a majority amount of people.
The force is always looming regardless, and the story we tell ourselves is the only difference really between all these forms of government.
Right.
At the end of the day.
Yeah, probably.
And then maybe the checks and balances system. Like maybe that's the one thing about America that is greater than every other country. Like we're seeing it now, even as our country is just a ridiculous mockery of a joke. And the court systems are political. You can still balance by picking a political side. You know what I mean? Like eventually the so-called Republicans come in. You know what I mean?
I got to ask this. Like I always assumed that was the case. Let me give a crazy example. So like, say you're arrested for a crime, right? And it doesn't matter what the crime is, right? Just a crime, right? And you go to court and you don't sign away, you're like go in with a plea deal or anything, and you go to jury court, right? Or a jury trial. It's basically 12 people that going to decide your guilt or innocence. And there are things as hung jury. There's also jury nullification. There are options. I don't think they're exercised a lot, but there are options that are out there that really just boil down to a group of people willing to believe the information that's given to them. You call it evidence, right? But it's basically just information that's being presented by the court, whether it's a prosecutor or whatever, and they're arguing about it, and you're there like basically picking a side, right? But it seems to be the case that's always kind of been that way. All you got to do is get one or two cases in that basically go against any standing law that's out there, and you can get people to set precedents real fast. So I think I agree with you, and more so in a much larger degree. I think we put too much weight into the whole like title of what a democracy is.
So you're talking about like establishing a case law.
Yeah. You can, believe it or not, like juries actually have the ability to do a lot of, they could do, I mean, just depend on what you agree or disagree with. They can do a lot of good one way or another. That they can toss stuff out the door and say, hey, or at least within a state for sure. Federal government, probably the same. You're going to less likely get charged with federal laws, but you can have stuff like tossed out.
Yeah, well, I mean, case law is basically a change in the
right.
main law. I mean, because once they have one case, that's the new law.
So it would be, maybe this is, damn, God, one day I need to sit down and think about like what he said about the checks and balances. That there seems to be like a group of people will ultimately decide one way or the other. The question really just comes down to is how many people are needed to affect the change in the direction you want to go, and how much energy is needed for them to enact. So,
well, I think it's social pressure. and that's perpetuated by the media.
Well, Andrew's a big proponent of shaming. Maybe there's a little bit more to it than that.
But yeah, but sometimes the shaming is like shaming the wrong side, but it's like, you know, for instance, like an attack on Christians or something. It's like, you know, now like if you're openly Christian, you can be persecuted, but you can't really persecute any other religion. So it's kind of like that's not really in line with the laws, but the social push for it, it can be like strong enough where judges can be like, you know, basically pressured into making certain like verdicts, and then just politicians have to push for certain agendas, if you know what I mean.
That speaks to bias, and I don't know how a person can't not be biased. I can tell you flat out, like,
well, even if the judge disagrees with the verdict they're being pushed to like get whatever you call it,
well,
they'll still do it because of the backlash is too strong.
Well, I meant more like on the concept of like think more like subtlety. Right? So like a judge is going to ultimately decide what information gets introduced to a case, right? I don't know how. I don't
that was
know.
the district attorney that did that.
No. It's up to a judge to decide like what information. Well, I mean, there's obviously rules.
What like that the discovery is allowed.
Right. So, I guess my point would be like, if a judge is biased in some form or another, right? Well, I don't say if, I say is. I don't believe it's possible for any human to not be biased in some form or another. So the question is like, how much of an effect does it have on their job? Like in my well, hell, I've openly admitted, right? Like street justice, I'm a big fan of it, right? I'm more than willing to turn my head on certain laws that I'm just like, yeah, dude deserves an ass whooping, give it to him. I don't give a shit. I'm going to go over here. And
the origin is too hard to determine in order to make that fair,
right?
Like, feasible.
I think Den's on to something a little bit more than he thinks. I think I think it's one of those points that is probably underplayed too much.
Getting away with what stuff.
Well, Den pointed like the checks and balances and the way the system is. It really boils down to like the titles and like we give our government a title, we give our authorities a title, and then we put some type of emphasis. Maybe it's the case that we put so much emphasis onto it and really think it's this thing that it's really not.
Right, because the law is only as good as upheld.
Right. Ultimately, what's happening is a certain number of people rise to an administrative class, a certain number of people rise to a ruling class, and a certain number of people rise to a warrior or an enforcement class. And whatever moral substrate is in that group of people is what's going to be enforced regardless of what we put down on paper or tell each other on TV.
Yeah.
What attributes would you say like dictate which category a person falls into or which conditions?
So on this particular topic, it's something that I've been meaning to say for the last 30 minutes is these ortho bros just strike me as people who are used to getting their way. That is a personal projection. That is my personal bias, but I have no other perspective to offer but my own. But as I'm morally outraged by every single last thing you motherfuckers say and do. You all sicken me. Like 98% of the human population makes me fucking sick. But I have no, I let that shit go years ago because what was it going to do? Drive me crazy, turn me hateful and bitter, destroy every relationship I have. So as a person who's like, I'm an extreme outlier, I'm very weird. Like a vast majority of people are nothing like me. So in order for me to fit in and have human relationships and connections, I had to learn to let go of my personal shit, like in my teens. So the people who can't do that and think they can force society to agree with their sexual preferences, for fuck's sake, those people are used to getting their way because it's borderline delusional from my perspective. Go ahead, Angel.
Quick question. Do you still hate about 98% of the human population of what you said? And if so, what exactly is it that you hate about the human population that causes it to be at the percentage that you have it at?
Well, my shadow isn't gone, but I find human beings to be ignorant, hypocritical, violent. A vast majority are stupid. So just being on the internet already, you're ruling out like 50% of the world's population. So it's the smartest half and the most technically capable half just from us being on the internet. Now we're on YouTube with channels. So now that's probably maybe 60-70% of the entire population of the world is excluded. And we're on a panel talking about whether or not science reveals the evidence of a creator. So now 90% of the population is just not going to be on this panel or interested in this conversation. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And of course, that's going to be subjective as to who is like, some people think that this would be useless subject, so they don't even see that as a productive sector of society. But so it's subjective. But I totally understand what you're saying.
God, I like
I
this.
understand exactly where you're going to, Dezen.
Yeah, I officially like Den now. This fucker just basically put it out there. Said the thing that's wrong with humans or with society is the fact that they're fucking human, right? Like your human nature is the thing that's wrong. And he's not wrong. That's the problem, right? We just get to run amok. He's not fucking wrong at all.
So do you sometimes wish that there wasn't a world without social media or internet there? Because like you said in your statement, Denzen, that about like 50% of the population are like abstracted to social media. But do you wish that the world didn't have that kind of stuff, or do you just wish human beings would just not not be on it as much?
The vast majority of people probably shouldn't be on it, but for me, I need it. I'm a nomad. I don't believe in like traditional values or family structure. I didn't particularly like my lineage, so I struck out early and I made my own family. So the word friend to me is it has a sacred and spiritual meaning that goes well beyond its common usage. And I would say at this point, I have as many friends that are from the internet as I do from my personal life. And I'm an extremely picky person, so that should tell you something. So for me, the internet's an important part of my social experience. I grew up on the internet, and I wouldn't be able to find these types of conversations as easily locally,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a weird. I got no problems with licensing for access to service.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you didn't find it to be offensive when I was asking this question, kind of like direct like that. So I wasn't, intending. But no, I think it was a cool conversation. I think, and I appreciate the honesty. That's why I was like, is he being honest? Because he's really bold to be that honest. But no, it's cool. I respect it.
Well, you got to ask yourself, what's the point of having the conversation if you're not going to be honest?
Right.
Right.
And that's a reason why most people don't. Right,
like
that is one of the reasons.
Like he was saying, he'll withhold information. That's fine. It's not like everybody has to tell all the details of their whole life history when they get. But you don't go out of your way to say something that's false, right? Like you just don't say anything. So, but no, I enjoy this. Thanks, you guys, for coming. I know it's kind of like strange hours, but I like it. It's fun. So I think I will stick to the Unabomber one tomorrow if you guys are around. I was thinking about moving to Sunday, but I've already keep moving things, so I'm like, I'll just start it. It's kind of but I'm gonna play some of the documentary that he's speaking and telling the story. And I was telling you the other day, so he's actually funny, but not like I said, not as funny what he did. I always feel like people are like, oh, it's not funny. I'm like, no, he as a person is his delivery on things he says is funny. That's all, you know what I mean? But I want to play that too.
We had to study the fucker in class, so I'll see if I'll go through my books, maybe fuck, maybe some of my books are in there still. I don't know. If I find anything, I'll
What do you mean? What books?
So in psych class, we had to oh shit, boy, they threw all kinds of weird shit at us. He was one of them.
Oh, okay.
Case studies. Hey, just
Yeah,
some weird-
anything that you want to bring, or have information, like it'll be.
That was like fuck, like almost 20 years ago. I'm curious if things have changed and what we know, or
a lot, man, probably.
Yeah, maybe something's changed. I'm just more or less curious as to if anything has changed, what that would be.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Well, thanks guys for coming. And I guess it's morning now, so good morning. Hope you guys have.
I guess it's 7 a.m. Right?
What's that, Angel?
Guessing it's 7 a.m. where you're at, right?
No, it's 5.
Oh, so you're central then.
Mountain.
I keep forgetting that mountain time zone is 1 hour above me because I'm Arizona and we don't do daylight savings time.
Right.
And I've been more so used to meeting people who are in the central, eastern, or western time zones. I don't meet very many people that are in the mountain time zone like yourself, Blue Jay.
Yeah.
So that's like why I'm was curious, because I thought you were like central or eastern. But the fact that you're mountain it makes me know that during this time of year, people like yourself in the mountain are 1 hour ahead of us.
So it's 1 hour behind. So what time is it there?
It's almost 4 a.m. here in Arizona.
Oh, it is an hour behind. Okay, so the same as Pacific.
Y'all people's sun is broken. It is.
So a lot of people don't even realize that there's such a thing as Mountain Standard Time. Sometimes they say, like, what time zone? I'm like, Mountain. They're like, no, like Eastern. I'm like, no, there's one called Mountain. Like,
ma'am, your clock is 12 hours wrong. I'm just letting you know that now, right? Like,
and you're ahead, right? So it's like evening where you are now.
Yeah, it's 6 p.m.
What time are you planning on doing your?
I think I scheduled it. I put it as an upcoming already. I think I put it for like 9 Mountain, so it'll be like 11 Eastern. I think is what I put for around there. And if I move it back, it won't be more than like half hour. So trying to start a little earlier, But yeah.
Yay.
Yeah, that'll be fun. All right. Well,
All right.
I'll see you then. If not, then enjoy your day. Okay.
We'll
Pleasure today, Blue Jay. Bye.
Okay. See ya.
End the stream.
Click end, woman. Click end. Still going. You gotta click.
Oh
end.
no.
I'd like to continue conversation after stream. Come on. You gotta hit
She
the
did
end.
this the first time she streamed too. She just left.